Hove for the next match in the 50 over one-day cup. I just want to do a quick sound check around the ground, make sure if anyone's got the headset on that they are listening and nobody is waving, which is always slightly worrying. They can hear us on the stream over there. They just get a little heads up from Jack. It could well be no one's got the headsets on yet. Generally we do a little sound check. So just while we're sorting that out, let's just see, is Jack in there in his screen? I can't see him. Oh, things aren't going well. Anyway, I'm Adrian Harms. Welcome to Hove. If you can hear us loud and clear, if you're online or watching via this Sussex stream, a very good morning to you. And delighted to welcome Dan Whiting to us from BBC Radio London, who knows all about Surrey. Morning, Dan.
Good morning, Adrian, and it's always a pleasure to come down to good old Sussex by the sea, and what a day for it as well. It's going to be 30 degrees today, I believe.
Yeah.
And yeah, put a hat on, put the sun cream on, and we've got a fine game of cricket lined up.
We have. I think I saw someone waving from the top tier of the Spen Karma. Did I or didn't I? No. I always just worry slightly just to make sure that all the commentary and everything is going out as it should do. So just make sure everything is all okay. The news in the middle is that Surrey have won the toss and they're going to bat. And just while I go and press a couple of buttons, Dan, do you mind just running through the Surrey side?
Absolutely, yes. So Surrey are skippered by Dominic Sibley. It's more or less the same side as Friday that took on Essex and won convincingly at Chelmsford. So it's Dominic Sibley and Ryan Patel. They're going to open. Ben Geddes, he's in decent form. He'll bat at 3. Possibly Cameron Steele at 4. Josh Blake, fresh from that 100 against Essex, will be 5. Then we're looking at Ollie Sykes and Adam Thomas at 6 and 7, the youngsters. And then, in no particular order, probably Connor McCurr, Yusuf Majid, Nathan Barnwell, and making his debut today, and a huge congratulations to Seb Stewart Reckling. So I'm looking forward to him. How does Sussex look, Adrian?
Well, Sussex have got quite a few changes. I'm told we're going out on the live stream, so that's good news. So thank you for tuning in and listening. Yes, 6 changes for Sussex, and perhaps the most notable change to the Sussex side is that Ollie Robinson comes in and plays this game. Now, Ollie hasn't played in any of the previous 6 games. He was picked up by the Trent Rockets to play in the 100, hasn't played any cricket at all. Sussex, I would imagine, with this big game, and it is a big game coming up next week at Scarborough against Yorkshire in the County Championship, will feel that Ollie Robinson needs some cricket, and we'll have to ask Paul Farbrace after the game, but I suspect that's why Ollie Robinson, perhaps he's not being used by the Rockets. So he's back. Tom Alsop is back as well. And I think this is all about giving something. I mean, because it's all very well going off to the 100, but if you're sitting around on your backside for 2 or 3 weeks, Dan, it's never a waste of time, isn't it? Really.
Well, I know that feeling well.
I mean, they're getting paid. I don't blame the players in any way, shape, or form. But from a Sussex point of view, it's not been great. They haven't played any cricket. So anyway, as the umpires make their way out, 6 changes for Sussex. So they line up Haynes, Clark, Alsop, Leon Cachet, Carter, Simpson, Carson, Lennon, Ibrahim, Robinson and Crocombe. So the changes from the heavy defeat at Bristol, and you were there last week. Haynes comes back into the side. Ollie Carter, John Simpson, Jack Carson, Ollie Robinson and Henry Crocombe.
Yeah, I don't think we can look too much into that defeat. I mean, it was an extremely callow Sussex side, wasn't it? You know, I think the average age was it 22 in that side? I mean, that side was Clark, Rogers, Tier, Leon Cachet, Carter, Ibrahim, Foreman, Lenham. Carvelas was the old man in the side, and then Sean Hunt and Jack Campbell. So, you know, I don't think too much can be taken of that defeat. I mean, they were never going to win that, being 8 for 2, 19 for 3, 35 for 4. And yeah, they just got blitzed by a little bit of pace from Ajit Singh Dale, who's been called up into the England Lions side, who's played this week at Worcester against Sri Lanka. So yeah, it's always pleasant here. Umpire Mohammed Wasim is out there. I don't know where his colleague is, Mark Newell. He'll know this ground pretty well.
He will.
Yeah.
Just going back to Sussex last week, I mean, Paul Farbrace has spoken a lot about this competition as being an opportunity to give younger players a chance. Now, Paul Farbrace hates losing. And so they would have wanted, if they could, to have won all 8 games in this competition. And in fairness, they've lost 2 by just 1 wicket, and they got beaten in an absolute thriller last week here by Leicestershire by just 10 runs. So he would have hoped that the younger players who've been in and around the squad would have been good enough to have won some games. And just listening to him the other night, I just got the feeling that 1 or 2 have got a bit to prove, that he's been a little disappointed with perhaps some of the progress that has been made. And you know, so there'll be 1 or 2 who will just be thinking, need to really get my head down over the rest of this season and through the winter as well, to really put my hat in the ring, you know, for next season.
Yeah, I think, I mean, what this cup does, it gives the youngsters an opportunity, and the nature of professional sport is not that everybody makes it, do they? So I think that certain players will have taken their opportunity and others will be struggling. There's a little bit of a fight going on downstairs here between a crow and a seagull. They've parted ways here, but...
There's another one. He's not too happy though. I'm not sure who's winning the battle of the crows and the seagulls and the pigeons.
The crows are a little bit outnumbered, it's got to be said.
What we do know is that Henry Crocombe is going to open the bowling from this, the C end of the ground here at Hove. I say, generally speaking, someone gives us a little wave from the top of the Spenkarma Pavilion just to let us know they're listening on the headsets. So I just hope the commentary is going around the... There we are, a couple of waves. Thank you very much, gentlemen up there. Gentleman with a nice straw hat, and someone else sitting in the shade. I don't blame you. So the good news is the commentary is going out. The weather is set fair, a bit of high-level cotton wool cloud, and Henry Crocombe is going to start proceedings from the C end of the ground, bowling to Dominic Sibley. I went out to the middle for the toss. I didn't realise what a tall man Dominic Sibley is.
Oh yeah, he's I think 6'3", 6'4".
He is, isn't he?
He's also half French.
Is he?
Yeah.
Well, Crocombe's going to get things underway. With 2 slips, comes running into bowl to Sibley, who clips this away for the first runs of the day. Clips that one out through mid-wicket. Jack Carson has to chase back towards the boundary, but not before Sibley comes back for a couple of runs.
Yep, Sibley, half French. He's been feast or famine in this competition. His 149 against Warwickshire at Rugby School was formidable, as they say.
Yeah.
And you should know that.
I should know.
Just been out to Paris.
I have.
So, yeah.
We'll talk about that. In comes Crocombe. In and bowls, and Sibley lets that go outside the off stump. There is no run. We both wandered out for the toss, and we're chatting away to the very amiable Sussex groundsman John Simpson behind it, Ben Gibson, who was telling us this was the same wicket that was used for the Leicestershire game last week. It's a hybrid pitch, which means a bit of false grass, like I think we can call it, but it holds pitches together. And it was a belter last week, and no reason why it shouldn't be the same this week. In comes Crocombe, bowls, and Sibley punches that through the covers, and Ollie Robinson has to run out when he's out towards the boundary edge. Is he going to stop it, Ollie? No, he doesn't. Runs away for 4 runs. Well, shows I think it's a pretty quick outfield once the ball races through that outfield, and the ball raced away for 4 runs.
Yeah, down the hill at Hove.
Nice.
Does run away.
Nicely timed.
Yeah. No, Sibley's been in fantastic form. He normally likes an outground. He's gone 149 at Rugby School, 104 at Kibworth at Leicestershire, and 72 at Guildford.
Crocombe in again, bowls, and well, I'm not sure if that was a chance or not. It was low to Crocombe's left-hand side. I'm not sure we got a hand on that or not, but a full shot from Sibley. Crocombe looks rather ruefully at that left hand.
Yeah, I think that carried. I mean, it's always hard, especially when it's low and you follow through, but you know, technically it's a chance.
With the score on 6 and Dominic Sibley on 6 as well. Crocombe in again, bowls, and Sibley takes his hand off the bat, and he got wrapped on the glove there. I think Dominic Sibley's run down towards third man. Let's just see. Well, he's not taken off his glove, so it's okay, but he looks in complete control of the shot. Nonetheless, he picks up a single and goes to 7. Of course, it wasn't all that long ago that Dominic Sibley was, you know, very much part of the England setup, and things have changed a bit in terms of the way England played their cricket. Now, he has taken off his glove now.
Yeah, he gave me a brilliant interview at Canterbury earlier this season where he spoke about having batted with the fear of failure for years, and it was very open, very honest of him.
Crocombe in bowls, and forward comes Patel, plays it to middle, fielded by Carson. There is no run, so it's the end of the opening over here at Hove. A very good morning, Rev. You're listening to us. Adrian Harms, Dan Whiting, your commentary team for the day on a lovely day at Hove, where Surrey have won the toss. They are batting first at the end of the opening over. They are 7 without loss. I guess the big news from a Sussex point of view is that Ollie Robinson is playing for Sussex today, and he is going to open the bowling from the Cromwell Road end of the ground.
Yeah, it's down the hill. Gets senior pro, gets the nod, doesn't it?
Quite intriguing, he didn't bowl the first over, actually. I thought they might have bowled the first over down the hill, but he's played no cricket. As I understand, and I stand to be corrected here, that Ollie Robinson hasn't played in the 100 at all, having picked up by the Trent Rockets. So there's a lot of, I'm sure there's a lot of nets and everything else, but you can't beat being out in the middle.
Does the word money for old rope spring to mind? Anyway, here he comes, and Sibley pulls away, actually. I don't know. I think there's some movement there, just behind the sight screen, possibly.
I don't blame the players at all. It's not, the players go and play in the 100, but it's such a controversial competition, isn't it? And you've got, we're in the final third of the cricket season. Players need cricket, some big matches coming up, and we've got players who are sitting around. I saw Alfonso Thomas was very critical in the week. Dan.
Robinson in, Sibley leaves that one alone.
Was a no ball, I think.
It is a no ball, yeah, so we're going to have a free hit. That one goes through into the gloves of John Simpson. You'll probably be wanting to have a look at Josh Blake later on, because Blake's glove work has been exemplary in this, and Simpson's been one of the finest keepers in the country for years, hasn't he?
Yep, totally.
And
good signing for Sussex.
Oh, marvellous signing. What a bit of recruitment. Sussex recruitment in recent years has been excellent, with Pujara. Jaden Seals was another one. John Simpson. Anyway, here's Ollie Robinson, and that's a free hit, which is going to go out to deep square. It didn't matter.
I think a lot of the crowd hadn't realised, I think they hadn't realised that was it was a free hit and he couldn't be caught.
It's Leon Cachet out there, isn't it?
Yeah.
Lovely story there with his mother being a second rounder at Wimbledon.
Yeah.
And father a rugby union player.
It's a bit of a sporty family, isn't it?
Good pedigree.
A good pedigree. That was the word I was looking for.
Good stable, as they say in horse racing terms. Ryan Patel's going to face his first ball of the morning. He batted very well at Chelmsford on Friday, got 83. Should have had 100, but he clothed a full toss to mid-off. Just squared up a little there. He's quite a slow starter, Patel.
So I was just going to say, Dad, so in terms of Surrey, Sussex have very much used this as a competition to have a look at some younger players. Surrey have had half their team ripped away by the 100, haven't they?
Just the 15.
Yeah,
just the 15 have gone either to England, where you've got Atkinson, Ollie Pope and Jamie Smith, or another 12 to the 100. That's a good delivery from Robinson. Beats Ryan Patel, and Simpson with soft hands as always. So it's been difficult, but what it has done, it's given a chance for, again, Surrey have used it as a finishing school perhaps for some of their academy players, the likes of Nathan Barnwell, Yusuf Majid, Ollie Sykes, who was absolutely outstanding at Chelmsford. I can't wait to watch him bat. In fact, I'll come on to it after this ball from Robinson as Patel plays it out to mid-on, no run. I think Ollie Sykes, there's talk on social media, and Gareth Batty will pay absolutely no attention to this, but there's talk of Ollie Sykes coming in for the T20. The fans would like to see him for the T20 against Durham, which is the first quarter-final. You guys have got a quarter-final here as well?
We have Lancashire on the Wednesday. I think that's the 2nd of September.
Robinson in, and again Patel gets squared up there and just pushes that one up the hill towards the Cromwell Road end. And he's off the mark, 11 without loss after 1.5 overs actually, because there was a no ball. John Simpson was telling me once, and he nearly did it again there, once at Lord's in front of a full house. I think it was Middlesex versus Surrey in a T20, where he got his geography completely wrong and just walked across all 3 stumps with them all out of the ground as a throw came in from the boundary. Robinson, Sibley leaves alone. That is the end of the second over. 11 for none, Sibley's on 8, Ryan Patel on 1.
And you're listening to live cricket on the BBC, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Surrey. You may be watching via the Sussex County Cricket Club live stream, which is being expertly operated as ever by Jack, who's very pleased. He's a big Albion fan, is Jack, and he'll be pleased they won their final pre-season friendly of the season. So good luck to you today, Jack, and thank you all for dialing in and listening on the most glorious day. If you're late to us this morning, the news from the middle is that Surrey have won the toss. They're batting first. From a Sussex point of view, Ollie Robinson and Tom Alsop released from 100 duties to play in this game, as Henry Crocombe makes his way in from the C end of the ground to bowl to Patel, who drives firmly to mid-off, followed by Jack Carson, and there is no run. The emails are up and running this morning, so it'd be great to hear from you throughout the day. sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. Sussex looking for their first win in the competition. They've lost all 6, 2 of them by just 1 wicket, and 1 last week against Leicestershire by just 10 runs. As in comes Crocombe bowls, Patel drives again firmly to mid-off, fielded by Carson. Again, there is no run.
Yeah, I think both these sides have bigger fish to fry, don't they?
Yeah, and I think that is fair, Dan. I think, Sussex is, at the beginning of this season, the target was to get back to Division 1 of the County Championship. This is the 9th season out of the First Division. And if they could have a good run in the T20, that was good news. As in comes Crocombe bowls to Patel, who drives to mid-off. There is no run. I should mention the second slip. Tom Clark has come out from second slip into short extra cover, and there is no run. Yeah, I mean, absolutely.
Actually, a cheeky little wager on Sussex.
Did you?
For the Vitality Blast.
Did you?
Yeah, I did. After seeing them at Bristol, I thought they looked a very good side.
Right.
There's nothing, they're workmanlike in a Paul Farbrace style fashion.
Crocombe in again, bowls, Patel drives, nice looking shot through the covers. That's going to run away for 4 runs. Beautiful outfield here at Hove. Dan was saying as we wandered out to the middle to have a look at the wicket that it's pretty much the best outground in the country. It's like a carpet. Patel goes to 5, Surrey 15 without loss.
I've played snooker on worse.
Well, it is magnificent, and a real credit to Ben Gibson and his team. Crocombe wheels round, has a quick chat to Ollie Robinson, who's fielding there at mid-on. Just the one slip in place. The 2 fielders out are a deep square and a third man as Patel again drives. Good line from Crocombe, fielded by Carson, no run.
I think what Sussex have got in T20 cricket is Ollie Robinson at, the top end of the innings, will bowl really tight, and in the power play it's very hard to get away, and he just, bangs that same sort of 6 inches of turf, doesn't he? Ball after ball after ball.
He does. In comes Crocombe bowls and beats Patel outside the off stump. Good over by Henry Crocombe. Went for a boundary, but apart from that, good over, 15 without loss.
And then you've got the likes of Finn Hudson-Prentice, who'll just bowl wicket to wicket, and they haven't got anything sort of flash or out of the ordinary, but what they are, I think they're the best fielding side in the competition.
That's interesting.
The likes of Coles, I saw Ollie Robinson.
Oh, that run out of Bristol.
Blinding run out of Bristol, where he's taken it one-handed, pirouetted, and thrown the stumps down with 1 to aim at. So,
well, Paul Farbrace has said that in his opinion, Sussex are slightly ahead of where they thought they would be T20-wise, and Ollie Robinson in the side, they didn't think that was going to happen. I think the feeling was they thought he'd be in and around the England setup, but he hasn't been, and that's been to Sussex's benefit.
Here he is to Sibley, who drives nicely up to mid-off. And I think, John Simpson, he hasn't been great so far in T20. I mean, he's had wonderful in the county championship. He's got 202 centuries on top of that. And I think he will come good at some point, and he likes a big occasion. And I think if you get past Lancashire, because the draw's really done, isn't it? I think you're going to get Gloucestershire or Warwickshire on finals day in the semi-final. That's just nipped back into the nether regions of Dominic Sibley.
Yeah, so obviously with an attack of Mills and Robinson, and Jofra Archer has been cleared to play in the quarter-final as well.
Has he now?
Now he wouldn't, if Sussex get through, he wouldn't be able to play in finals day because almost extraordinarily, the T20 finals day is sandwiched between two T20s against Australia.
Right.
Which is crackers, isn't it, really?
Yeah, it's nuts. Robinson in, is that nicked?
Yes, caught behind.
Gone. Simpson makes no mistake, and that's a big wicket. Dominic Sibley has had such a wonderful tournament, and Ollie Robinson strikes. Sibley departs for 8.
Well, I just thought for a moment I was slightly full because Ollie took the wicket. He didn't celebrate at all, did he? I mean, you always get the feeling here with Ollie Robinson. He needs to play some cricket, so it's almost sort of limbering up. But it was a big nick from Sibley, wasn't it?
Yeah, I thought he's nicked that. No, Ollie Robinson didn't celebrate. Simpson didn't celebrate either, really.
Yeah.
So it was bizarre. But going back to Sussex in T20, Daniel Hughes at the top of the order.
Well, he has been, and you were talking about Sussex's recruitment this season, which, to be fair, in some seasons hasn't been good. But Paul Farbrace came in last year and clearly recognised that Sussex needed some experience in the side. So Daniel, I didn't know a lot about Daniel Hughes, but he's been terrific for Sussex in T20.
Is he coming back for
leading run scorer? Sussex will be hoping he can. Yeah, I think that's watch this space.
Yeah. But Danny Lamb's another one who's been.
Yeah, he has, and it's a shame that Danny's going to miss the rest of the season with this nasty shoulder injury he picked up in the final group game against Middlesex. As you say, John Simpson, Jayden Seales was terrific for the opening 7 matches of the season, as was Cheteshwar Pujara. So Sussex have got this sort of group of players, overseas players who. A couple coming but for good spells of the season, Dan. There was a couple of seasons ago here when you didn't know who was coming from week to week. It was just ridiculous. But they've got a really settled squad of players.
Yeah.
And, Daniel Hughes has been a massive plus for Sussex, as has the availability of Robinson, both in Championship cricket and T20. So, yeah, things are looking good, but Lancashire will be tough opponents. Salt, Butler, Livingston. Although Butler's injured, isn't he? Has he got a calf injury?
I think Butler is injured. Anyway, here's Ben Geddes. Ooh, and he's played that one with soft hands. Sort of followed that a little bit. Probably didn't need to play at that. And the ball goes down to Tom Clark at second slip. Yeah, I think some of the youngsters here as well. I mean, I like Coles. I think Coles is I think he's a decent bat. He's got a lovely action as well with his slow left arm stuff, and he's a good fielder. Harrison Ward's decent. They got beaten by Surrey here in the T20. Their top order got blown away by Spencer Johnson, who bowled at the speed of light that night. On a Saturday night, that's pleasantly driven by Benedict Brodie Albert Geddes, probably one of the posher names in cricket, along with Seb Stewart Reckling. And we went through them the other day at Chelmsford. We had a posh 11s came out. A chap called Quentin Cake, Cambridge University, made it in there. Is Oliver Robinson, as that's played out to the covers. That completes the over. 15 for 1 at the end of the 4th. There's a lot of Ollies in county cricket at the moment. I reckon you could probably make a team of Ollies. There's Ollie Carter, Ollie Sykes, Ollie Robinson, Ollie Pope.
Yeah, there is a lot of Toms as well. There's 3. The top 3 for Sussex are all Toms. I mean, that over from Ollie Robinson, he's bowling very much within himself there, isn't he? I mean, he's just working himself back into playing a bit of cricket.
So when you play Somerset, because they've got 3 Toms at the top of the order in Banton, Kohler, Cadmore and Abel.
Yes, they have.
So you've got 3 as well. It's probably more Toms than the alleyway down the back of my house, Adrian.
Henry Crocombe is going to come into bowl to Ryan Patel, the left-handed Patel, just the one slip in place. A couple of emails have come in, which I'll read, which is great to hear from you. In comes Crocombe over the wicket, bowls to Patel, who drives down the ground, fielded by Carson in his white sun hat at mid-off. There is no run. Stuart is in touch. Stuart, good to hear from you from over in Northern Ireland. He says, looks like a lovely morning in Hove. Just wanted to say how much I enjoyed my trip over last Sunday, even though I had the usual 90-minute flight delay going home, and good to meet you as well. So Stuart lives in Northern Ireland. He flew over for the day.
Fantastic.
That's support, isn't it? I think Sussex ought to give him free admittance next time he comes. In comes Crocombe, running in over the wicket, bowls, driven by Patel, and a good stop at extra cover by Tom Clark. There is no run.
I love Belfast, by the way. It's a great city. It's a good night out, Belfast.
Yeah. And he flew back after the game. I don't think you saw the end of the game, Stuart, but it's great to hear from you. It was lovely to meet you last week as well. He says, this 100 competition really frustrates me, especially when your players don't get a game and can't be released most of the time. Why choose them in the first place if they're going to sit about? Well, I think we all agree with that. Crocombe in bowls to Patel, who is again can't find the gap on the offside, again fielded by Clark, and there is no run. Regarding the younger players, I've watched most of the 50-over games, and I do think there is talent in Rogers and Leon Cashy, so hopefully the experience will do them a pound of good and progress their careers eventually. I did read somewhere that Sussex had a planning application in for a couple of grandstands at the Cromwell Road end. Do you know if it was successful, as I believe it was before the council this week? In comes Crocombe at bowls. Patel looking to pull that one on the leg side and played it straight to mid-off, and there is no run. Well, perhaps if the media lads are listening here at home, perhaps they can let me know. I've been away for a good part of this week, so I don't know is the answer to that, Stuart, but we'll certainly try and find out about planning applications being with the council here at Hove. But lovely to hear from you, Stuart, and enjoy the game, as they say. In comes Crocombe over the wicket, bowls, and Patel looks to work this one to backward point, fielded by Ollie Carter, and there is no run. Good tight over from Henry Crocombe. No runs conceded so far.
Yeah, the striped blue and white deck chairs will be missed though, won't they, at that end of the ground?
Yes, very much. I mean, we have had these temporary stands up there which always go up for T20, but the fact that Sussex have stayed in the competition means they've stayed up a little longer than they would normally do. Crocombe in bowls. That's a full toss down the leg side and will be signalled as such. The first run comes off of the over.
Yeah, I think that maybe Chelmsford, but I think that this is probably the most hemmed-in ground on the circuit. I can't think of too many which is sort of tighter for space than this one. I love it though. I absolutely adore this place.
Crocombe in bowl to Patel, who drives expansively. That's a good shot. Beats Carson at mid-off. Very nearly hits a seagull as well, who just got out the way in the nick of time. Lovely shot though, all the way along the carpet. First runs off the bat in the over. There was also a wide, and at the end of that over, Surrey are 20 for 1, having won the toss. Patel is on 9. Ben Geddes is yet to score.
What's the game where at school you used to play it? If it was raining or whatever, and you'd have a PE teacher hurling a tennis ball, you'd be running around the gym, and the teacher would, you have to actually jump out the way of the tennis ball. Was it called British Bulldog?
Oh, Crumbs, yeah, I think it might have been. Yeah, I think that Crumbs, that's a long time ago, Dan.
It's a long time for me as well, Adrian, but that seagull there was playing a little bit of British Bulldog. He's just hopped over the top of it and landed quite casually back down on the floor. Robinson to Geddes, who has a little waft at that outside the off stump. Robinson just doing what he always does, just banging away at that area, going into the pitch. And umpire Mark Newell just having a little word about where he's running onto the pitch. Just not a word as such, but just letting him know that he's there.
Yes. But you're quite right. You know, Ollie Robinson, I don't think there's too many better bowlers around the country at hitting top of off stump.
Yeah, yeah, he's a great bowler. Geddes punches that one into the ground, ball goes nowhere.
A message has come in on Sussex cricket at bbc.co.uk from Paul, who's in Aldwick in West Sussex, and he says, I enjoy the commentaries from around the country, particularly as we work well together with commentators from opposing teams and provide a very valuable public service for those who are knowledgeable about cricket and those who are not. So that's very kind of you, Paul. Thank you for saying that. He says, I've never visited the Hove grounds, would appreciate your advice as to where would be a good place for a first-timer to sit. That's a good question.
Well, I think the Shark stand. Is that members though?
No.
No?
No.
Geddes, square drive, that's going to go away for 4. Again, narrowly misses one of the goals in the outfield. There's 2 different types of goals here, aren't there? I think that's the herring goal, I think.
You're well informed, yeah.
One of them.
Yeah.
And I don't know, what are they? Black-backed goals?
All crumbs. Yeah, I mean, I have to say, I know there are some people get very what's the word, protective about what they are called, but I don't know whether they're all herring gulls, but there's a lot of seagulls around on the outfield today.
Yeah, there are a lot here in T20. Geddes gives himself some room and...
Well, I'll tell you what, you're not going to last...
carve that over the offside.
Well, I'll tell you what, I mean, that's a brave shot to play against someone like Ollie Robinson, and that didn't miss the off stump by very much. And I think Robinson's probably thinking to himself, you do that too many times, and you're going to be back in the pavilion, because that was, well, he stepped away, what, a good pace away to the leg side?
Yeah.
And I think Ollie Robinson would have probably thought, yeah, okay, let's see how we go with the next one. Robinson,
Down the hill. Geddes again, beautiful shot.
Now that was a good shot. He didn't need to play that last shot, did he? I mean, he could so easily have gone out Ben Geddes.
Yeah.
But he didn't need to play that shot. But that was a far more controlled shot. With no one on sweeping on the cover boundary, he's picked up a boundary. And I often think, Dan, that's all about, you can make runs in this competition without having to play rash shots. That was a beautifully played shot.
It certainly was. Right, I'm on goals and terms of the UK. And Robinson in and Geddes drives again, this time with no real power, and picks out Tom Alsop in the covers. Yeah, so the herring goal is the larger of the goal, probably you can see on your screen. I think those other ones might be Mediterranean goals.
Right. I'm afraid you're talking to someone who doesn't know. I just refer to them as seagulls, Dan.
Yeah, and it's the ones with immature plumage, as you're listening to the rather immature Dan Whiting here on BBC Sussex. Geddes drills that one back at Robinson, who sticks a hand out and parries it, but they scamper through for a single. And at the end of the 6th over, Surrey are 31 for 1.
Yeah, I could just hear some noise in our effect microphone. So an expensive over there from Ollie Robinson, costing 11 runs. 31 for 1, as Dan was saying, after 6, with Surrey having won the toss. Paul goes on to say, so yeah, I think the answer to the question is, you can pretty much sit anywhere here at Hove, and apart from the members area, but, it's, as Dan was saying, it's a fairly compact cricket ground, so pretty much anywhere that you sit, you're going to get a good view. What I would advise on a day like today, though, is there's not a lot of shade, and people who are here, anybody listening, there are water points around the ground. The club do provide sunscreen as well, so make sure you use it, or bring a hat, because it's roasting hot today. Paul goes on to say, I recently heard the TMS team talking about the broadcasting rights for test matches being secured. I remember you mentioning something about county cricket broadcasting rights some time ago. As in comes Crocombe and bowls and hits, but it's Geddes to clip that one through mid-wicket on the pad. The ball bounces out into the offside. There is no run. I was just wondering if there's been any further updates for this. Thanks for your good work, says Paul. That's a very kind email, Paul. And the answer is I don't know anything about the rights for next year. I think that's all part of discussions far above my pay grade with the 100 and various other things in terms of county championship cricket. But as soon as we know, of course, we'll let you know. In comes Crocombe, bowls. Oh, that was a chance. It's driven down the ground by Geddes. Henry Crocombe got a hand to it. He took the pace off the ball, but that's the second time today. I mean, it was a difficult chance. It was driven back about waist high. He got a hand to it. But I'm pretty certain that from where we were, that was a chance to Henry Crocombe.
Yeah, I've seen those held. That's two now. He could have had Sibley and Geddes.
Yeah. Geddes goes to 10.
I think Crocombe's got a little bit about him, though.
Well, he's got a bit of pace, Dan, no question about that. He's still only 22. He seems to have been around for a long time, Henry Crocombe. He's in and bowls, and Vattel's forward, punches that into the offside. And there is no run. If you'd like to join our conversation, please do so. Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk. I'm Adrian Harms, Dan Whiting from BBC Radio London. Delighted to welcome Dan here today on the most glorious update. In fact, we can have an update to do to the listeners to BBC Radio Sussex listeners in a few moments' time. As Crocombe is in again. Bowls, that's a good delivery. Slanting across the left-handed Vattel, who was beaten, taken low down by John Simpson in front of first slip, and there is no run. You know John Simpson, is that through professional contacts, Dan, or did you know John?
Yeah, I just got to know him when he was at Middlesex. I've known him since he was a young lad. He sort of came over here, I think 2008, 2009, something like that. He was a Lancashire lad originally.
He is?
Yeah, from Bury.
Dad was a wicket-keeper as well.
Yeah.
In comes Crocombe, bowls, and Vattel hammers this down the ground. That's a good shot by Ryan Vattel. He's going to pick up a boundary, a straight drive, gun barrel straight. Jack Carson comes down to the boundary edge down below us to retrieve the ball. Good shot by Vattel. He goes to 13 and Surrey to 36 for 1 in the 7th.
Have you met Jack Simpson?
Yes, I have.
Yeah.
He's
got some good stories.
He has, and I know he lives out in Spain, Jack's dad, and
yeah, they're good people, Jack and Karen.
sorry, John's dad, and they got in touch through email, as we asked people for emails through the match, and I said, "You're welcome to the commentary box any time." So he came up and introduced himself early in the season, which was great. I'll just take over the commentary for a minute, Dan, because we've got an update to come, and that 4 has prompted a change in the field. Sussex still only allowed the 2 fielders outside of the 30-yard circle, but Tom Haynes has come out from first slip to mid-wicket. There are 4 men saving, 1 on the offside, 3 on the leg as Crocombe is in. Bowls to Vattel, pulled away on the leg side, and that's too short, pulled away, that's going to be 4 runs. Good shot by Vattel. Back-to-back boundaries. He goes to 17 of 21 deliveries. And at the end of the over, Surrey are 40 for 1, and 2 productive overs, the last 2 overs, with 19 runs coming. Geddes on 10. Vattel is on 17, and it'll be Ollie Robinson who will carry on from the Cromwell Road end of the ground. If you're just joining us here on BBC Radio Sussex and BBC Radio Surrey, Surrey winning the toss here on a lovely sunny day and unsurprisingly electing to bat first. John Simpson just having a natural way to Henry Crocombe. I wonder if that could be a thanks for now, Henry, and we'll a bit of a change of bowling, we shall see. 7 of the 50 overs gone. Surrey going along at 5.7 runs an over as Robinson is in from the Cromwell Road end. Bowls to Geddes, who's very respectfully forward. Plays it back down the offside of the track, fielded by Robinson. And there is no run. Thank you for that. Message from the studio. So there's a slip, a 3rd man. Then a ring of 4 saving 1 on the offside. A mid-on, a short fine leg. The other fielder outside of the 30-yard circle is at deep square leg in front of the members' pavilion, which is not too many spare seats over there. Plenty of white sun hats in evidence as Robinson wheels around with those temporary stands behind him with their blue seats. He's in down the hill. Bowls, Geddes with a play and a miss. Good bowling again by Ollie Robinson, just teasing outside of that off stump. Hello there. Yes, it's the most glorious day here. Lots of blue sky, some fair weather cloud as well, but glorious cricket conditions and warm as well. Yes, so a clash of the neighbours here. Surrey having won the toss are 40 for 1. Ryan Patel going along nicely. He's on 17. Ben Geddes is on 10. The only man out, the skipper, Dominic Sibley, who was caught by John Simpson, the Sussex wicketkeeper, off of the bowling of Ollie Robinson for 8. Meanwhile, Kent also in action against Durham. Both of these games in the 50 over Cup, and in the 9th over Durham are 38 for 1.
Will you enjoy your day at home watching the cricket?
Certainly will do. So there we are, that's our update done to the listeners in Kent and Surrey and Sussex.
Yeah, I was going to say you're a brave man getting Jack Simpson on before the watershed, Adrian.
He didn't come on air.
Okay.
We had a chat off air as a.
He would make a wonderful summariser as Robinson comes in, and that's driven pleasantly there by Geddes, but can only pick out Clark at extra cover. Yeah, he's a very good cricketer himself. Played Lancashire League, he played for, I think, Ramsbottom was his club up there, and he's played with some good cricketers over the years, people like Keith Arthurton, Brad McNamara, people like that, some really good overseas. And when John made his debut for England during the COVID era, I'll come on to it off this ball, into Clark, he became the 4th member of his family to play international sport, with both his grandparents, I think, who've played rugby league for Great Britain, and his father Jack, who's played lacrosse for Great Britain as well. So yeah, we speak about Leon Cachet having good pedigree. Simpson's got very good pedigree as well. Robinson. Oh, that's nailed.
Shot.
Yeah, Geddes again backing away, giving himself a little bit of room, but hammering it into this rock hard surface, and actually went over the top of the covers on the bounce. It looks a really good batting track, doesn't it?
Well, it's the same track as I said was used last week for the Leicestershire game, in which Leicestershire made 363 for 7 and Sussex made 353 for 9, so we had over 700 runs in the day, and it was so yes, I can see Jack Carlson just warming up down in front of us.
I think you've got to get the pace off.
I think Henry Crocombe is going to carry on from the C end of the ground. I mean, elsewhere in this group, I mean, Surrey, this is Surrey's last game in the competition. They have won 2 games. Sussex, the only side in the competition, aside from Lancashire, who haven't won a game so far. Sussex bottom of the group, but both groups are very tight in terms of qualification. In comes Crocombe over the wicket, bowls to Patel. That was a slower ball and played by Patel out into the covers, and there is no run. Still a 1 slip in place. Backward point, Archie Lennon warming up there as well. So I wonder if we're going to see spin from both ends. We shall see.
Yeah, I think hot day, belting batting track, quick outfield. I think make the batters hit the ball, take the pace off it.
Patel waits as Crocombe beats him outside the off stump. He's looked to drill that one away through the covers and taken a low down to his left by John Simpson. And there is no run.
But no, I spoke to John. He's very much enjoying life down here on the south coast. He said it's a far slower pace of life than Willesden Green in North London, but he's loving life here, and the fans love him, don't they?
Certainly do. As in comes Crocombe, running in over the wicket, bowls to Patel again. He beats Patel, who the ball goes through to John Simpson, who that just bounced awkwardly in front of John Simpson, and they run through for a bye, 45 for 1. Sorry, you were talking about posh names in cricket, Dan.
Yeah.
Now James has been in touch. I always tend to read some of the emails, like to have a little look through, because you're never quite sure what people are saying, but he says, how about Richard Lequesne, Quesne Savage, former Warwickshire spinner, teacher at Ardingly College, and husband of former Green MP for Brighton Kemp Town, Caroline Lucas.
Ah,
so there we go.
That. Yeah.
In comes Crocombe, but bowls down the leg side. That will be signalled as, well, I thought it'd be signalled as a wide, but it wasn't.
I think it's clipped something, so it was an appeal.
It was.
I think Umpire Mohammed Wasim as the judge. It's come off the pad of Ben Geddes. Yeah, I remember him. He was around sort of into the 70s, I think.
So how would you pronounce that? Richard Lequesne?
Lequesne, I think.
Is it?
Lequesne
Savage.
Savage.
Savage. Oh, very good. In comes Crocombe, bowls, and Geddes punches this to mid-off, fielded by Ollie Robinson, who's on the edge of the 30-yard circle. And it's just a single, one more ball remaining over, 46 for 1. I think Surrey would be reasonably pleased having lost that early wicket of Don Sibley. It's a reasonable score in the Premier. It's not earth-shattering, but they haven't lost any more wickets.
No, it's a decent start without being extravagant.
Crocombe in bowls. That's a lovely shot. Took a step down the wicket and absolutely belted that past Henry Crocombe. That was a lovely shot by Ryan Patel. He goes to 20, and at the end, 21 I should say, and at the end of the 9th over, so one more over to go in the power play, Surrey are 50 for 1. At this same stage last week in this game, because it is being played on the same wicket, Leicestershire were 51 without loss after 9 overs, went on to make 363. Sussex after 9 overs were 49 without loss. So it just goes to
about par.
So you're probably thinking here, if this game is going to pan out as last week's did, then 350 looks about par on this pitch.
Are we going to see a 400?
You never know.
You never know. You never know. Yeah, Oliver Hannon-Dalby, he'd get into my posh.
Yes, that is. Yeah.
Although I did put this to Surrey bowling coach Jack Brooks, who said, no, he's not that posh, he's from Halifax.
Well, Robinson is going to carry on.
Yeah. Here he comes, down the hill. And that's just strayed onto the legs and goes out to another man who'd probably get in there, Zach Leon Cachet. I mean, that's got to be up there, isn't it, Adrian?
Yeah. Yes, I was unaware of the connection to his mum playing tennis and playing at Wimbledon. In fact, I heard getting through to the 3rd round at Wimbledon. And it wasn't when we were down in Neath for one of these 50 over games, and a guy in the press box came up and he said, "Oh, is that?" And he said, "I recognise that surname." And he said, "If it is his mum," and it was. So he came over and had a little chat to us, which was very nice. I could see Archie Lennon warming up just down below us, Dan.
Yeah, be interesting to see if he comes on. Robinson's going to come around the wicket to Patel, who plays this up to mid-on. Yeah, he's come through, or he started playing his early cricket at Abingdon Town Cricket Club in Oxfordshire.
Yeah.
Where Tom Price and Ollie Price at Gloucestershire came through there, and Ben Charlesworth and Luke Charlesworth, who are also at Gloucestershire. They're from there, and Graham Charlesworth is, I think, coaching at, so that's played into the covers, no run. I think he's coaching Oxford MCCU, where there's also a connection with a man making his debut today, Seb Stewart Reckling, who I think has been playing for Oxfordshire and Oxford University, even though he's from Esher Cricket Club. So I lose track of where people are from.
No, absolutely.
But this is pretty much a homegrown Surrey side. Slower ball, Patel picks it, drives it handsomely, but a good stop at extra cover there by Clark. It definitely saves 4 runs.
It does. Very grateful to Jamie Burnett, the Sussex press officer, who's been in touch regarding the new stands, and thank you very much, Paul, for getting in touch, because Sussex County Cricket Club can build new cricket stands and facilities after councillors unanimously approved detailed plans. I'll read the rest of that in a moment.
Yeah, I think it's a slower ball down the leg side and a wide signalled.
So it says outline permission was granted to revamp the whole ground at Hove in 2020. Detailed plans for 3 new stands secured permission from Brighton and Hove City Council's Planning Committee on Wednesday the 7th of August. The application is to replace an informal seating area with 2 stands of permanent seating had to demolish and replace the temporary facilities with a third new stand at the ground in Eaton Road.
So that will cover the whole end. One stand will cover the whole end up there. Robinson in, pulled,
Shot.
back with a square, and that's going to run away for 4 runs down towards, that's the Shark stand over there, isn't it?
It is indeed.
Yeah.
So we'll have to have a natter away to the folks here at Sussex to understand when that development's going to happen, and of course how it's going to be funded, because that's the other.
Yeah, I mean, I think part of the charm here at Hove, though, is, you know, the hodgepodge of different pavilions around the ground, and I find it one of the more interesting venues on the circuit. Give me somewhere like this over, you know, the concrete bowls around the world. Short and cut away, and that's only going to be a single down to third, where Allsop does the fielding. 10 overs gone into the power play, 58 for 1.
And if you just joined us, a very good morning. Welcome to Hove on a lovely sunny day, if not a little too warm. If you're out in the sun, make sure you get the sun cream on, and plenty of water stations around the ground. I'm Adrian Harms, Dan Whiting from BBC Radio London, here on commentary. I should mention the excellent Sussex Cricket Museum, which is open for business today. I can see the trestle tables are set up, the photographs over there as well. And the Gillette Cup from the original Gillette Cup is on display over there. The original trophy from 1963, which Sussex won, it's been lent to Sussex for the rest of the season by the people at Lord's. So if you've never seen the original Gillette Cup, go over to the pavilion and have the museum, have a little look.
And it's a fine trophy as well. It came to Gloucestershire last year because they'd won it. It was 50 years on from when they'd won it in 1973. And what a fine trophy. There's some iconic trophies in sport which are instantly recognisable, and the Gillette Cup is one of them.
Well, it's on display, and if you've never seen it, go over to the Sussex Cricket Museum, staffed by volunteers. They do a terrific job over there, all sorts of photographs and memorabilia, also books for sale, photographs for sale as well. So if you've never been to the Sussex Cricket Museum, it's over by the Spenkarma Pavilion. Please go and have a look in the lunch break. Archie Lenham is indeed into the Sussex attack. He comes in and bowling his leg breaks, drilled away through the covers. Lovely looking shot by Geddes. That's beautifully timed, and it's raced away for 4 runs. That was a lovely shot. Archie Lenham giving it a bit of air and just punched through the covers by Geddes, who looks a good player. He goes to 25 and Surrey to 62 for 1. He took a bit of a liberty early on in his innings against Ollie Robinson, which I thought was a little unnecessary. Since then, he's played beautifully. Slip in place, let him in again, bowls, and Geddes drives without timing back down the track, and Lenham fields off his bowling. There is no run. At this stage of proceedings, Sussex are allowed 4 fielders outside of the 30-yard circle, and they're at deep backward square, deep mid-wicket, sweeping on the cover boundary, and a long off. As in comes Lenham, bowls to Geddes, who drills that one away through backward point. This could well race away for 4 runs as a chase around the boundary for Henry Croker, who does very well to field the ball in front of the Spenkarma Pavilion, but not before Geddes has come back for 3 runs. He goes to 28 and Surrey to 65 for 1 in this, the 11th over.
Yeah, good running from Ryan Patel there. Calls him back for a third. Saw that the fielder had just parried that to stop the boundary, and Patel very quickly taking advantage. You're right, Adrian, Geddes is a decent player. He got 61 at Kibworth against Leicestershire, and he got 62 at Rugby School against Warwickshire.
Lenham, right arm over the wicket, bowls. Patel drives this to mid-off to Ollie Robinson, who was slightly on his heels at the end of the circle, and then throws the ball in rather angry mode at the non-striker's end. It's backed up, they don't get an overthrow. Well, if he was just a little cross, he conceded that single. He's right on the edge of the 30-yard circle, but the ball came fairly quickly. Patel set off for the runs. You have to say it was well judged. He goes to 23. Surrey to 66 for 1. Let him in again. Bowls and driven firmly, nicely by Geddes out to long off, where Jack Carson comes trotting in from the rope to field. It's 1 more to the total. Geddes goes to 29 off 27, and Surrey 67 for 1.
Have you been to any outgrounds at all?
Yes, we've been a lot of outgrounds during this competition. Lenham, final ball of his opening over. It's cost 9 runs so far. Bowls to Patel, who clips that down the ground. Make that 10 runs off of the over fielded by Jack Carson, and Surrey are 68 for 1. The end of the 11th over, with Geddes on 29, Patel on 24. Yes, we've played at 3 out grounds. We went to Welbeck Colliery to play Nottinghamshire, up near Mansfield, in the first match.
What's that called? It's Sukhome, isn't
Yes,
it?
there are about 3...
and John something...
Yes, there was a local entrepreneur called John Fretwell who invested a load of money in the club, and super facilities there. I understand back in the day when it was a colliery area that there was a cricket team at Welbeck, but I understand this gentleman put a lot of money. It was a beautiful cricket ground, lovely facilities. So Sussex played there. We have got a change of bowling. Daniel Ibrahim is going to come on from the Cromwell Road end.
Yeah, I think Jake Ball came through.
Right.
I think he's from that neck of the woods. And yeah, it's all good mining country.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Yep. And then from there we came back to Hove, then back to York, which was a lovely ground, York Cricket Ground. Big crowd there, best part of 4,000 people watching at York.
Was Bumble working with you?
No, he wasn't. I'll tell you who was working with us though was Kevin Sharp.
Ah, yeah.
Former Yorkshire.
Worcestershire.
Worcestershire coach for a while.
Yeah.
Left-hander. And it was a real pleasure to meet him, and he was good value on the day.
I've heard he's a really interesting guy.
He was terrific.
And good fun.
He was good fun. Told lots of funny stories.
Ibrahim going to come in around the wicket, and Patel just plays that to Ollie Carter, the mulleted Carter.
No, so that was good. And then from there we went down to Neath.
Of course.
So we played in Sussex. I mean, there was a lot of time on the coach for the Sussex lads, and as Paul Farbrace said, a lot of these younger players haven't experienced that sort of thing. So that's no bad thing, you know. It's not all nice cars and rocking up at grounds. Long journeys on coaches.
Ibrahim, and that's played down the ground by Patel and well fielded.
Yeah, Jack Carson down there.
Yeah. Yeah, Neath, I think, is described by one of the guys at Glamorgan as the poor man's Headingley, because you're right next to the rugby ground at the Knoll, aren't you?
Yes, you are, right next. Absolutely, yep. It was a shame when we were there, because it wasn't the sunniest day. It was quite overcast and a bit drizzly. But there was a decent crowd, and we were well looked after. And I think fair play to these clubs. You know, there's a lot of work involved with getting to out grounds.
Yeah, here's Patel. It's Ibrahim to Geddes, and that's played out to long leg for a single. Yeah, I think Glamorgan have played at some lovely outgrounds over the years. Abergavenny's gorgeous venue under the Sugarloaf Mountain there. Colwyn Bay is very nice.
Yes, I've never been to Abergavenny. I went to Colwyn Bay a few years ago.
Did Steve James get his 309 against Sussex?
No, I didn't, but I saw Ollie Robinson with Sussex 9 wickets down hit a 6 to win a championship game there.
Oh, wow.
That was a good game.
Yeah. Yeah, always good for a weekend away, so that's just played out in the covers. Yeah, you know, some of these trips, you know, the fans make a little bit of a, you know, a overnight stay or whatever.
Yeah, totally. Yeah.
However, if I told the missus that I was going to the BP oil refinery ground at Llandarcy, where Glamorgan have played, I'll probably be looking, you know, I'll probably get my P45.
That doesn't sound the nicest.
No, it doesn't. Ibrahim. That's hoiked a little bit by Patel. Not a pretty shot, but he's going to get a single. Surrey rattling along at 6 and over here.
Yeah, and I'm sure they're aware that you know, the scores last week, you know, and on this track with this fast outfit on a lovely day, that, you know, 300 plus looks, I'm not saying minimum, but you know, quite possibly that's the case.
Yeah. Ibrahim, and that's driven out to mid-off. It's been quite a tough campaign for Surrey as well, with, you know, they lost the first few. They've actually won the last 2, but the campaign was punctuated by the sad passing of Graham Thorpe.
Yes, I was going to mention that.
Yeah, who, you know, a lot of the fans knew, fine cricketer, even better bloke by all accounts, and Alex Stewart and smokes Adam Hollyoake, who knew him so well, and they, you know, have been understandably upset about it. And Dominic Sibley as well, who Graham Thorpe coached when he was at England.
In comes Archie Lennon to bowl to Patel, and Patel's down the ground, rather smears that across the line, fielded at mid-wicket by Clark. There isn't a run. Is Adam Hollyoake working with Surrey at the moment?
Yeah, he is, yeah. So I think people sort of come in and sort of go out at Surrey. I don't know. I mean,
In comes Lennon, bowls, nicely flighted leg break and played with great respect by Patel, who nudges that out into the offside, fielded by Carter. There is no run.
I'm not aware of the sort of full structure. I know that Gareth Batty is head coach. He's a permanent fixture, and Alex Stewart's director of cricket.
Lennon in again, bowls. Patel is going to be caught at mid-off. Well, he rather lost his patience there, Ryan Patel, and I think that's good bowling by Archie Lennon. And he's drilled that straight to mid-off, straight to Tom Haynes. It was a good catch because it was motoring. Haynes caught it in front of his face, but at this level you'd expect that to be taken. And Surrey lose their second wicket, and well bowled Archie Lennon at 71 for 2, and Patel goes for 26.
You could see Patel getting frustrated though, couldn't you? The shot in the last over where he hoiked, he's trying to manufacture shots, and for the second game in a row he is caught at mid-off. He played well up until that point though, 26 off 37 balls, 5 fours in that innings, but he was just getting a little bit...
He was getting tied down a bit, wasn't he?
Yeah, and just looking to get the scoreboard motoring perhaps.
Yes, I read a very good article in one of the national papers yesterday, an interview that one of the cricket journalists had done with Adam Hollyoake, paying respects to Graham Thorpe, which was a really interesting read, and obviously a very sad time for everybody at Surrey, and of course for Graham Thorpe's family as well.
Yeah.
New man making his way out is...
Cameron Steele, I think.
Thank you. Out to the middle. One thing I was going to discuss with you, Dan, I've been very fortunate over the last 2 or 3 days to go out and spend some time at the Olympics, not working, but as a fan, which was fantastic. I have to say, I thought the French have done an amazing job over in Paris and other cities where the Olympics was held, and it was really thoroughly enjoyable. Saw some athletics, some hockey and the marathons and other bits and pieces. But one thing that struck me was the range of sports that are played in the Olympics that cricket isn't. And I don't know whether there is a plan for cricket to be played in Los Angeles in 4 years' time. I mean, for example, you think of the sports that are played: golf, tennis, football, rugby.
Breakdancing.
Yeah. But in all seriousness, you know, some really big sports are played at the Olympics, and one of the reasons for that is they want to spread the word of the game and the appeal of the game. So I don't know if anyone can help me, because it's an answer I don't know. Here comes Lennon, bowls forward, comes Steele, pushes that into the offside, picks up a single, so he is on his way, 72 for 2. So I don't know. Why that is the case. Is cricket on the agenda to be in the World Cup? If it isn't, why isn't it? Sorry, in the Olympics. I just don't know.
Yeah, the other one I find bizarre is no squash in the Olympics. It's in the Commonwealth Games, but not in the Olympics. You know, what's all that about?
Yeah, I mean, basketball's another game. So, a huge range of sports. I don't understand why cricket isn't. In comes Lennon. Bowls, and Geddes steps back and punches that into the offside ball, fielded by Robinson. There is no run. Of course, with the major league cricket that's going on over in the States at the minute, maybe that will raise the profile a little, and maybe, I think you have to be a test event before you can become an Olympic event. In comes Lennon, bowls, and drilled down the ground by Geddes for his 31st run. End of the over, 73 for 2. That's a good over by Archie Lennon, and for me, Archie's just giving the ball a little bit more air today, which is good to see. Sometimes he's a little guilty, in my opinion, my humble opinion, of pushing the ball through a little too quickly. But today he just seems to be holding it back, and he's picked up the wicket of Ryan Patel, and I'm sure he'll get a good round of applause from the spectators as he makes his way down below us.
Yeah, there are two types of leg spinner, aren't there? There's the guys who sort of float it up as we saw, into cab at Surrey, or those guys, or maybe someone like Anil Kumble who pushes it through a little bit quicker, who bowls almost like sort of medium pace leg breaks, doesn't he? So, but Lenham again just getting above the eye line there, giving it a little bit of air, which is good to see. Ibrahim to Geddes, who defends. Cameron Steele, who has just come to the crease, is a leg spinner and the leading wicket taker in this year's Metro Bank One Day Cup across the country. I think he's got 16 now, and he has been fantastic. He tends to go for a few runs, as leg spinners do, but he picks up wickets, and he is one of the nicest blokes in the whole game of cricket. That's beautifully driven by Geddes. That's going to go up the hill towards the Cromwell Road end for 4 runs. Very pleasant shot, just leans on that, and wasn't a half volley from Ibrahim, but Geddes making hay.
He looks a very correct player, doesn't he, Ben Geddes? There was that one shot that I thought was a slightly rash shot he played against Ollie Robinson, but other than that, all of his boundaries have been proper cricket shots.
Yeah.
Plays very straight as well.
Yeah, he's a good player. I've really enjoyed watching these young lads in this competition, as that's just clipped into mid-wicket. Good diving stop.
Yeah, it's Tom Clark in there, who's probably the best fielder in the Sussex side.
Yeah, I saw him. Who did he run? Did he run out Marcus Harris at Bristol last year in a county championship game?
Actually,
Someone who came on as 12th man in that game.
Actually, that was Zach Leoncashi, I think, who fielded that. I do apologise. Tom Clark's at extra cover. Yeah, he's a very good fielder, though, Tom, but that was very good.
Ibrahim, and again, that's gone to Leon Cachet. Yeah, I'm just having a look at this game between Gloucestershire and Sussex that I think we both covered at the beginning of last season, a 4-day game, and yeah, Marcus Harris was run out, and I think it might have been Clark came on as 12th. That's whipped with a little bit of bottom hand by Geddes out to deep square, times it nicely, but only going to get one. 78 for 2 now. Geddes 36 out of run a ball. Cameron Steele 1 out of run a ball.
Nice emails coming from Julian. Julian Ricks. Hello, Julian, and we'll read out the
He'd get him my posh 11.
email at the end of the... Funny if he's... Yeah.
Ibrahim. And that's played out to mid-off. End of the over.
Yeah, 76 for 2, is that? Or 78 for 2?
78 for 2.
Thank you. Your eyesight's better than mine. Geddes 38, Steele on 1. Hey, Adrian and Dan, says Julian. Lovely sunny morning, and I'm following along to your knowledgeable, I'm not sure about that, and soporific, handy for a lazy Sunday AM commentary. Thank you. Also enjoying being transported to the seaside by the background soundtrack of Local Gulls. And my ears picked up real comments on Seb Stuart Rickling. He's indeed an Esher Cricket Club player who often put us here at Weybridge to the sword. And after studies at RGS Guildford, I'm unsure why they didn't pick him up, took his degree studies at Oxford Brookes, Business and Finance, if I recall, and alongside one of my godsons, so he was snaffled by Oxford proper for a while.
Ah, there we go.
In comes Lenham Bowles, drilled into the covers by Geddes, beautifully timed, fielded by Robinson. There is no run. Surrey lucky to have him, now up from the 2s as he's developing into a fine contributor. Stay well and remember to keep hydrated. Aye, aye, says Julian. Julian, thank you for getting in touch.
What a nice email.
Yeah. Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk. In comes Lenham Bowles to Geddes, who drills that one into the covers. Good bit of fielding by Clark, who was down very quickly. The ball bounced off his leg and back to Lenham, the bowler, prevented a single being taken. Geddes remains on 36 of 38 deliveries. Surrey 78 for 2, having won the toss and decided to bat Lenham in again. Bowles, and Geddes works this one down the track. This is a good bit of bowling by Archie Lenham.
It's good. This is an absolute road, I think, this wicket. I don't know, was this the one where Robson and Stoneman got about 376 for Middlesex on this one, on this deck?
it could well be. In comes Lennon, bowls, and again, Geddes works that to mid-on. This is interesting because in the last over, Ryan Battelle got rather frustrated against Archie Lennon and hold out to mid-off. I wonder whether Ben Geddes will be rather more patient. In comes Lennon again, bowls, and Geddes again drives into the offside. Good bit of fielding by Clark again, who saves so many runs in that short extra cover position. Now, I wonder if there's going to be a change in the field for this last ball of the over. Yeah, the long on is coming, the mid on is coming to long on. The fine leg, who was back on the fence, is now up inside the circle. Lennon again. Over the wicket, bowls. Geddes again works this one into the covers, fielded by Ollie Robinson, who shies at the stumps, misses, but it's well backed up by Zach Leon Cachet. And that's another very good over by Archie Lennon. Just the one run conceded, and at the end of the 15th over, Surrey are 79 for 2. A couple of other emails have come in about the Olympics, Dan.
Oh, okay.
So David Llewellyn-Davis has been in touch. He says, according to Wikipedia, England are the Remain Olympic champions, and cricket will be included in 2028. So that will be the games, because the next games are in, yeah, that's in Los Angeles, isn't it? And 2032 is in Brisbane.
Okay. I'll bow to your knowledge, Adrian.
Yeah, thanks for the broadcast. And Julian's been back in touch to talk about the Olympics, which I'll read out in between deliveries.
Ibrahim. That's down the leg side. It's going to be a wide. I'll have to bowl that one again.
Cricket is indeed slated for the Olympics. I don't know if that's all stated for the Olympics in LA 28. Presumably, as you say, to raise the US profile of the sport, even though the first international match was played there in New York against Canada in 1844, says Julian. Well, I'll bow to your knowledge, Julian.
Yeah, because they played each other in the World Cup this summer, and it's the oldest fixture, I believe. That's just worked into mid-wicket, no run. Oh, you've got a nice bunch of people here dropping emails into you.
Yeah, Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk. I'm just thinking here, actually, because Surrey have just stalled a little here, haven't they? After 11 overs, they were 68 for 1. So they've added 12 runs in the last 4 and a bit overs.
Yeah, the rate's just dropped to 5.3, but, you know, got some big hitters to come. That's down the leg side from Ibrahim as well.
Poor.
No, I was going to say, Lenham's bowling very well, but I thought it's good captaincy from Simpson there. He's got a good field. And last ball, you could see Geddes was going to try and, you know, have a hoik, try and, you know, sort of boost maybe a maximum for the last ball of the over. So he's dropped long on, or mid on out to long on, and brought the man at deep backward square up, as that's driven pleasantly by Geddes. No run.
Yeah, Archie Lennon 3 overs, 1 for 13 at the moment. Really hasn't played a lot of cricket, hasn't played in the championship side. Played a little bit of T20, but he's made a real impact when he first came into the side, Archie Lennon, 4 seasons ago. Hasn't quite gone on from that, but
No.
will be keen to do so today.
I think he took an amazing catch, didn't he? That's short and pulled. Geddes has got that one back with a square, and it's going to go all the way for 4. Good placement from Geddes.
I think they're actually that Carson and Crocombe rather got in each other's way. Henry Crocombe was racing down the hill. Jack Carson was running up the hill, and I think between them the ball got, you know, rolled over the ropes. I'm not really sure that should have been a boundary, and I think Daniel Ibrahim is just signalling that he wants a slight change in the field there.
Carson's from Stuart, who dropped us an email's neck of the woods, isn't he?
He is.
Northern Irish
Yes,
boy?
he is. Yeah, he is.
Yeah. Ibrahim, that's down the leg side. That's the 3rd one this over, and this is a bit of a lack of discipline here.
Yeah, it is. Yes, Jack's parents were over. His mum was over. He was capped 2 or 3 weeks ago. So it was lovely to see them and the family.
Was he educated in Sussex? Is it
He was. He was. Yeah,
Yeah.
Good knowledge, Dan. Yeah, he was. But that was a big move to come over from Northern Ireland, you know, as a teenager.
Yeah. Ibrahim has Geddes plays that out to extra cover again to Clark. Yeah, I mean, it's It's a lovely part of the world, north of Ireland over there, and I think Hurst Pierpoint. Did Martin Spate go to Hurst Pierpoint?
Might have done. Tom Haynes certainly did.
Yeah. He was a good player, Martin Spate.
He was, yeah.
Good artist. Bit of a maverick. That's into the thigh pad of Geddes. Ibrahim just trying to go into the body of Geddes here, not allowing him to give him any width so he can get his levers through the ball. But he's just got it wrong on a few occasions and angling it down the leg side.
Martin Spate, when he was teaching up at Sebra School in, was almost in Cumbria, isn't it? And worked a lot with Harry Brooke.
Yes. George Hill at Yorkshire's another one from there as well, as that's left alone by Steele. End of the, what's that, the
16th.
87 for 2, Geddes 41 or 47. Cameron Steele's on 1. You're listening to Dan Whiting, Adrian Harms, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio London, BBC Sport apps, and live on the Sussex stream here on a glorious day at good old Sussex by the sea.
Ollie Robinson looks like he's just leaving the field, and the 12th man has come out. I'm not sure who's on 12th man duties today. It might be Henry Rogers, I think. I'll wait for him to turn round. Not quite sure why Ollie has gone off the field, but he has. One man who hasn't gone off the field is Archie Lenham, who's going to come in to bowl the next over. Bowling to Ben Geddes 41. He's on as in comes Lenham, and bowls and played firmly into the covers, fielded by Rogers, and there is no run. 87 for 2. Nice buzz around the ground, hum around the ground, probably more than a buzz is a more accurate description. Lenham, who comes in off half a dozen paces, bowling up the hill from the sea end, bowls to Geddes, who works that into the offside. Good bit of fielding by Rogers, who was very quickly round. Sent in the throw to Simpson, but not before Geddes had gone through to his 42nd run, 42 of 49 deliveries. Sorry, 88 for 2. And just putting the pressure on a little bit here is John Simpson. Good captaincy. He's got 3 men in on the leg side and 4 on the off. Sussex at this stage only need to have 5 fielders inside the 30-yard circle. At this stage they've got 7. Lenham in again, bowls to Steele. He's beaten outside the off stump, taken by Simpson, and there is no run. The fielders outside the circle are a deep mid-wicket and a deep point as Lenham again, this very straight approach to the wicket. In and bowls and played to mid-on and very, very nearly carried to Tom Haynes by Cameron Steele. It's a good spell of bowling, and Dan was saying earlier about captaincy from John Simpson. It is good skippering here. He's got 7 players inside the circle in the 17th over. Sussex don't need to have that many. Lenham in again, bowls to Steele, who cuts and he's beaten outside the off stump. Through to Simpson's, that's 3 dot balls, and now immediately off the last ball of the over. They move the long off, or the mid off, back to long off. The mid wicket has gone out to deep mid wicket, and now Sussex have got 4 fielders on the fence. Last ball of the over, Lenham in, bowls, and caught behind, and Cameron Steele is on his way. Well, that's a mixture of some very good bowling by Archie Lenham and some very good captaincy by John Simpson. He kept the field up, then off the last ball of the over, Steele frustrated, looking to cut one away through the offside. He's edged it through, taken by Simpson, and all of a sudden Surrey are 88 for 3, having at one stage been 71 for 1.
Yeah, outstanding captaincy from Simpson there. How to harness a young spin bowler and not allowing Steele, who had more than the men allowed within the inner discs, and didn't allow Steele the easy one just to get off the mark and milk the strike. Forces the big shot, and why Middlesex never offered him the captaincy beggars belief.
Well, certainly when John Simpson came here, the plan was to always for him to skip at the side, but it was for the first 7 county championship matches and see how it went, because there's a lot to bat, to keep wicket, to skipper. but he did an outstanding job, and it was really a no-brainer when Paul Farbrace and John Simpson sat down to discuss the remainder of the season, that he would skipper in the remainder of the championship matches. And this competition, he hasn't played in all the matches. Tom Clark has been given the reins on a couple of occasions. But John Simpson just showing his experience there and supporting Archie Lenham. He's picked up 2 wickets and bowled really nicely. And, I think Archie is just not bowling quite as quickly as he has done in the past. I just get the feeling he's giving the ball a little bit more air. And as I say, he's picked up a couple of wickets and bowled very nicely.
Yeah, it certainly has. He's I think giving it a little bit of air though comes with the confidence, and I think you know that comes from your skipper, and knowing that you're not just going to get dragged off after a couple of bad balls.
No, totally.
I mean, Simpson's got very high standards, which isn't a bad thing, but I think also has given these young lads, he's working with them. It's great to see. Ibrahim in, and that's almost run on a misfield, but Blake turns, get his down. Blake fresh from 100 against Essex on Friday, exactly a runner ball. Stylish left-hander, beautiful story, Josh Blake. He was without a contract, just doing some coaching work for the Surrey Cricket Foundation. So that's a thick inside edge from Geddes. He's going to get 1, and they settle on the 1. Good arm there from, is that Robinson? No, Crocombe. Crocombe out deep backward square. Yeah, so Blake was working for the Surrey Cricket Foundation. No contract, doing a little bit of coaching. Surrey needed a keeper, got given the gig. The rest is history. He's got a 50 and 100 in his competition, and his glove work is a joy to watch. It's real art, isn't it?
Oh.
When you see the protagonists of that art, people like Simpson, Folks, as that's just defended by Blake. Blake, you know, when you see these quality keepers, it's a real joy to watch. It really is.
Sorry, Dan, we couldn't see the umpire was slightly hidden behind Ben Geddes. That was a no ball.
Ah, okay.
So he's conceded, what, 4 wides and no ball now. Dan Ibrahim.
Yeah. He had a good start.
He did.
Come in at 16 years old
He
and
did.
went to 50 or something.
Oh,
That's going to
there's
be a
another
wide as
wide.
well. So it's going to have to re-bowl the free hit.
Yes, he made his debut up at Headingley when he was 16 and became the youngest player in the history of the county championship to score a half century. Hasn't, I think it's fair to say, quite fulfilled that potential with the bat. Over the last couple of seasons, he had a nasty shoulder injury.
Here he comes, free hit, and Blake misses out there because he can only cloth it to mid-off. Yeah, he's a Burnley lad originally, isn't he?
Yes, he was certainly born in Lancashire. Yeah.
So you got a Burnley lad bowling and a Bury lad keeping wicket. That's just angled down to third. Blake gets off the mark. Carlson doing the fielding.
Had a nice email in from Stuart Glover, who's listening over in Laos, in the, what do we call Laos, the Far East, or what we do. He says, I've been out of cricket for a while, having an eye operation, but glad to be home and watching the lads play in the beautiful Sussex sunshine. Thank you, Stuart, for getting in touch, and hope your recovery's going well.
Ibrahim. That's just tickled round the corner. Has that got fine enough, or can Carson get there? No, he can get there. Cuts off the boundary, and good throw.
Good fielder.
Good flat throw from Carson. Yeah, really good.
Yeah, he's a very good fielder, Jack. He's had a problem with his knees over the last 2 or 3 seasons, but he's really, you know, doesn't seem to have any problems at the moment, and I think he manages that. But that was a really good piece of fielding.
Yeah, there's a number of the young lads here as I said earlier about the Vitality Blast campaign, who were really good fielders. Ibrahim in, and that's why it's called the Surrey cut. He's going to get 4 runs there. Geddes, but didn't really know a lot about that one. Thick inside edge, goes past leg stump and runs away down towards the sea end, down the hill for 4 runs. 99 for 3. Geddes on 49.
Yes, he didn't know an awful lot about that, did he?
No.
Ben Geddes. Nonetheless, 99 for 3 at the end of the over. Archie Lenham, unsurprisingly, is going to carry on. 4 overs at 2 for 14 for Archie. If you just joined us, the men out, Dominic Sibley, who was caught by John Simpson off the bowling of Ollie Robinson for 8. That was when Surrey were 15 for 1. Then Ryan Battelle, having a little bit tied down against the spin of Archie Lenham, drove to mid-off and was caught on the edge of the 30-yard circle by Tom Haynes for 26. And then Cameron Steele, who'd, I say, get himself bogged down. He'd been beaten a couple of times outside of the off-stump by the spin of Archie Lenham, looked to cut the ball away and edge through to John Simpson, and he was gone for 1. Ben Geddes playing very nicely, though. He's on 49 in innings that's included 8 fours. A brief delay here because I think they want something moved behind the bowler's arm, or is something that is distracting the Surrey batters. And the stewards are down here just sorting something out in front of the southwest corner of the ground. It is hot in there today. There's right at the back there's just a little bit of shade, but it is really warm.
Yeah.
Now we're still waiting. John Simpson is pointing with the umpire towards something down towards that southwest corner. There's a steward in a yellow bib.
I wonder if there's glare
It
coming.
could be glare coming off of a window. Yeah, the steward is now clambering over the advertising hoardings. It could be shining off of the dugout here.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
There's a dugout here they use for T20s. I just wonder whether something is glinting off of the dugout. Well, we're okay now, so whatever it was, or it may have been an advertising hoarding itself, we seem to be back in business, and Archie Lenham is going to carry on. Now, this is interesting. Sussex at this stage only need to have 4 fielders outside the circle. They've got 3. In comes Lenham. Bowls, nicely flighted leg break play through the onside. Good bit of fielding by Tom Clark. That helps, you know, when you've got a good fielder in there, one saving position.
Yeah, again, Simpson's got his key fielders in the right position. He's got Crocombe and Carson with good arms doing the boundary riding, and Clark in there.
Lenham again, bowls, and Blake plays that to backward point, fielded by Ibrahim. Again, it's another dot ball from Archie Lenham.
We had I think a game got held up due to glare coming off a window, didn't it? Was it Derby the other year?
Right, okay. In comes Lenham again, bowls, forward
Googly.
comes Blake.
Googly.
Play down the offside. Well, he's mixing things up here, is Archie Lenham. Now the field changes and the long on goes back. As in comes Lenham again, bowls, and using his feet is Blake. Back to Lenham, and there is no run. Now that looks to me, walking down in front of the Spencarn Pavilion, who's that? In Sussex kit, it's a little bit like Ollie Robinson. Not sure if it, I think perhaps someone's coming down to do something about that glare. We shall see. I wouldn't have thought they'd send your quick bowler down there. No, it's not Ollie. In comes Lenham. Bowls, clip to end the air. First run coming off the over from Blake, and it brings the 100 up for Surrey. 100 for 3. Blake goes to 2. Ben Geddes on 49. And the ripple of applause is for the 100. Now, who's this who's been sent down here in their Sussex kit? I think there is a bit of glare from somewhere. Now they're looking underneath the T20 hutch, as it were. In comes Lenham. Bowls, drilled by Geddes. Good shot, good stop by Tom Clark. And just the one run coming off of the over. And this is as well as I've seen Archie Lenham bowl for a couple of years. He's bowling really nicely here. He's got his field right. He's been supported by his skipper. And this has been really good stuff from Archie Lenham, who's now bowled 5 overs and has got the excellent figures of 2 for 15.
Yeah, on what is an absolute shirt front as well. And I think he, you know, you get through 10 overs for 40 odd in a game that's 350 par, that can be match defining. And I think it's crucial that you take the pace off, and I think we'll see Surrey. I think Cameron Steele will have a good bowl on this. I think Yusuf Majid will get through his 10 overs, and Surrey will also take the pace off the ball.
Well, Daniel Ibrahim has been taken out of the attack dam. 4 overs, no wicket for 26, but that included, from memory, 5 wides and a no ball. And Sussex are going to go with spin from both ends, with Jack Carson the off spinner.
Yeah, he'll come around the wicket to the left-handed Josh Blake.
Ollie Robinson is back on the field. I have no idea why those 2 Sussex lads came round. They were sort of looking for something, it looked like, under the T20 dugouts. But anyway, whatever it is, they're making their way back to the pavilion and everybody seems happy again.
Perhaps they want a shortcut round to Tony Gregg's cafe out in the distance. Carson in around the wicket. Blake just nurdles him into the onside and picks up a single. Absolutely gorgeous day here on the south coast. Drive down this morning, 23 degrees at 9:15 on the M25. A few people flying out from Gatwick this morning, bit of traffic. Who needs to go abroad when you've got days like this in the UK, as Carson gives that one a little bit of air, and Geddes will reach his 50 or 55 balls with pleasant stroke. His 3rd one of this competition, and 8 fours in that. And he's batted for just over an hour. And what a fine player he looks. And Geddes, I think he's a real talent, and he's been one of the positives to come out of this campaign. 102 for 3. You're listening to Dan Whiting, Adrian Holmes, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio London, live on the Sussex stream, as Jack Carson comes around the wicket and a little bit of turn. Carson getting a little bit of purchase off the pitch there. Oh, that's well bowled. It's gonna run away. Could even go for 4. Yes, it will do. Away it goes. And with that boundary, Josh Blake passes 500 List A runs for Surrey. Thanks to Marcus Hook and Brian Cowley for their stats they give me before every game. And we'll play Josh Blake. I'm sure there's plenty more in the tank. Moral victory to Carson though, but Blake played that with soft hands. That's a full toss. He's lucky that didn't end up.
Rather missed out there, didn't he?
Yeah, what way's that way? Worthing?
Well, yeah, you've seen those clattered into the flats before now. Yeah. It was fortunate to get away with that.
Yeah. Tossed up, driven by Blake, pushed out to deep cover point, and completes the over. 107 for 3. It's a lovely clock on top of the scoreboard here. It's one of the. It's got a lot of character, this ground.
Yeah.
Whether it's, you know, the hanging baskets on the Spenkarma Pavilion, or the clock on the scoreboard, and yeah, there's a lot of character here.
No, there really is a lot of history at this at this ground. As we were saying, there are going to be some changes. I wasn't aware, as I've been away for a bit of time this week, wasn't aware of the fact that the local council have approved some Some building works here, so we'll have to find out all about that. Archie Lennon, meanwhile, was going to carry on. In his 6th over, 107 for 3 are Surrey. The field, 4 men saving 1 on the offside, 2 on the leg, just the 3 men outside the circle. As in comes Lennon, bowls, drilled down the ground by Blake, only as far as Jack Carson in his white sun hat. And there is no run. Sussex could have 4 fielders outside the circle if they wanted to. But they haven't at this stage. In comes Lennon. Bowls to Blake, who's forward, nudging this to backward point, fielded by Ibrahim. Again, there is no run. Those 3 fielders, there's a deep point, a deep mid-wicket, and almost a wide-ish, deep fine leg, almost deep backward square leg. Ollie Robinson all the way out there on the boundary edge. Lennon in again. Bowls, quicker delivery, and he beats Blake outside of the off stump. Taken by Simpson. Again, there is no run. 3 dot balls to start the over.
Yeah, this is quality from Lennon. Really is.
Now he pushes his mid-on back to long
Yeah.
on. So Sussex now have got the 4 fielders outside the 30-yard circle. Lennon in again. Bowls for, I think he was too short. Where it had gone was Blake. Played into the offside. Fielded by Carter. Again, there is no run. And immediately John Simpson wants a change in the field. He's just bringing Henry Crocombe, who's out on that leg side boundary, more towards Cow Corner. Just a little straighter. And then just wants, he wants him brought in just a few yards as well. Yeah, John Simpson supporting his bowler here. Lennon, 4 dot balls in the over so far. In and bowls and clipped onto the onside by Blake. Picks up a single, fielded by Crocombe. 108 for 3.
Yeah, one's a fine if Lennon can get out of the over with just 2 off it. It's good going. Mind games.
Lennon tosses the ball from hand. Is in and bowls and played into the offside, fielded by Robinson in the covers, who shies at the stumps, misses the stumps, but it's another very good over by Archie Lennon. He's only conceded the 1 run off of it at the end of the 21st over. Surrey, having won the toss here and decided to bat, are 108 for 3. And just to give you some indication of how Sussex have put the brakes on here, at the end of the 11th over, Surrey were 68 for 1. So they've added, 40 runs in the last 10 overs.
Yeah, and Lennon has been the architect of the parsimony. I hope you're more generous at the bar, Adrian, than Mr. Lennon is with this.
He's been very miserly, hasn't he?
Yeah.
I've put the kettle on. Would you like a cup of coffee, Dan?
I'd love one, yeah, thank you very much. So, we're going to see Carson continue from the Cromwell Road end. Umpire Mark Newell standing at that end, one to this parish. And Mohammed Wasim at square leg. Here is Carson around the wicket. That's just played cautiously by Blake. His 100 at Chelmsford the other day was a really good innings. Came in with a score on 53 for 3. Reverse sweep, but can't get it past Carter. Yep, Josh Blake came in at 53 for 3, and it was, he provided the foundations towards that imposing total, which was too much for the hosts of 306, which Surrey got at Chelmsford on Friday. Blake just defends. Yeah, so Blake got a run of ball 100 and that. But Ollie Sykes, who's due in next, 87. And what a joy to watch. Really was. Reverse swept again, picks out Carter. Can't get it past Ollie Carter at backward point. I did joke with Ollie Sykes the other day because he narrowly missed my car at Kibworth at Leicestershire where it was parked at long on. We have no control, which is given car parking spaces.
I didn't hear us come for the update. I don't know whether you heard it.
No.
Right.
That's
Shot.
reverse swept, and he's got that past Carter this time.
Very good.
Yeah.
That was a good shot.
Yeah. Innovation from Blake. And at Chelmsford, my car was parked in the usual spot behind the pavilion there, and Ollie Sykes has put one over the pavilion, having missed it by a matter of inches at Kibworth the other day. So I don't know if Mr. Mr. Sykes, as that's driven out to long off, I don't know if Mr. Sykes has shares in panel beating companies or, you know, various windscreen companies. But I did tell him that today I'd be parking my car in Worthing. Luckily it's underground here. Good setup.
I just butt in, Dan, because we've got an update to do to our listeners on BBC Radio. Sussex, Surrey and Kent. And Archie Lenham's going to carry on bowling from this, the Cromwell Road end of the ground.
We can get the latest from the cricket now because Adrian Harms is watching Sussex in the one-day cup against Surrey at home. How's it looking at home?
Well, it's looking glorious. It's a lovely sunny day here, lots of blue sky, just a few fair weather clouds, and Sussex are doing rather well here because Surrey, having won the toss, are 113 for 3. They've had 22 of their 50 overs, and very much the standout man for Sussex so far today has been Archie Lenham, the young leg spinner who's picked up a couple of wickets here. Ben Geddes going along very nicely for Surrey. He's 50 not out. Surrey 117 for 3 in the 23rd over. Kent also in action today in the same competition. That's the 50 over one-day cup. They're playing Durham, and Durham 132 for 3 after 24 overs.
Thanks very much, Adrian. We'll catch up again in about an hour from now.
Thank you. As Lenham comes in and bowls, the first ball of that over was driven away through the offside for a boundary by Blake. He goes to 19, sorry, to 118 for 3. And the next delivery is a thick inside edge. It almost went onto the stumps. Blake survives.
Yeah, it was a lovely moment though, his 100 on Friday. His parents were there, his girlfriend was there, and it was just, you know, those moments in cricket that tug at the heartstrings, Adrian.
Lenham coming into bowl to Geddes, who's 50 not out. He's in bowls, and Geddes drives that one back down the ground. Doesn't quite time it, does Geddes. He rehearses the shot. He remains on 50, 118 for 3. Bit of breeze around actually. I can see the trees outside the ground just swaying a bit in the wind, and that'll make it more comfortable for spectators as Lenham is in bowls. Cut away stylishly by Geddes out towards the cover boundary. They've taken one, they won't take two. That's very good indeed by Henry Crocombe, who gets a round of applause from Archie Lenham, the bowler. He covers the ground very quickly, Crocombe, and got the throw in quickly, which was key.
He should do. He's got long legs, hasn't he?
He has got long legs. No, he has got long legs, but he was very quickly to the ball. Now, Sussex got on the attack again with Blake on strike. In comes Lenham, bowls, and swept down towards fine leg. That's a nice shot by Blake, and he's going to pick up a boundary. Yes, he is. So a relatively expensive over here from Archie Lenham, who's bowled very well so far. But this over has gone for 10 runs, and it's another boundary to Josh Blake, who goes to 23, and Surrey to 123 for 3, with one ball remaining of the 23rd over. 6 men saving 1, 4 of those on the offside, 2 on the leg. Lenham tosses the ball from hand to hand and comes in, bowling to Josh Blake, and Blake plays carefully to backward point, fielded by Daniel Ephraim. That is the end of Archie Lenham's over. He always looks disappointed, Archie, when he concedes some runs, and he's sort of taken his cap from the umpire and he sort of walks away looking very dejected to his fielding position. But he shouldn't be, because it can happen in limited overs cricket. 10 off the over. Sorry, 123 for 3 after 23 overs.
Yeah, he's Neil Lenham's son, isn't he?
Yes, he is.
Yeah.
And Les Lenham's grandson.
Yeah.
So it's a dynasty of Lenhams here.
Yeah, just popped outside and saw some of the old pictures on the walls here. Mushtaq Ahmed, he could bowl a little bit of leg spin.
Yeah, he could, yeah.
I'm sure he could pass Archie on a few tips. Anyway, here's Jack Carson, who's an off spinner, bowling to Geddes, who drives beautifully out through extra cover, and that's well fielded now on the boundary.
Yeah,
Is
that's
that Allsop?
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Good fielder is Tom Allsop.
Yeah.
Very quick across the ground.
2 runs.
Very good hockey player back in his younger days.
was he?
Tom Allsop, yeah.
I think that helps.
Yeah.
You know, you get Zaman Akhtar as well. It's played international hockey, I think, for England. At Gloucestershire, that's well bowled. A little bit of turn into the pad of Geddes. Yeah, I think that helps. And I mean,
It's all hand-eye coordination, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, Morgan hurling, and that helped him, you know, get the ball into scored in a 360-degree arc as Geddes plays that one up to long on. Ollie Robinson out there.
No, I was lucky enough to see some hockey when I was away, and the standard of the hockey was just incredible. Really, you just get a feeling of just how, you know, these people, just to get to the Olympics, you've got to be pretty exceptional, and the hockey was incredibly skillful.
Carson tosses that one up, driven by Blake out to Robinson, long off. So was it? Were your tickets cheap? Was it?
Because we bought them beforehand, they weren't too bad, but certainly now, further on in the Olympics, some of the prices when we were there were crazy.
Yeah, it often happens at these big sort of global events, doesn't it? Bowled a little bit quicker by Carson into the pads of Geddes.
Yes, the tickets we had were bought beforehand, so we didn't really have any expectations of picking anything else up, and there were a lot of people there who would have been trying to buy them.
Carson again.
Bold.
Tosses that one up. I like to see this. Nice to see young spinners having the confidence to give it a little bit of air.
Yeah, totally. I'm just
Towards
looking
the over.
Sorry, Dan. 127.3. I'm just looking at this game here last week, which was played on the same pitch in similar conditions. After 25 overs, there's still 1 over to go as far as Surrey are concerned. Leicestershire were 150 for 2, so not a million miles different. Sussex after 20 overs last week were 121 for 1. So, you know, if you're looking at a score round about 300, Surrey are not. I mean, clearly Sussex would want to restrict them to less than that. But it's the final 20 overs, isn't it, where they talk about you're always sort of doubling the score you've got.
Yeah, and Ollie Sykes, if he bats anything like he did on Friday.
Well, he's there. Oh, sorry, Blake's on 24. In comes Lenham, and he beats Blake outside the off stump. There is no run.
Yes,
Yeah,
right.
Ollie Sykes, young player who you rate highly.
Very highly. Yeah, if he bats anything like Friday, then I think the local glaziers might do well in the flats with the windows.
Interesting. We'll look forward to that. In comes Lenham, over the wicket, bowls, and drilled down the ground, only as far as Tom Haynes on the edge of the 30-yard circle. What I like here from John Simpson is that despite Archie Lenham having gone for 10 in his previous over, he's kept those 4 men up inside the circle on the offside, and 2 on the legs. There's 6 men inside the circle. Lenham in again, bowls slightly wider, cut away by Blake to Allsop, who's fielding down at deep backward square. 1 more to Blake, he goes to 25. I would imagine for the right-hander Geddes, who is more set, he's been in there a while, I would imagine there'll be 4 fielders on the boundary, and indeed they are. There's a deep backward square, a deep mid-wicket, a long off, and a sweeper on the cover boundary. Lenham again. In and bowls to Geddes, who drives down the ground. Well, the crowd thought that was a catch. It was a crowd catch. It was drilled into the ground. You probably heard the crowd sort of a stifled appeal.
But it goes to show the firmness of this wicket, because Lenham's had to jump and take that above his head.
He has. Lenham in again. Bowls and cut away through backward point by Geddes. There's a fielder out on that boundary. Is Henry Crocombe. Just the 1 to Ben Geddes. He goes to 55 off 65 delivery. Sorry, 129 for 3. Sibley for 8. Patel for 26 and Steele for 1. The Surrey players who are back in the pavilion as we approach the halfway stage of the Surrey innings, having won the toss and decided to bat first. Lenham is in, bowled and punched by Blake down to long on, where he would take a single, fielded by Jack Carson, That's the end of another very tidy over from Archie Lenham, and at the end of it, and indeed at the halfway stage, Surrey are 130 for 3, just the 3 runs coming off of the over. The partnership between these two is now worth, last week it went down at 85, so it's 15 and what are we, 29, as we have the drinks break. 15 and 29, what's that, 44. And Archie Lenham has now bowled 8 overs and has taken 2 for 28.
Yeah, you wouldn't think Lenham's bowling well, would you, with his body language?
No, he's quite often with, you know, I don't know if it's just the way that he is, but often he looks so disconsolate. But he's bowled really nicely. Drinks are coming out, gives us a chance just to run through some of the scores in the other matches. Neither of these two counties can qualify for the latter stages of the competition. But elsewhere in this group, Nottinghamshire 123 for 3 at the halfway stage against Essex. I'm assuming that game is being played at Trent Bridge. Yes, it is. Who's in the runs there? Ben Slater, who was in good form for Notts against Surrey last week, has made 47.
Yeah.
Elsewhere, Warwickshire 102 for 4 against Yorkshire at Edgbaston. That's very much a battle between Warwickshire and Glamorgan as who's going to win the group.
Is that Edgbaston or is that Rugby?
Oh, it might be at Rugby actually. Yeah, I think you could be right. You're spot on. It's at Rugby School.
What a venue that is.
Yeah,
if you ever get the chance.
Yeah, never been there. But
we were there the other Friday and it was 311 played 308.
Can't grumble about that.
Yeah, beautiful part of the world.
The winners of the group go directly through to the semi-finals, which is, I think, what should happen in T20 cricket. But that's for another day, perhaps. And talking about Glamorgan, they're playing Leicestershire today. That game being played at Grace Road. And Leicestershire in all sorts of trouble. They won here last week by 10 runs in a high-scoring game, but they're 123 for 6 against Glamorgan. Peter Hanscom holding things together. He's 29 not out. And Tim van der Hoekten in amongst the wickets there, 4 for 34. Fine bowler,
isn't he?
So they're all vying for position in the top of this group. And in the other group, Middlesex 86 for 5 against Somerset. I'm not sure where that's being played. Probably Radlett, I suspect. I'll have a look in a minute.
Lords.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, right, that's interesting.
Yeah, they're at Lords.
Lancashire 99 for 5 against Northamptonshire at Wantage Road. Hampshire 95 for 6 against Worcester, and Durham 152 for 3 against Kent. The mathematics is far too difficult for me to work out, but in the other group, pretty much every side will feel they've got a chance of qualifying for the latter stages of the competition. Only 3 go through to the quarterfinals. As I say, the winners of each group go directly to the semi-finals. Glamorgan haven't lost too many players to the 100 actually. They look quite strong, as have Warwickshire.
That's what you find. Leicestershire won it last year. I think they only lost 1 last year. And Adrian, you missed out the big game of the day, which starts at 5 o'clock, so it hasn't started yet. That's between the Montreal Tigers and the Toronto Nationals.
Yeah, I have no idea.
Nor do I.
I have absolutely no idea. There is a game being played at the Oval today. The London Spirit Women 120 for 8 in their 100 balls against the Oval Invincibles. As the 100 competition, I have to say I haven't really been following it, but I think they're virtually at the sort of finishing where everyone's played everybody, haven't they?
Yeah.
And then they go into whatever it is, playoffs or whatever. What we do know here is we've had 25 overs and Surrey 130 for 3, and they'll be looking to maybe not step on the accelerator just yet, but they'll be very conscious. This is a good pitch and a quick outfield. And, you know, 300 you feel today is almost a minimum.
Yeah, it certainly is. Good wicket here at the First Central County Ground. Hot day. Good wicket. Batting paradise. As that's tossed up by Carson. That could well go away for 4 runs. Down underneath the Spen Karma Pavilion. What is Spencom? Is it a company or a...
No, Sven Karma was a philanthropist who gave a lot of money to Sussex on his death, which really did help the club through a difficult period in their history.
It's a fantastic structure. Driven out to long off. Yeah, it's reminds me a little bit of some of the stands at Canterbury.
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's been there for a while, and the Spencama legacy was, and that's why the pavilion is named after him. But it's been there for many, many years.
Yeah, 6 hanging baskets in the tier to the left. As Carson comes over the wicket, and Geddes just helps it through square leg for a single. Yeah, so the building to the left, it's all part of the same pavilion, isn't it?
Yep.
And behind those hanging baskets, it looks like a...
Well, the boardroom is in there. And
oh, is that the boardroom? Yeah, okay. Oh, that's well bowled. Bit of turn. And between the boardroom bit and the upper tier, there's some building up there.
Yeah, scorers are up there next to the scoreboard.
Aha. Driven off the back foot, or punched really. For a single. 137 for 3 now. These two going nicely. And there's the 50 partnership. As Geddes works that one through square leg. All batted those two. Yeah, the seagulls here, or the gulls, are not as big as the ones in Cardiff. They're like pterodactyls, those things. They really are. They're, but I think they're harder here. They don't seem to mind a cricket ball hurling towards them. They're just, just par for the course. I remember a few years ago, Ryan Higgins hit one off the bowling of, was it Will Beer here?
Okay.
And smashed one into a seagull.
Right, okay.
Flopped down the pitch and then just got on with it and flew off.
Oh, really? Okay, that's interesting.
Yeah.
Archie Lenham is going to come in to bowl his his ninth over. From this, the C end. He's in and bowls to Geddes, who works this one away through the covers. Crocombe is very quickly in from the cover boundary to field, throws on the bounce to Simpson. One more to Geddes. He goes to 58, 169 for 3. Lenham wanders back to his mark. He's now going to bowl to the left-handed Josh Blake. Sussex still with 6 fielders inside that circle. Lenham in again. Blake dances down the track, uses his feet, and well bowled by Lenham. Played by Blake into Tom Clark, who's fielded in mid-wicket. And again, there is no run. Cat and mouse here between Lenham and Blake. It's a good contest to watch. Lenham in again. Over the wicket, bowls. Well, could very easily have been LBW there. Could Blake. Let's wait for the umpire's signal. But he's signalled as a bye. Got himself in a bit of a tangle there, did Josh Blake. One more to the total, 140 for 3. But Archie Lenham is asking plenty of questions here.
Yeah, certainly is.
4th ball of the over, he's in and bowls, and Geddes plays this without timing into the covers, fielded by Tom Clark. There is no run. Now just the 4, no, there are 5 fielders inside the circle, 4 out, protecting the boundaries. As in comes Lenham. Bowls and played firmly again by Geddes, but straight to Tom Clark, who saved no end of runs in there today. That was straight to him, but he's a really good fielder in there, Tom Clark. Geddes on 58 off 70 deliveries, 140 for 3. Lenham in again, bowls, and Geddes hammers that one away. It's past Ollie Robinson, who's in the covers, and that's gone away for 4 runs. It was a good shot by Geddes. And that's the end of Archie Lenham's over. So 5 off the over. There was a leg by as well, which makes it 6. And at the end of that over, Archie Lenham has bowled 9 overs and has taken 2 for 34 as a sign goes up on the scoreboard saying sun cream dispensers can be found at the Spen Karma Pavilion, and I think it said the Cromwell Road at the C end of the ground. So if you've forgotten your sun cream, there is plenty of it around the ground. 144 for 3 at the end of. Good shot by Geddes. He goes to 62. Blake on 32. And these two, Dan, just building a nice partnership here.
Yeah, they are. They're rebuilding because 88 for 3 was... You're not in trouble there, but on a good wicket, you want to be a little bit more than that, perhaps, as that's just nurdled into the onside for a single. However, looking around the country, Hampshire 95 for 6. Carson in, and this goes over the top of long off. It's going to go a couple of bounces and run away up the hill. 4 runs.
I've been impressed by Ben Geddes' shot selection today,
Yeah,
Dan. I mean, he's seen Ryan Patel rather give his wicket away when he lost patience, but he's been very patient here, Geddes.
Yeah, I think the key for Geddes here, he's had 2 60s in this competition. He's currently on 66. He needs now to go on and get that 3-figure score as that goes up to long on. Yeah, Hampshire 95 for 6. As they say in the trade, they're Mark Knopfler. They're in dire straits.
Yeah, there's a few wickets have tumbled actually around the country, but it's coming back to Geddes. He hits that boundary, then he plays the next ball for a single. That's good cricket.
Oh, come on in the over, Adrian. I want your view as that's cut by Blake. Moves on to 34. What's your view on the white balls this year? Because I think they're actually creating better games of cricket. There's a little bit more in it for the bowler, and there's more of an equal contest between bat and ball, I think. That's driven pleasantly by Geddes, but picks out Zach Leon Cachet.
Yeah.
And they only bowled them 25 overs in this because they use 1 from each end. Good turn there from Carson. And a little bit of bounce as well, and Geddes just had to adjust and change his shot. So at the end of 28 overs, Surrey 151 for 3, Geddes 67 off 75 balls, Blake 34 off 41, and they look like they're going to set an imposing total here.
Yeah.
So your view on the white balls, Adrian?
Yeah, well, I mean, I think there's been some really good games in this 50 over. And although Sussex haven't won a game, they could have easily won 3, and all really good games of cricket. In comes Lenham, bowling his fine over, comes in and bowls to Blake, who looks to sweep that one away on the leg side. The ball goes through to Simpson, who takes it unfussily, and there is no run. Archie Lenham 9 overs before this, figures of 2 for 34. The young leg spinner. Who's now 20 is Archie. In comes and again he beats. What if that kept a little low to Blake, taken by Simpson. Again, there is no run. And tosses the ball from that. There is quite a breeze now actually. You can just see the breeze just rustling Archie Lenham's trousers, and that will please the spectators. He's in again, bowls, and Blake plays this one into the offside. Doesn't really time it, and it rather dribbles into the offside. It's just a single. Blake goes to 35, 152 for 3.
He's a trudger, isn't he, Lenham? He trudges back to his mark.
Yes, he does. He'll be very keen to get out of this over with some very good bowling figures. 3 balls remaining. Comes into bowl to Ben Geddes, and Geddes is working this one to backward point. There is no run, fielded there by Ollie Carter. Total remains 152 for 3. Yes, I mean, we had a low-scoring game here against Warwickshire. but it turned out to be a very good game, and the game last week was terrific against Leicestershire. So yeah, I think there's been some good cricket with these balls. In comes Lennon, bowls, and does he play on? Does Ben Geddes? John Simpson has absolutely demolished the stumps.
Yeah,
the ball went through to Simpson, and I think he threw the ball at the stumps and demolished them, but Geddes was in his ground.
I think the ball's gone into the ground and Simpson's had to take it above his head and smashes down the stumps, but by that time Geddes got back.
So, last ball of Archie Lennon's spell, and a good spell of bowling it's been as well for the spinner, who's in and bowls, and Geddes drives firmly into the covers. Geddes is really annoyed with himself. Well fitted by Ollie Robinson, and well bowled Archie Lennon, who has been a little expensive at stages in this competition, and really interesting to see John Simpson immediately comes across, taps him on the back and says well bowled. I think he's a bit hard on himself, you know, sometimes, Archie Lennon. That's really good. 10 overs, 2 for 35. Ollie Carter comes and shakes his hands as well. But I'm sure he'll get a good ovation, Archie Lennon, as he makes his way down to the corporate hospitality area here at the end of the game. There we are. Nice round of applause. Well bowled.
Yeah, Sussex County Cricket Club running through his blood.
Yeah.
If you cut him in half, there'd be martlets on each side, wouldn't there?
Just a little bit frustrated there, Ben Geddes.
Yeah.
At the end of that over.
Carson into Blake, who reverse sweeps and picks out Carter. How's Carter been doing? He's a good batter. I wasn't sure about his keeping at times, but
Yeah.
he's a decent bat.
Yeah.
Reversed again, finds Carter.
Well, I think it was no secret that Paul Farbrace felt that Sussex needed really a top-class wicket-keeper. Now, that's not to say that Ollie Carter isn't going to be at some stage in his career, but
He's still young.
yes.
Learning his trade. Down the leg side and swept conventionally this time by Blake, but picks out Lenham.
But yeah, I mean, he's been slightly in and out the side in the Championship. Made a very good 90 here against, I think it was Leicestershire. Hasn't quite cemented his place in the side, I would say, Dan.
Carson as Geddes drives.
He's getting frustrated, you know, here at Ben Geddes. I can see Ollie Robinson warming up at the far end of the ground.
Is there anyone else who can bowl spin? That's played out to the aforementioned Robinson.
Not today. I mean, normally James Coles will bowl a bit of spin.
Yeah. Where is Coles? Is he with 100?
Yes, he is.
Yeah.
But again, I think he played the first couple of games. I don't think he's played it. He certainly didn't play yesterday.
He's got lovely action. Coles.
Yeah, and he's a beautiful bat as well.
Yeah.
You know, very stylish.
But the left arm spin, he gets right over that sort of braced front leg, doesn't he? So that's well bowled. Carson, I think, lets out a cry of anguish as the ball squirts out of the outside face of Josh Blake's bat. 155 for 3 at the end of the 30th.
Yeah, and I think
Double score from here.
well, yeah, and you feel on a good pitch with a quick outfield that Surrey will need that. Now, Ollie Robinson is coming back into the attack. He was warming up down at the Cromwell Road end. He's going to bowl this particular spell from the C end of the ground. 5 overs, 1 for 27 for Ollie Robinson, playing the first match, or his first match in the competition today, having been released to play by the Trent Rockets, as indeed has Tom Alsop. Haven't played a game so far, either of them.
If they don't get picked for, is it 2 games in a row? I believe they can go back to their county.
Can they?
Yeah, I think that was the case with Gloucestershire, because they recalled Matt Taylor, who was with the London Spirit. I don't know where people are now.
Well, and I think these rules are quite complicated for the public to follow as well. You know, players can come and go, and it all seems very.
Yeah.
In comes Ollie Robinson around the wicket, bowls. That was a full toss, and Blake has played all around that, and Ollie Robinson rather got away with one there. That was a bit of a loosener. Yeah, and I don't think that's particularly good for the competition, to be honest, for the 100, where people don't know, you know, are you losing a player for the whole of the competition or none of it? Have you got players? So I don't blame the players, they're getting well paid for doing it, but from a county point of view, you've got players now coming back like Robinson, who've barely bowled in the last 3 weeks. In comes the aforementioned Robinson, bowls to Blake, who's forward placed to mid-wicket. There is no run. And I guess some of the Surrey lads may not be playing much. I don't know. I don't know if they're all playing.
Do you know what? Because I've been so busy working on this, I've hardly seen a game in the 100.
No.
If I'm honest with you, I just, you know, it's like you. We've
There's
just
been a
been
lot
running around from game to game in this competition.
Yeah.
And
Robinson wheels around in front of us, number 25 on the back of his pink shirt, and comes into bowl to Josh Blake. Blake is clipping this to mid-wicket, fielded there at mid-wicket by Clark. That's a very good bit of fielding. He misses the stumps, but he's so quick across the ground, is Tom Clark. And Ben Geddes had to get a bit of a shift on to get into his ground at 156 for 3. Robinson is by no means bowling flat out here. 156 for 3, Geddes on 68.
And going back to Robinson not playing, he's one of those bowlers who needs overs. He's a rhythm bowler.
Well, definitely. And if you talk to Wally, that's exactly what he says. I think that's why he's bowled so well in the T20 this year. He's in over the wicket, bowls and pulled away by Geddes. That's a good shot. And that's gone for 6 runs.
That's the first one, isn't it?
It is the first 6. It was too short, and Geddes pulled it away onto the leg side. He goes to 74 off 81. It was too short from Ollie Robinson, and Geddes onto it in a flash, and having looked frustrated in that last over of spin from Jack Carson, Geddes picks up the short delivery and thumps it away. 162 for 3. Ollie Robinson wants a change in the field now. He's moving Zach Leon Cachet's going out to that deep mid-wicket position. There's already a deep square leg. A sweeper on the cover boundary. And a third man as Robinson is in, bowls, and Geddes clips that one nicely through mid-wicket, picks up a single. He goes to 75, the total to 163 for 3 in the 31st of the 50 overs. Robinson wanders back towards us. For those of you who don't know the ground, he's bowling up a slope which from end to end is about 10 feet. From the top end of the ground, the Cromwell Road, and down to here at the sea end. Robinson in and bowls and pulled away by Blake. He's going to get a single down to fine leg. That's the end of Ollie Robinson's leg. Relatively expensive, 9 coming off the over. Surrey would be very pleased about that. 164 for 3. Geddes on 75. Blake on 39. These two coming together when the score was 83. So this partnership now with 81 between these two.
Adrian, I love Hove. I love coming down here. Lovely people and lovely ground. And when you've got days like today, it's fantastic. However,
I thought there was a butt coming.
However, the floodlights not being in symmetry around the ground is playing havoc with my OCD. It really is.
Someone else mentioned that the other week. I'd never noticed it, to be honest. You get used to things, don't you?
You do. You do. The 3 on the right-hand side of the ground. That's the scoreboard side, is it?
Yeah, the clock tower scoreboard.
Clock tower scoreboard. Quite close together as Carson continues, and that is going to go away for 4 despite Ollie Carter getting a hand on it. Blake had to wait for that for his reverse sweep, and Carter gets a palm on it but runs away down the hill. Yeah, so the ones on the clock tower scoreboard are quite close together, whereas the ones on the Spen Karma side, that's down the leg side, it's going to be a wide. One's on the Spen Karma pavilion, or that side of the ground, or as they run round to the Cromwell Road end, are further spaced apart. And I can't deal with it. I can't deal with it.
So someone's making a noise in our effects microphone. I'm not sure if that might be a seagull or something down there.
Driven pleasantly by Blake out to deep cover point where Henry Crocombe is doing the fielding.
Yeah, I mean, Surrey from here on in, you know, they'll be when they're scoring at 5.4 and over. If they can pick it up to 6, 7, 8 and over, they'll be looking. Geddes is key now.
Yeah. As that's drilled, punched off the back foot out to mid-off. Yeah, so you got Henry Crocombe. You had Henry Rogers the other day as well.
Yes, he came on as 12th man a little while ago for...
It's like the House of Tudor here with all the Henrys.
Yeah.
That's played to mid-wicket, but no run because Zach Leon Cachet is there. Oh, that's reversed. He's got something on that. I'm not sure what he's got on it. Is it runs or leg buys?
I reckon that was off the glove.
Yeah. It's gone over the head of Simpson. I mean, no fault to Simpson. He was way over his head. Tossed up and driven, but only out to extra cover. So 173 for 3 with 18 overs left. I think Surrey would want at least 140 from here.
Yeah, I think this is this is a 300 plus pitch, isn't it? As I say, last week in the game against Leicestershire made...
I think it's mid 300s.
Yeah, Leicestershire 363 for 7, Surrey 353 for 9. So, Jackie Pelling's been in touch from Polegate. Hello, Jackie. Good to hear from you. She says, "I'm sorry, Jack. You sent this email a little while ago, so apologies. I haven't read it before." She says, "Late on parade this morning, but I've been watching and listening to play on the ECB app. So actually haven't missed anything, but I'm here now and enjoying the sunshine, and more to the point, the way Sussex are keeping Surrey to minimal runs during this period," which they certainly were when Archie Lennon was bowling. One ground you forgot to mention that we've been to this year is our own Arundel ground, but I don't think you were there for that one. It's the first time I'd attended that ground and thought it delightful. In comes a Robinson bowl, was clipped away by Geddes through square leg, picks up a single, he goes to 77. 174 for 3. Yes, Sussex went there for one of the warm-up games before the National Counties games, before this competition began. It is a lovely ground, and I spoke to John Philby, the Sussex chair. You can hear an interview with John on our BBC Radio Sussex Sport Twitter feed, where John spoke about Arundel very much on the agenda for a return to cricket next season. Comes Robinson, bowls wide outside the off stump, hammered away by Blake through the covers. Just a single, fielded by Allsop, sweeping on the cover boundary. 175 for 3. Sussex haven't played any outground cricket since COVID.
Yeah, one of the biggest travesties in the game of cricket is that the central recreation ground at Hastings is now a shopping centre.
Yeah, beautiful ground.
Is, yeah, absolutely criminal.
Robinson running up the hill away from us, in and bowls, driven by Geddes out into the offside. There is no run footed by Carter. Didn't time that at all, Geddes, and looks at the bottom of his bat. 4 men saving, one on the offside, one on the leg. I can see Tom Haynes warming up down below us, which is interesting. Maybe going to bowl his medium paces, we'll see. Jackie goes on to say, "Good to hear that planning has been agreed to the Eton Road end. I've often thought it needs a bit of attention and might go some way to bringing other opportunities to the club with the revenue benefits that go with it." And Jackie says, "Thanks for the commentary." Well, thank you, Jackie, for getting in touch on Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk. In comes Robinson, over the wicket, bowls, and Geddes. Well, he looked to step away to the leg side, and that was right up in the block hole from Ollie Robinson. It just missed the off stump through to Simpson, and there is no run. And
that's not missed by much.
No. And Ollie Robinson, who just didn't incur, well, not the wrath of the umpire, but a little early on they were looking at where he was following through with his front foot. That was from the Cromwell Road end, and now from the C end. Umpire just having a little look at the footmarks. Robinson in again, bowls, and clip down the ground, fielded by Haynes, who is very quickly in but gets the throw, but it's a comfortable single to mid-on to Ben Geddes, who goes to 78, 176 for 3 in the 33rd of the 50 overs.
Yeah, double bounce throw there from Haynes into Simpson, and umpire Mohammed Wasim just giving him the look. They don't like that, do they?
No, they don't.
Want one bounce, but 2 bounces is a big no-no.
Robinson in again, bowls right up into the block hole. Blake steers that to mid-wicket. There is no run. That's a better over from Ollie Robinson. Just the 3 runs conceded. At the end of it, 176 for 3. Sorry, with Ben Geddes on 78. Josh Blake on 47. The Sussex flag is linked to the flagpole on the clock tower scoreboard, but there's no Surrey flag. I don't know who is meant to bring the flag from Surrey today, but is it the feathers on the Surrey flag?
3 feathers?
Yeah.
Prince of Wales feathers.
Right, well, it's not there today, so whoever was meant to bring it, I think, generally speaking, quite often the scorer brings the flag along, but
Yeah,
no flag today.
not Debbie's role, I don't think. So,
Well, I thought Tom Haynes might come on to bowl, and indeed he is. And that may say something about a little bit of the pace of the pitch, because he bowls sort of medium pace. Tom
Yeah,
Haynes just nips it around a little bit.
dibbly dobbly.
Well, it could be reflective of the fact that Dan Abram didn't bowl a particularly good spell earlier on today. 17 overs to go. Decent crowd in, by no means full here at Hove. The temporary seating at the far end of the ground is probably about a quarter full, I'd imagine. The southwest corner about half full. Members stand looks pretty busy to me.
Yeah.
And that'll be the place to watch as time goes on, because that will be more in the shade. And plenty of white sun hats on display.
Yeah, they look.
It's a sun hat type day, Dan.
Yeah, they look, vast array of sun hats, straw hats, bucket hats, Panamas. It's a epicentre of fashion here at the First Central County Ground at Hove. Here is
Tom Haynes.
Tom Haynes, and that's drilled through mid-wicket for 2. And get his moves into the 80s.
He does. The field there at mid-wicket, he hurt himself, Tom Clark. I think he might have just sort of caught his leg on an old wicket end there.
Yeah, we went out there, didn't we, for the toss, and the square is bone dry.
Yeah.
It is hard as anything. Almost as hard as the seagulls here, Adrian. Hayne, and that's played up to Carter.
You were talking about that Middlesex-Somerset game being at Lord's. Having a strange season, Middlesex, aren't they? 98 for 8 they are.
Yeah, they won at Lancashire the other day. That's over the top of mid-on, not with any great timing from Geddes, but no harm done. Gets a single. Yeah, it's a
They've won 3 games in this competition, to be fair, and they weren't out of it going into this round of matches. They'd have needed to win both of their last 2.
and they're sitting second in Division 2 behind
yeah,
you guys.
and
I think Yorkshire will probably catch them though.
Well, last game of the season is here, Sussex against Middlesex.
Okay.
And
Big
Sussex,
game.
yeah, and Sussex go to Scarborough next in the Championship to play Yorkshire. So there's a lot of cricket to go in this last half dozen weeks of the season. That's all it is left, you know.
You got Gloucestershire and Bristol as well.
Yes.
Yeah. Haynes smashed through point just for 1. Lakes on to 48.
Jamie Burnett, the Sussex press officer, has just become my favourite person as he's bought in the lunch vouchers. So thank you for that, Jamie. Partnership of 97 between these two, Dan. It's been a good partnership as well. Bit of rebuilding to be done.
Yeah. Haynes ambling in. That's just driven back to him. Geddes closing in on 100. Deserves it. And if you score 102 60s in this competition, I think you've had a decent Decent
that's
tournament.
Paul.
It's down the leg side. It's going to be 5 wides, or a wide and 4. 4 now, isn't it?
Yeah, that
Used to be
was...
5 wides back in our day, Adrian, back in the good old days.
Well, Simpson, no chance there, did he?
No.
Fired down the leg side, and well, that'll be frustrating for Sussex.
Yeah, that's a freebie. And not only is it the 5 runs, but it's the extra ball. And if that, then goes for 4,
Yep.
1 ball has cost 9 runs. Haynes.
Oh, bowled
him. Well bowled, just a little nip backer, and rearranges Ben Geddes' leg stump. And he does nip it about, he does nibble it, doesn't he, Haynes? And 185 now for the loss of the 4th wicket. Good innings from Geddes, 81 off 92 balls, but goes just short of what would have been a well-deserved century. 10 fours, 1 6 in that innings.
And I missed there with those 5 wides. That was the 100 partnership between these two. Let's listen to the applause for Ben Geddes from this sporting Sussex crowd as he makes his way off. Important wicket though for Sussex, and as I say, before he came out of the ball, we said he just nip it around a little bit, Tom Haynes. He was really disappointed with the previous delivery that went for 5, squirting it down the leg side, but he'll be pleased to have picked up that wicket. 34 overs gone, and as Dan says, 185 for 4. You're listening to live cricket on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio London. You may be watching via the Sussex Cricket Club live stream as an aeroplane makes its way across the ground. Adrian Harms and Dan Whiting on the most glorious day. Lots and lots of blue sky, a bit of cotton wool cloud up towards the downs in the distance, but it's not going to rain today. I think it might do tomorrow. Talk about a bit of thunder around tomorrow, aren't they? It was going to get incredibly hot tomorrow.
Supposed to get about 33, 35 even in London. So anyway, Ollie Sykes has walked out to the wicket, and I'm looking forward to watching this. 87 not out at Chelmsford on Friday. He didn't get many at Kibworth on his debut. He got 8, including 1 6, but he was on a hiding to nothing really. Came in at the end in the pursuit of quick runs, but I rate this lad highly. Wisden Schoolboy Cricketer of the Year, stylish left-hander. Came through Dulwich Cricket Club, but now he's playing for Reigate Priory, and used to play for Dulwich Cricket Club in the Surrey Championship, Division 1, when he was about 12 or 13 years old. So John Simpson played Lancashire League cricket at the age of 9.
Wow.
Which is outrageous. Yeah. Yes.
Well, I'm sure they didn't take it easy on him in the Lancashire League.
No. I mean, it's probably quite dangerous, isn't it, putting a 9-year-old kid into that?
Might have been pre-helmets as well.
Yeah.
Well, change of bowling, and Jack Carstairs can come in from the C end of the ground. He's going to bowl to the left-handed Josh Blake, who's on 48, 185 for 4. Sussex have just taken wickets at important times today. In comes Carstairs. Oh, that's a horrible ball, and he's pulled away. Well, he's lucky to get away with that. That was a full toss, pulled away onto the leg side by Blake, who goes to 49, but that could have gone out the ground. 186 for 4. Well, rather fully missed out, Josh Blake. And this brings us an opportunity to have a look at Ollie Sykes, who Dan has been talking about. Now, immediately, John Simpson puts the pressure on here. Sussex with 7 fielders inside the 30-yard circle. They only need to have 5. Carson in, bowls to Sykes, who's forward. That turned a little. The ball is played out into the offside, footed by Carter, and there is no run. The Sussex flag is fluttering away now on the scoreboard, and the trees just swaying outside of the ground. A very welcome breeze, I'm sure, for the spectators as Carson is in, bowls, and forward is Sykes. Plays that to mid-on, fielded by Ollie Robinson, and there is no run. We were talking about the Middlesex's season. They are second, as Dan was saying, in the second division of the county championship, but they only trail Sussex by 23 points. Carson in again, bowls cut away by, so it's just a very good bit of fielding in there. That was Tom Clark, unsurprisingly, diving away to his right hand side. But Sykes is on his way with a single. 187 for 4. In this, the 35th over of the Surrey innings. Carson in again, bowls, forward comes Blake, one short of his half century. 14 on of 62 balls. You feel it's important here for Surrey for Blake to stay. He's the man who's in. Carson in, floats up a nice off break, clipped away down to fine leg, and that'll be a half century, I think. Or did it come off the pad? We'll wait for the umpire's signal. Nope, it came off the bat. So well batted, Josh Blake. He goes through to a half century of 63 balls in 71 minutes with 4 fours. As an aeroplane, a rather noisy aeroplane, makes its way across the ground. That is the end of the over. At the end of the over, Surrey are 188 for 4, so 3 off the over.
Yeah, well batted Josh Blake. 50 against Gloucestershire, 100 against Essex, and now 50 here against Sussex, and he's had a very good tournament.
Yes, just 35 points separate the top 4 sides in the Division 2 of the County Championship. So if someone puts a little run together, you know, 3 wins from the last 5 games, the maximum points may get some sides quite close.
That's whipped away back with a square. That's good placing from Blake, and they come back. Their running is exceptional.
That was Tom Alsop with the throw. That hit the stumps.
Direct hit from about 60 yards from Alsop, but Blake gets home, no problem at all. Their running was a feature of their partnership of 155 the other day against Essex. Very quick between the wickets. And yeah, really good. ESPN Cricket Info actually says that John Simpson played first team Lancashire League cricket for Haslington when he was 10, so I do apologise.
Oh, we'll let you off.
Driven. I think there's only going to be one this time. Crocombe doing the fielding out there.
Interestingly, just coming back to that county championship battle in Division 2, I mean, Sussex no doubt in pole position, you know, they're top, and Yorkshire have still got to play Middlesex at Headingley, so they're going to take points off each other in that one.
Yeah, and also with 8 for a draw these days as well, I mean, really you should pick up about 14 a game, so the difference between drawing and winning isn't that big, as Haynes comes into Sykes, who pushes that into the offside. So the difference between drawing and winning a game isn't massive, it's only 10 points. If you're 24 clear, if you draw 3 games and Yorkshire or Middlesex get maximum points, you know, it still has to be 3 games out of 5. I think you're home and hosed, Adrian. Sykes pushes that one into the offside as well, no run. Well,
Sussex go to Scarborough, and that won't be straightforward. Then they've got home fixtures here against Derbyshire and Glamorgan. A trip to Bristol, which is never straightforward, getting results at Bristol. You'll probably be at that game, last week.
No, I'm just covering white ball only for them. So I'm finished up on Wednesday. That's angled into the pads of Sykes. You can only push it to Carter at mid-wicket.
But you'll be following Surrey through the rest of the championship.
I'll be doing Surrey, so we go to, well, we've got, start off with the 4-day against Lancashire at the Oval, then Trent Bridge, and then the quarter-final against Durham in the Vitality Blast. Played back to the bowler. That's a good over.
Very good.
Just 3 from it from Tom Haynes. 191 for 4. And just 14 overs left.
Yeah, I was just looking at this stage last week in this game with Leicestershire and Sussex, which was a run fest here after 36 overs. So Surrey 191 for 4. Leicestershire were 228 for 3. And Sussex were 210 for 4. So Surrey will, if well, they'll be looking at 350 plus. Sorry, 300 plus, most certainly. But they're going to need just to keep the scoreboard ticking along here.
Yeah, certainly do. Yeah, so I've got a quarter-final. Well, sorry, I've got a quarter-final against Durham at the Oval in the Vitality Blast.
Jack Carson around the wicket comes into bowl to Sykes, whose forward plays to mid-wicket. Sorry, to Blake plays to mid-wicket. There is no run.
A four-dayer at Somerset, and then
Well, that'd be good down there. Like
Durham
Taunton.
in a four-dayer at the Oval, finishing up against Essex at Chelmsford.
Carson around the wicket, bowls and reversed, hit on the pad. There's a loud appeal. Not given, taking the chance. There was Josh Blake. He just about got away with that.
Close. That was very close.
It was. Carson. In again, bowls, gives that plenty of air. Clipped by Blake to mid-on, fielded by Robinson. A loud cry of no from Josh Blake. This is very good from Sussex at the minute. That was an important wicket of Ben Geddes, just at the stage when Surrey might have been thinking of stepping on the accelerator. Current run rate 5.2 and over. Carson in again, bowls, and attempted burst. That's it on the pad. That's out. Well, he took one liberty too many, did Josh Blake. He'd got away with one earlier in the over, looking to reverse sweep across the line, and that did look very out. And indeed, umpire Mohammed Wasim agrees, and Surrey now 191 for 5, and that's an important wicket for Sussex, an important wicket for Surrey to lose as well, because Blake is the man set, and now Surrey are going to have two new batters at the crease as Jack Carson celebrates. Surrey 191 for 5.
And two 18-year-olds as well, as Adam Thomas, who made his debut in the game against Essex on Friday but didn't bat. 18-year-old from Guildford Cricket Club. He's going to come out and face his first ball in professional cricket. Good innings from Blake, but I thought Carson deserved that.
Yeah.
And if you look at the two spinners, they have gone for, picked up 3 wickets for 80 in 19 overs, and on a batting paradise like this is, I think it's absolute class. And they're only young spinners as well, Carson and Lenham.
No, they are.
Really good.
So, I mean, the danger is for Surrey that they, in looking to chase runs and get a total around 300, that they lose wickets quickly and end up with sort of 250, 260. There's still plenty of overs to bat, 13 to go. If they could score at 7 and over for here, they would be round about the 300 mark, which we feel is minimum, but of course, what do we know? The game here against Warwickshire, when Sussex, there was 70 without loss after the power play, bowled out for 173, and we thought it'd be all over very quickly against a strong Warwickshire side, and Warwickshire got home by 1 wicket. So, you know, it's never over till it's over. But you just feel that Sussex have got their noses in front here.
Sorry, I've got that wrong. I think Thomas actually played against one of the MCCUs, against one of the universities, but this is his first ball.
As comes Carson bowls, and he drives stylishly into the covers, fielded there by, who's that in there? Exactly on cachet, and there is no run.
First ball from a professional.
Yeah. Carson. And again, bowls and clipped away by Thomas to mid-wicket. There is no run. That's a very fine over. In fact, it's a wicket maiden, which you don't often see in limited overs cricket. Surrey 191 for 5 at the end of the 37th over. So, 13 overs to go. If you're a Sussex supporter wondering about this lower order for Surrey, where are the runs likely to come from, Dan? Sorry.
Well, Sykes is the danger man. Connor McCurr, he got 70 at Guildford. He likes to put bat to ball, shall we say. Very strong guy, Connor, and likes to give it a whack. Haynes to Sykes, and he plays that up the ground and comes through for a single. Yeah, so yeah, Conor McCurr, Yusuf Majid, Barnwell, people like that.
Do you mind if I just take over?
Yeah, you go.
We've got an update to give to the listeners on BBC Radio, Sussex, Surrey and Kent. In comes Haynes from the Cromwell Road end, bowled, and forward comes Thomas, plays that into the offside, gets his first run. No, he doesn't take it. I'm sorry, I was distracted by waiting for our update. Glorious, there's barely a cloud in the sky, decent crowd and a good game of cricket. Sussex on top here in this local derby. Surrey 192 for 5. They're in the 38th of their 50 overs. Ben Geddes top scoring with a very good innings of 81. Josh Blake has made 53, but 2 wickets for young Archie Lennon, the leg spinner, and 1 for Jack Carson. And I think at this stage of proceedings, Sussex will be the happier of the 2 sides. Meanwhile, Kent are playing Durham, also in the 50 over competition today. Durham are 217 for 6. That game taking place at Canterbury. Will do. So that's our last cricket update of the day as Haynes runs in towards us and bowls and driven straight back down the ground by Sykes, who's 2 off 9 deliveries, 193 for 5, and the pressure just mounting a little here on Surrey. Good captaincy here by John Simpson. He's bringing fielders into the circle when he needs to. He's protecting the boundaries when he needs to. 3 men protecting that leg side boundary as Haynes is in, bowls and forced away by Sykes through the ring of covers on the offside. Again, another over, good over as far as Sussex are concerned. Just the 3 runs coming off of it. And Surrey are 194 for 5. After 38 of their 50 overs, it means they've got 12 overs remaining. Sykes on 3. Thomas is on 1, and just a reminder, if you've just joined us, you're listening to live cricket on BBC Radio Sussex and BBC Radio London. Adrian Harms and Dan Whiting, your commentary team on the most glorious day here at Hove. And Jack Carson about to bowl his final over of his spell. 9 overs, 1 made, 1 for 46. And as Dan was saying, the spinners have done a good job here for Sussex, because Archie Lenham's already bowled his 10 overs and taken 2 for 35. So the spinners are certainly going up not much more than 4 and over here.
Yeah, they've been excellent, really have been.
In comes Carson, bowls cut away by Sykes out towards deep backward point. They'll look for a couple of runs here. Tom Alsop is very quickly round, but quick as he is and good arm as he has got, that's a comfortable couple of runs for Sykes, and the total goes to 196 for 5. So other options, Sussex have really got seam options from here on in. Carson, round the wicket, bowls, clipped away to mid-wicket by Sykes. Can't beat Ollie Carter.
Yeah, if he gives it any air though.
I think Sykes might fancy it.
I think Sykes might be coming in this direction.
Okay.
Adrian, or possibly long on.
Yeah. Here comes Carson again. Round the wicket, bowls and just drops that a little shorter, and good variation from Carson, played by Sykes to backward point, fielded by Ibrahim. There is no run. Ollie Robinson's got 3 to bowl, Henry Crocombe 5, Daniel Ibrahim 6. They won't need all of those overs. Tom Haynes bowled a very nice spell, 3 overs for 15. Carson in again, bowls, clipped to mid-wicket by Sykes, fielded by Carter. There is no run.
There is turn here though.
Yeah.
We've seen it all day. There is.
A little bit in it for the spinners.
Yeah, it's good to see. Should be in August.
Carson in again, bowls, and Sykes works this one as far as Ibrahim misfields. That's a poor misfield as well, and it's going to cost Sussex a couple of runs. No, it's not only the one, there's all sorts of very fleet of foot around the boundary. Ibrahim looks disappointed. 197 for 5. Sykes goes to 6 off 15.
Yeah, I think these 2 also just need to be a little bit careful, because behind them, you know, Conor McCurr's there, but Barnwell, Majid, I don't know anything about Stuart Reckling. I don't know if he can bat.
Carson in again, bowls to Thomas, who's bowled. Jack Carson picks up his second wicket. He played all around a straight one, did Adam Thomas. He goes, and now Surrey are in trouble. 197 for 6. And much you feel now here depending on Ollie Sykes. Good bit of bowling by Carson, good over, 3 off the over at the end of the 39th. Surrey 197 for 6.
Yeah, classic off spinner's dismissal there. Turning one through the gate of Thomas, who's looking to go down the ground. And I mean, he was on a hiding to nothing really, I think, Thomas there. But well bowled Jack Carson. As I said, these spinners now, what have they picked up? 4 for 85 off 20 overs. Decent going on this wicket.
Yeah. When you think, what have they picked up here? Because at one stage Surrey were 185 for 3. So they've lost 3 for 12.
Yeah. Sussex just turning the screw, a crucial point of the game, aren't they?
Yeah, they are.
Yeah, this A23 derby.
You got the dismissal of Ben Geddes was key because he was batting very nicely, Geddes. 81 off 92 balls. But then he was bowled by Tom Haynes, a bowling change from John Simpson, who I think has skippered Sussex very well here today. He's kept the pressure on when he's needed to. He's moved the field out when he's needed to. And perhaps he's read the wicket as well here, as the new man comes in, who is Connor McCurr.
Yep. Connor, as I said, likes to give it a whack.
Well, it might be what that needs.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's but I think they also probably can't tee off straight away because there's still 11 overs remaining and they don't want to be bowled out in like 43,
No.
44.
And that's what we were saying, wasn't it? No, this could be 300, you could be 240 all out.
Yeah, and I think if it's 240 all out, Sussex will canter home for their first victory of this campaign. But as we mentioned earlier, this is a number of youngsters playing in this. Both sides have bigger fish to fry with the Vitality Blast and the both leading their respective divisions as Sykes nails that one through wide, long on, and Surrey could do with an innings similar to the one that he played at Chelmsford on Friday. That's his area there.
Well, you enjoyed watching him bat on Friday.
I did. He hits it beautifully. And proper cricket shots. All right, that one's gone through long on, but yeah, I mean, it's there on the angle, isn't it, from Haynes coming round the wicket. As he plays this one up to mid-on and shy at the stumps from Carson. Is that Carson?
Yes, it is.
Yeah. And Sykes is quick. He scampers through for a single. Yeah, Connor McCurr will likes to play some shots. Yusuf Majid, Nathan Barnwell, and Seb Stewart Reckling. I don't know. Well, I've seen Barnwell. Barnwell's okay. He can, he can hold a bat. He's not like the old days. Mark Robinson, once of this parish, wasn't the best number 11, was he?
No, he wasn't.
McCurr hits that one firmly out to mid-off.
We never know until both sides are batted, and we've seen how much it's helped the spinners here for Surrey. Well, you just don't know. You know, last week this was 350 plus, was only just enough for Leicestershire. Jack Carson has just gone off. Now, I wonder whether Jack has hurt his finger in fielding that. That was struck very cleanly, by Connor McCurr.
Yeah.
And this is a worry. Jack Carson's gone straight off the field. I wonder whether he's just tweaked a finger there, Jack Carson. He's running up the pavilion steps. Yeah, I can see him holding out his that looked like his right hand as well. That's not good news.
No.
Let's hope it's nothing too serious.
Yeah, because he's bowled very well today.
Well, Sussex will need him in this run-in as well.
McCurr plays that out to mid-off. Again parried by Carter. Bit of an untidy throw, which Simpson tidies up.
Yeah, it was Ollie Robinson with the throw.
Keepers don't like it in at their bootlaces, do they?
No. He didn't look an immediate... I thought it had been struck firmly, that one, by Conor McCurr.
He does hit it hard.
To Jack Carson. He stopped it well, but he immediately ran off the field.
He's South African born and bred, Conor McCurr. Sykes, circumspect, just pushes that one up to long on.
I just wonder whether the tactic here for Surrey might be, let's pick up 4 and 5 and over for the next 5 overs. That gets you to sort of 230-ish, and then have a real dip.
Have a dip.
For the last 5 overs.
Yeah. Haynes to McCurr, sick outside edge, and Ibrahim
yes.
fields that horrible bounce just in front of it, sort of bounce that keeps dentists in business.
Yes. I have to say, Conor McCurr doesn't look as if he is sort of picking up the 1s and 2s. He looks as if he's gonna have a go at the bowling.
I think Conor tends to play one way, and it's been very profitable.
Yeah.
You know, you've got 70 odd at Guildford, which is your neck of the woods, Adrian. Always a good wicket there. You know what the wicket's like there. It's
and short boundaries there as well, particularly square of the wicket.
Could be a bowler, hey?
Who's this running down behind? A couple of the Sussex backroom staff, is that? Quite sure who that is.
It's Jack Brooks and Adam Hollyoak.
Oh, it's Adam Hollyoak. Okay.
Yeah, Jack Brooks there as well. Good bowler, Jack Brooks, wasn't he?
Yes, he was.
Retired last year, having wound down his career at Somerset.
Now, this looks to me... Yes, who I've not seen bowl. I've not. Now this is interesting because I'm wondering whether Sussex feel that you were saying about pace off, which Tom Haynes has done in this innings. I'm just wondering whether Sussex are thinking that is the way rather than turning to the quicks. Or is he going to bowl spin? I've never seen him bowl before.
Yeah, looks like it. He's going to come around the wicket to the left-handed Sykes.
Well, it looks like a bit of off-spin, so
yeah.
It's interesting. John Simpson is reorganising the field, so there are 3 men saving one on the offside. There's a short third man, a backward point, extra cover. There's a sweeper on the cover boundary, a long off, a long on, mid-wicket and a deep backward square as in comes Leon Cachet, clipped away onto the onside by Sykes for his 13th run, sorry, to 205 for 6. On a glorious day. That southwest corner has filled up quite a bit as the day has gone on. Maybe people just waiting to see what the weather was going to be like, but the forecast was always good for today. Now, Ollie Robinson, this is good. Coming up and having a little chat to Zach Leon Cachet, maybe a little word about where to bowl or where he thinks Conor McCurr is going to hit this, and McCurr has shown that he likes to put his foot down the wicket and belt the ball hard. So this might be interesting. Young Cachet is in, bowls, and McCurr does drill that one into the covers, well fielded by the ever reliable and dependable Tom Clark. And there is no run. McCurr waits. Young Cachet is in, bowls. McCurr uses his feet and eases the ball down the ground to Tom Haynes, who comes running in literally just down below us and gets in the throw. One more to the total. 206 for 6. Sussex are way ahead in terms of time here, you know.
Yeah, it's an hour to bowl 10.
You know, with the spinners being on, they've really rattled through the overs. Aaron Cachet in again. Bowls, let's down the leg side. That's a poor delivery, and that's going to go away for 5 to the far end of the ground. It was fired in down the leg side. Well, we saw that a little earlier when Tom Haynes did it, and then the next ball, Tom Haynes picked up a wicket, so maybe there's an omen there for Sussex. But a wide, and the ball beats John Simpson. No chance of retrieving that. And the total goes to 211 for 6.
Yeah, they just need to be careful they don't give away too many freebies here, Sussex. They've been excellent so far.
Leon Cashy bowls, played to backward point. Well, Ollie Carter, I have to say, he's a very good fielder, Ollie Carter. I forget the game it was in the, I think it was the game at York, where he saved no end of runs in the backward point position, diving around. Leon Cashy in again, bowls, and hit on the pad. That looked like it did turn a little bit. They're going to take a single. The throw comes into the non-striker's end from Ibrahim, and is signalled as a leg by. 212 for 6. Sykes remains on 13. I just wonder whether Conor McKerr might have a dip at this one. You know, I just get the feeling last ball of the over. See what he does. In and bowls, and well bowled actually, drawled away through the offside. Clark fields with one hand, takes the pace off the ball, and Henry Crokerbat's coming quickly from the cover boundary to field. It's the end of the over. 213 for 6, so 9 runs coming off of that over. There are 9 overs remaining here on BBC Radio Sussex. BBC Radio London, you may be watching on the Sussex Cricket Club live stream. If you'd like to get in touch, sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. Be lovely to hear from you. Adrian Harms and Dan Whiting here for today. My sort of feelings are changing a little bit here. I mean, when we spoke to the groundsman this morning, it is the same pitch as last week. It was a run fest, over 700 runs. I'm not quite sure. I think there's a bit more in it for the bowlers this week. Certainly the spinners have bowled really well on here today.
A little bit of purchase, isn't there? A little bit of turn.
Yeah.
And it's quite quick turn as well. It's not that sort of slow turn.
Is Jack Carson? No, it's going to be Henry Crocombe who's...
Yeah, Crocombe coming in from the Cromwell Road end. Now, this is a crucial period of the game. I think the next 9 overs will define the outcome of this game. Crocombe. Kerr opens the face, runs it down to Ibrahim at third, and they pick up an easy single. See the goals in the outside effects, Mike. The hanging baskets, the flora and the fauna of the south coast. Crocombe to Sykes, who just pushes that one out to mid-off.
I don't think it's been the easiest to time on this pitch.
No, I wonder if the ball's just sticking.
Yes, I just wonder. There's a couple of occasions, and I thought, well, just we saw Ryan Patel get a little tie down earlier, didn't he? When he holed out to mid-off.
Yeah, I'll come on to it after this ball from Crocombe. Again, that's not really timed, but Sykes gets through for a single. Yeah, I wonder if the ball is just sticking in the wicket a little bit, and you know, hybrid pitches are not supposed to deteriorate, but sometimes you get like a little bit of a tennis ball bounce with them, don't you? We've only seen 1-6 in the game as well.
Yes.
It's hoiked by McKerr.
Oh no, there's not 2 there.
No.
Oof. Dear oh dear, that was absolutely hurled in by Tom Clark. I mean, Henry Crocombe, he hasn't got the benefit of having wicket-keeper gloves on.
He's wringing his hand.
Oh, he must be. Talking of which, I've not seen Jack Carson come back onto the ground.
No. I'm wondering if it's a dislocation, just the way he sort of went off.
Well, Sussex will be hoping it's nothing serious.
Crocombe in. Sykes has a big heave. Doesn't make any contact.
Now Daniel Ibrahim is warming up down below us as well. The seamer. Yeah, I mean, Sussex won't want to take any chances with Carlson because he will be key to this run-in in the Championship.
Yeah, Robinson's still got 3. He'll bowl those, won't he?
I'd have thought so.
Yeah, it just depends where the others are coming from. Oh, Sykes has gone large, and that goes over the boundary at mid-wicket and moves into the 20s with that one.
Well, you said, Dan, that was the side of the ground he likes to hit, and that's a big 6. 9 off the over. In fact, there's one more ball to go in the over, is there? Yes, there is. It's been belted away. Now, the umpire's wanting another ball brought out.
What's going on here?
I don't know.
We're 1 ball short in the over.
Well, according to the scoreboard, we're 1 ball short. Or maybe the score... Well, it's showing 42 overs gone now, so maybe the scoreboard got itself a bit of a tangle. 222 for 6. So 9 off the over. And the next over is going to be bowled again by Zach Leon Cachet. Bowling is off spin. Youngster, we haven't seen... I certainly haven't seen him bowl before. He's coming in from the C end of the ground to bowl to Conor McCurr, and McCurr is back and steers that one into the offside. Good batting by McCurr. I think he's recognised that, you know, he knows what a good player Sykes is. You watched him, Dan, and he's just hit a big 6, so maybe the feeling is just work the ball around and get Sykes on strike as much as possible. 223 for 6. Leon Cachet in again, bowls, and Sykes just waits for that. Well bowled actually by Leon Cachet. He saw him come. He just fired it in outside the off stump. He eased it to backward point. There is no run. Leon Cachet again. Trent's changing the field. He's just moving his sweeper, his cover fielder to the edge of the 30-yard circle. Leon Cachet in again. Bowls. Has he bowled him? Yes, he has. And that's the first wicket in this day cricket for Zach Leon Cachet. Well bowled. Floated it up. And he just played right over the top of that. Did Sykes. He's gone for 20, and a 7th Surrey wicket goes down. They are now 223 for 7, and that was well bowled.
Yeah, I've been impressed with his bowling. I mean, all the spinners have just bowled fantastically. That's the 5th wicket that's now fallen to spin. And again, what, 90 odd runs, 21 overs. It's so you bowled 25 overs of spin.
Yeah.
And I'm sure that Cameron Steele, the Surrey leg spinner, who's top of the wicket-taking charts in the Metro Bank One Day Cup across all the counties, he'll be licking his lips at having a bowl on this.
I think he might be.
His mustachioed lips, put it that way.
Well, there's still 7 overs to go, so, you know, Surrey, I'm sure the message from the Surrey camp will be to these lower order batters, you know, make sure you bat your overs for goodness sake. And if they do that, they might get themselves around 250, and who knows? On a pitch that seems to be giving some help to the spinners, that may not be straightforward. We shall see.
Yeah, Nathan Barnwell is the new batter coming to the crease. He's told me the other day, I described him as I read some articles saying he's a Crystal Palace fan. He said, I'm a very plastic Crystal Palace fan, but I am a Crystal Palace fan.
That may not go down desperately well in Brighton, Dan.
Exactly. Yes. 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 I've just forgotten about that. Yes. Yeah.
But I'm sure they'll forgive him. Or maybe they won't.
I don't think they will, no.
So Leon Cachet, well done for him. He's picked up a wicket. And again, good captaincy by John Simpson, getting his spinners into the attack. Leon Cachet's in again, bowls, Barnwell is forward, plays into the covers. And there is no run, 223 for 7. Leon Cachet very quickly back to his mark. Sussex are rattling through these overs. In again, bowls and pulled well. I reckon that turned, you know. He was going to pull that way on the leg side, hit him high on the thigh pad, bounces out into the offside. There is no run. One more ball remaining in the over. Leon Cachet in again, bowls, one more drive, slightly across the line, gets a single down to long on, where it's fielded by Tom Haynes, just the 2 runs off of the over from Zach Leonkashik. Well bowled, young man.
Yeah.
224 for 7. Barnwell on 1, McCurr is on 6. And there are another 7 overs to be bowled.
Surrey will be disappointed though. 185 for 3
Yeah.
to 224 for 7.
Have lost what? 4 for 39? Is that right?
Yeah, which you shouldn't really do on this wicket. You know, I know it's hard to. They've probably lost a few in the pursuit of quick runs, but they'll probably be a little disappointed with, you know, when it comes to the break, they'll probably feel that they've left a few runs out here. Just lost wickets at crucial times.
Yes, they have. I mean, the wicket
credit to Sussex for
Yeah.
turning the screw.
Yeah, I think the wicket of Geddes was crucial, wasn't it?
Yeah.
He batted so well for his 81 and sort of slipped away since then.
And Blake.
Yeah.
Crocombe, that's down the leg side, that's going to be a wide.
Yeah, I mean, from here in a 50 over game we've got Sussex down as favourites, but as you say, Cameron Steele, Surrey would have noticed the way the wicket's playing, and you know, every run could still be crucial. There's been some really good games in this competition.
Crocombe in, and that's prodded at by Barnwell, tentatively. It's a nice part of the world here. We used to come down here on cricket tours back in the day.
Did you?
Club in North London, South
Right.
Adelaide, yeah. We used to play at Worthing,
Right?
where Sussex have used in the past, I think back in the 20s and 30s.
Yeah, so a long time ago.
Lovely Art Deco pavilion there. Short, Barnwell ducks it.
That was quite quick, actually.
Yeah, that's what you do to Crystal Palace fans when they come down this neck of the woods, isn't it?
Right, yes.
Where else? I played at Lancing College, which was beautiful. And against Sussex Police there.
Really?
Yeah.
Had to behave yourself that day then.
No, without a doubt. I always do, Adrian. Where else have we played? East Preston.
Yeah.
Barnwell pushes that to mid-on. Sussex won't mind singles at this stage of the game.
Well,
East Grinstead as well. That's
Right.
a lovely place.
Yeah. 250 might be interesting here, with you know, with some spin. You never know.
No, I don't think it's enough.
Well, you wouldn't have thought so. The way this wicket has played, and with a pretty strong Sussex batting lineup, but who knows?
I wonder if the ball, once the ball's got a little older,
Sure.
that's smashed by Conor McCurr straight back over the bowler's head for a very welcome boundary.
Well, nothing wrong with that, was there?
No.
He just stood and delivered. The ball's over pitched, and he was just belted that away through mid-off. So,
Yeah.
good shot.
Yeah, I'm wondering if when the ball gets a little older, whether it sticks in the wicket a little bit.
Yeah, possibly.
Sort of dies.
Yeah, possibly.
Yeah. But they're only, what, 22 overs old, these balls?
Yeah.
Because they have used one from each end, don't they, in this competition? McCurr goes up in the air. Is that going to be out, or is it going to be 6?
Oh, well held.
Oh, Ollie Robinson
Well held.
on the boundary,
That was very good.
showing the footwork of Nureyev to stay inside the rope. And what a good catch. McCurr departs.
Well, that was a really good catch by Ollie Robinson. For all the world, that looked like it was sailing away for 6, and I suspect actually to pretty much anyone else in the Sussex side, that would have been a 6. But Ollie Robinson, probably the tallest player in the Sussex side, and some nifty footwork, took the catch, and Conor McCurr can't quite believe he's out. I thought for all the world that was going for 6 runs.
Yeah, a lot of sides employ their taller fielders now. Along off Somerset do it in T20 with Craig Overton, and Surrey do it with Dominic Sibley as well. I mean, he probably won't today because he's skippering, but when Rory Burns is skipper, Sibley tends to, you know, lurk in long on, long off areas, and I think it does give you a distinct advantage if you've got someone who's 6'5", you know, in those areas. Yusuf Majid is new player
Well, slow left armour when he comes to bowl.
Yeah, he's from Chesham Cricket Club in the Home Counties Premier League. He's provided 4 first-class cricketers recently at 4 different counties with Tom Helm, Dominic Goodman, and a lad at Northants whose name I can never remember. I do apologise to that lad at Northants whose name I can never remember. 230 for 8. He showed nifty footwork there, didn't he?
No, he did. He really did.
Held his balance. I'm watching Simone Biles on the beam in the Olympics, wasn't it?
So they've lost what here? 230. They've lost 6. No, 5 for 45.
Yeah. Crocombe into Majid, who
Nice.
pushes that out. Yeah, I
Nothing wrong
mean,
with
he's no mug. That's just a single. Is that bird okay on the outfield there?
I don't know. No one seems too concerned, do they?
No.
231 for 8 at the end of the 44th over. Is Zackley and Cachet going to carry on? No, I think they're going to bring Danny Ibrahim back into the attack. So Sussex turning back to seam. 2 nice tidy overs from Zackley and Cachet. 2 overs, 1 for 10. And Daniel Ibrahim is going to bowl from this the end of ground. So 6 overs to go. 4 overs for 26. For Dan Ibrahim, who a good proportion of those runs were wides.
Yeah, certainly were.
So what can Surrey put together? You feel they're short, but as I say, when you've got oh, that bird is okay.
Yeah, it's okay.
When you've got a leg spin of the quality of Cameron Still, you never quite know. You'll have watched the way that Archie Lennon bowled on this. In comes Ibrahim, running in around the wicket, in and bowls to Barnwell down the leg side. That is another wide. I think that's 6 wides. Dan Ibrahim has bowled.
Yeah, Ibrahim making both umpires do a more than passable impression of Christ the Redeemer in Rio.
A rather noisy seagull outside our commentary box here. 232 for 8. In comes Ibrahim, bowls, and forward comes Majid and just plays that down the track, fielded by Ibrahim. There is no run. Well, 2 young cricketers together. I'm sure the instruction from the Surrey coaching staff. I'm not sure who's here today, whether Alex Stewart is here or...
Stewie's here,
Right.
Gareth Batts is here.
Okay, so, you know, the instruction would have been, I'm sure, bat the overs.
Yeah.
Don't, you know, if we pick up 3 and 4 and over from here, it gets us to 250, which may be short, but it gives us an outside chance. In comes Ibrahim, bowls, clipped away onto the leg side, in the air by Majid, well fielded by Henry Crocombe. Gets in the throw, 1 more to the total, 233 for 8, and brings Barnwell on strike.
Is this ground square? Is it like a... Is it completely square?
Good question.
Yeah.
Not well. It's sort of got a curve, hasn't it? So I
A
don't know
little bit
whether
of a curve at this end. It's... Yeah.
Big debate going on here between Ollie Robinson, who's very much adopts the role of John Simpson's second in command when he's playing. And they're just taking quite a bit of care here, Sussex, in terms of how they set the field.
They've got time.
They have got plenty of time.
Yeah, they've earned the right to take their time.
Ibrahim waits and is on his way over the wicket. Bowls, and one was hit on the thigh pad. The ball ricochets into the slip cordon, but John Simpson is very quickly round from behind the stumps to field. A lot of noise in the background from somewhere down in the Corfe hospitality area, people putting on the sun cream.
I think young lady's been on the Prosecco perhaps.
I don't know what's happening down there. Ibrahim running into bowl to Nathan Barnwell. He's in and bowls, and Barnwell doesn't really time that. He's going to get a single down to shortish third man. As Dan was saying, I think Sussex will be very happy to just concede the singles here. The gentleman Up on the roof, I bet it's hot on that roof up there on the block of flats to our
Oh,
right hand
yeah.
side. Absolutely no shade up there whatsoever. 234 for 8.
Has he got a view of the sea over the top?
Yeah, probably would from there, I would imagine. Yeah. Ibrahim in bowls, and Majid eases that one. I thought he'd ease that down to fine leg, but in
Yes,
fact the
I
ball,
know.
which perhaps it's just an indication maybe it's not coming on quite as well. I mean, that shot from Conor McCurr straight down the ground for 4, you think, well, it's coming onto the back, but just the odd one is. So we'll have to see how good or not so good a score this Surrey total is. They're edging their way slowly towards 250. Ibrahim is in again, around the wicket, bowls, short, and well, that bounced twice before it got to John Simpson. It's the end of the over. Slower delivery from Daniel Ibrahim. At the end of the 45th over, Surrey are 234 for 8, with Barnwell on 3, Majid on 2, 5 overs left to be bowled. Sussex have got, Ibrahim's got 5 that he could bowl. Haynes has got, well, Sussex have got, all the bowlers have got overs up their sleeve. Henry Crocombe's going to bowl the next over, and he's going to bowl from the Cromwell Road end of the ground. Figures of 7 overs, 1 for 46. He's been the most expensive of the Sussex bowlers. Probably the standout bowling I felt came from Archie Lenham at 10 overs, 2 for 35.
Yeah, just 46 off the last 10, and 4 wickets have fallen. Sussex really putting the brake on here as Crocombe bowls to Barnwell, who prods. Just got a little prod defence, hasn't he, Barnwell?
Yeah. Yeah, which sort of game's in a bit of a lull here, isn't it, really? You know, Surrey just desperate to make sure they just get as many as they can on the ball without losing any more wickets.
Crocombe, Barnwell, cuts but into the ground. Yeah, 234 for 8. Nathan Barnwell, 3 off 10 balls. Yusuf Majid, 2 off 5. Surrey might be disappointed.
I think they will from where they were. Well, 185 for 3.
Barnwell pokes that one back.
Yeah, 185 for 3 with 16 overs remaining. I think they'd have thought there'd be more than 234, but these games can change so quickly in 50 over cricket.
That's the beauty. I love 50 over cricket.
Yeah,
because
I agree.
The games can change quickly, but also sides can consolidate and rebuild. Whereas in T20, if you lose a load of wickets at the top, you know, it's game over, isn't it?
Ooh.
That's almost bowled Barnwell. And I think from the fans' perspective, it's a whole day at the cricket, it's not just 3 hours. Tickets are generally pretty cheap, sides are doing deals, and you get to see both sides bat and bowl.
Yeah, and there's longer for tactics to take place as well, isn't there?
Yeah. Yeah, so I love 50 over cricket. Ooh, that's a slower ball bouncer from Crocombe, as does Adrian Harms. He's not going to work tomorrow because he's got a case of Metro Bank fever.
Yeah. No, it's a good format, and there's been some really good games. I mean, I'd say Sussex, I think, are better than 60 feet out of 6, if I'm being perfectly honest. Although I wasn't at Bristol.
Oh, sick outside edge. Is that going to go for 4? Yes, Ibrahim can't get there. And runs away and crashes into the advertising boards down below us.
Well, as they say, they all count, Dan. You know, 238 for 8, 4 overs remaining.
I scored a lot of runs down there.
Well, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you know, so nothing wrong with that for the tail ender to pick up a boundary. He goes to 7, 238 for 8 after 46 overs. So Henry Crocombe has now bowled 8 overs and taken 1 for 50. Daniel Ibrahim is going to carry on from this end of the ground, I think. Or is he going to be taken off? John Simpson is in conversation with him. Now, Ollie Robinson is just talking to umpire Wazeem, so is John Simpson. know what all that's about. Ollie Robinson is... He's holding up his left hand for... So always have to say, oh, hold on a minute. I think they want a new ball. That ball got damaged in some way.
Yeah.
Well, there's no... doesn't seem to be any particular reason for that happening.
No. Maybe they're discussing where to go for dinner later, perhaps.
I don't know. Well, after a bit of delay, Danny, I was seeing how quickly Sussex are getting through their overs, and they have, but it just slowed up a bit. There's more people on the roof up there now.
Yeah, we're not going to
Way
see
to our right hand,
Bowler's
sir.
full quota, are we?
No. Dan Ibrahim comes in and bowls to Majid. He looks to swing that one away on the leg side. Ibrahim fields himself, throws the ball at the stumps, and Majid skips through for a single. Was that a leg by? I didn't see the umpire's signal. Yes, it was a leg by. 239 for 8. Some of the very nice flats and apartments around the ground here at Hove have got a nice awning that you can sit under and protect yourself from the sun. But on that roof up there is no protection. That is right out in the sun. There's a nice breeze now. You can see the Sussex flag really billowing away on the clock tower scoreboard, and the trees outside the ground swaying in the breeze. Ibrahim in and bowls to Barnwell, who defends down the offside of the track, and there is no run. 3 overs and 4 balls remaining. Surrey 239 for 8. If you've just joined us, Ben Geddes top scoring with 81, Josh Blake making 53. Surrey winning the toss, deciding to bat. But it certainly looks like a wicket where the spinners could have a say in the match. Archie Lenham 10 overs 2 for 35. Jack Carson's 10 overs 2 for 49. In comes Ibrahim, bowls wide outside the off stump, and that will be signalled a wide. I haven't got the stats in front. I think that might be 7 wides that Daniel Ibrahim has bowled.
Yeah, he's trying to get a bit funky here, isn't he? He's trying everything in his box of tricks.
Comes Ibrahim again, bowls, pulled onto the leg side by Barnwell. It'll just be a single out to a deep square leg, footed there by Carter, who gets in a good throw on the bounce to Johnson. So one more to the total, 241 for 8.
I think Surrey might do well to bowl 30 overs via Karen Steele, Yusuf Majid and Ryan Patel, who bowls a little bit like Tom Haynes, just bowls that wicket to wicket, seam, slow seam.
Yeah, Sussex have bowled 10 wides in this innings. In comes Ibrahim, bowls to Majid, who looks to heave that one away on the leg side. The ball goes through to Simpson. There is no run. One more ball remaining in the over, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh no, 2 more, because we had the wide, of course. That's a lot of extras, you know. And in fact, there's been 3 no balls, so they've had 2 extra overs here of Surrey. Now, it may be immaterial, but you never quite, well, you don't know, never quite know, you never know. Ibrahim in again, bowls. Barnwell looks to, Majid looks to play that one around the onside, gets a edge to Carter, who comes running in keenly from backward point to field, and it's just a single. So the Surrey run rate has really plummeted since Ben Geddes was out. He was at the end of the 33rd overs. I call it 34 overs. So in the last 17, oh no, getting rubbish, Adrian. 34 he's talking about. In comes Ibrahim, bowls, swing and a miss from Majid, taken by Simpson. There is no run. 241 for 8 at the end of the 47th. So in the last 13 overs, that's correct, Surrey have scored 55. So the run
At
rate
this stage of the innings, that's
not what you want. But
No.
I think Ollie Robinson is going to come back onto bowl. Yes, he is.
Yeah, I thought that we might see him. It makes sense.
Well, 7 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 39 for Ollie Robinson within that 26 dot balls. It's a useful statistic that they are on the scoreboard. And he's going to be bowling from the Cromwell Road end.
Here he comes. Down the hill. Played up to long on by Barnwell for a single.
See, that almost sort of discounted what we were saying about the ball not coming onto the bat, because that was clipped, you know, very firmly.
It was quite full though. I think when they
Yes.
go into the pitch,
Yeah, you might be
it
right.
might be
Slightly different.
sticking in there.
Still no sign of Jack Carson, who went off the field probably half an hour or so ago, holding his... We imagine he's damaged a finger, and everyone will be hoping that's nothing too serious, so they won't want to take a risk on sending him out if they don't need to.
Robinson in past umpire Mark Newell, bowls Yusuf Majid and rearranges his furniture. 242 for 8 now. Looks spectacular, that.
Yes, it was.
Bale still kept on the middle and off and takes leg stump.
Well, good bowling change, wasn't it? I mean, I think Sussex just feeling it. This is going on too much longer. So, the 9th wicket goes down, 242 for 9.
Yeah, and I don't know anything about Seb Stewart Reckling apart from the fact that he's Esher Cricket Club and Oxford University. He's a left armer. Don't know if I presume he's a left-handed bat.
Looks like he bats left-handed, doesn't it? The way he's holding his bat as he wanders out.
Yeah. But that's the beauty again of this competition, isn't it? It gives you a chance to have a look at
certainly
these new
does.
players. I know Jamie Smith made his bow in this competition a few years ago. Look where he is now.
Yeah. Well, totally, yeah. Another from the Surrey production line.
Yeah.
In fact, he's a right-hander. He came out holding his bat as if he was going to bat left-handed, but he's not. He's going to bat right-handed.
You old tease, Sebastian. Anyway, he's about to face Ollie Robinson for his first ball.
Oh, he's desperate to go off the strike there, wasn't he?
He went quite firmly at that, shall we say?
Well, this is some introduction to cricket, isn't it? At a senior level,
Yeah.
facing Ollie Robinson.
Lovely ambience here. Robinson bowls him. Too much nous, and Stuart Reckling goes without troubling the scorers, and Surrey's innings finishes off at 242. Nathan Barnwell 9 not out. Bowling figures: Crocombe 1 for 50 off 8, Robinson 2 for 39 off 7.4. Lenham thought was outstanding, 2 for 35 off 10. Ibrahim none for 31 off 6. Carson 2 for 49 off 10. Haynes 1 for 22 off 4. And Leon Cachet 2 overs, no maidens, 1 for 10.
Well, Dan and I are going to have a little breather. We wait to see whether this pitch is going to favour the Surrey spinners. We shall see as the players make their way off, and we'll be back with you in good time for the Surrey reply. players are emerging from the pavilion. It was a much shorter break in the 50-over game than we get in County Championship cricket, where the break is 40 minutes, only 30 minutes. There are long queues, I noticed, for ice creams and various refreshments. But the players are making their way out to the middle. The Surrey players in a huddle. The Sussex openers, the two Toms, Tom Clark and Tom Haynes, making their way out in the glorious Hove sunshine, where there is barely a cloud in the sky. There was some cloud a bit earlier on towards the Downs, but that's all burnt off now. There's just some very high level cloud floating around Hove, but in the main it's sort of 95% blue sky. If you just joined us, Surrey electing to bat this morning, bowled out for 242, and that'll be disappointing because at one stage they were 185 for 3, so they lost 7 for 57 to be bowled out for that 242, and that was in 17 overs. So it was a collapse from the visitors, particularly once Ben Geddes was out for a very well made 81 and Josh Blake making 53. However, we'll have to see how Sussex get on in their reply, and it's going to be the debutant with number 27 on his back, Seb Stuart Reckling, who's coming in to bowl to the left-handed Tom Clark. Left arm over the wicket, he's in and bowls, and Clark drills that into the covers, and there is no run. So Adrian Harms, Dan Whiting, your commentary team here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio London. You may be watching via the Sussex Cricket Club live stream, but wherever you are watching or listening from, a very good afternoon. And you can contact us if you'd like to have your two penneth, sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk, as Stuart Reckling runs away from us in and bowls, and that's the first boundary. Just too short, wide outside the off stump, and Tom Clark said thank you very much and hammered the ball away through the covers for 4 runs. Could have a few nerves, the young man, Dan.
Yeah, I was just thinking now, I presume that they're perspex as opposed to glass, the frontage.
Yeah, do you know, the amount of time, or it's toughened glass, or glass that doesn't smash, because particularly in T20 cricket, the ball does bounce against those patio doors quite frequently. Stuart Reckling in again. In and bowls, and Clark clips to mid-on, and there is no run. And Stuart isn't his first name is Sebastian.
Yeah.
So he's Seb Stuart Reckling, making his debut in this day cricket. Today he's bowling with 2 slips, a backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, a short fine leg. Only 2 fielders allowed outside of the 30-yard circle at this stage, one of those down at third man, the other at deep square leg. Reckling in again, bowls, and Clark adjusts his shot and plays that to backward point, and there is no run. Gets some applause from his skipper Dominic Sibley, who's fielding at mid-off.
Yeah, he's got nice shape.
Yeah.
Definitely nice shape. It's all away from the left-handed Clark at the moment, but Haynes is a lefty as well, isn't he?
Yes, he is. In fact, the top 3 are
all Toms,
all Toms and all left-handers.
Yeah.
Yeah. Stuart Reckling in again, bowls, and that was nearly a chance. It was to the left of second slip. It wasn't a great shot by Tom Clark, and he's lucky to get away with it, and he knows it as well. It was played, the second slip was diving away to his left-hand side. Didn't quite get there. I think is that Conor McCurr in there?
Yes, it is, yeah. And then Simpson's 4, he's a left-hander.
Simpson's a left-hander, yeah. Tom Alsop's a left-hander. So they will go Haynes, Clark, Alsop, all left-handers.
And then Simpson has been batting 4 in this, hasn't he?
He hasn't played that many games in this.
No.
What did he bat last week? In one game he came in about 8. 1, 2, 3, 4. He batted 5 last week. Reckling in again, bowls, and Haynes gets his first run, just nudges that ball through square leg and picks up a single. So the opening over, tidy enough from Stuart Reckling. A short ball outside the off stump that went for 4 runs, but apart from that, inducing an edge from Tom Clark. And the Sharks are 6 without loss, needing to score at 4.8 and over to record their first win of the competition.
Yeah, if you are going to send us emails, please save your difficult questions for Adrian and the nice ones for me. I'm only joking.
We haven't
I
got
jest
any.
with-
We need to know we've got some listeners though, Dan. Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk. I think people are probably in their gardens or not listening to us or whatever they're doing. But anyway, we are here if you have something cricket related or anything related, to be honest, you'd like to talk about.
Yeah, Conor McCurr is going to take us away from the Cromwell Road end, down the slope. So again, give the youngster uphill.
Yeah.
It's quite pronounced in certain parts. If you walk around the back of the clock tower scoreboard,
Yeah,
it's quite a steep hill up there.
it is. Tom Haynes just found something on the wicket that he's handed to the umpire. I did notice when the umpire came out, actually, he found something on the outfield that he put over by the scoreboard, so I'm not quite sure what else they found. Anyway, we're going to be underway.
Haynes about to face McCurr. That's just worked backwards of square on the offside. Nathan Barnwell doing the fielding. So Stuart Reckling is down at third and Ben Geddes is at deep backwards square. The only two boundary riders allowed out in the power play. Cameron Steele at first slip. Yusuf Majid on the 45 short fine leg. So that's pushed into the offside. That's a nice shot actually. Barnwell doing the fielding, losing his sunglasses. Well run though, picks up 2. So Ollie Sykes at mid-wicket, Ryan Patel at mid-on, Sibley at mid-off. Barnwell backward point. There's an extra cover in. Josh Blake, who's been so impressive with the gloves during this tournament. It's just punched backward point. Barnwell again in there. Good fielder, Nathan Barnwell. Those goals don't look very well. I'm sure they're fine, but
They'll probably wait for the fish and chips, I expect, then.
bet they're well fed round here.
Yeah, I think.
Bet they can't wait for T20
Well,
season.
yeah, they don't look too unwell, do they? Too skinny.
No. I'd say Cardiff goals are bigger. That's just pushed out into the offside. That is Geddes. Who's that down? Oh, that's Adam Thomas down there at deep backward square. So they're giving the youngsters a chance to do the boundary riding. Barnwell and Ben Geddes have done the job all through the tournament, but they're both in the circle at cover and backward point. McCurr. Oh, that's a big waft from Clark.
It's not a great shot, that, is it?
Too close to his body to cut.
It was. We were talking earlier on about 50 over cricket and how things can change so quickly. I've just got half an eye on the game at Leicester today. Leicestershire playing Glamorgan in this group. Neither Sussex or Surrey couldn't qualify, but at one stage Leicestershire were 59 for 5. Eventually they finished on 271 for 8. So it can happen. Peter Hanscom with 100. He made a very good 100 here last week.
Good player, isn't he?
Yeah.
Good player. That's a bit of movement there from McCurr. Clark covers up, pushes it back to him into the second over. Sussex Sharks 9 without loss. Yeah, I think Leicestershire looks strong with Hanscom and Rahane in their side, but yeah, I don't know. It's going to be a big game at Bristol on Wednesday.
Between Gloucestershire and
Leicestershire.
Yeah, because both could be.
Yeah, Gloucestershire's run rate is so good. If they win, you know, providing Glamorgan don't get bowled out for 20 odd or whatever.
Stuart Recklin running away from us, comes in and bowls to Haynes, who... Do we beat him or do we give Tom Haynes the benefit of the doubt? Either way, the ball rather died on its way through to wicketkeeper Blake, and there is no run.
Yeah, he's not a big man at all, is he, Stuart Reckling? But he's got lovely shape, making this ball sing.
He's back to his mark, shooting down in front of us, doesn't hang around. Slightish figure, runs away from us, bowls. I thought capped that a bit low actually, and Tom Haynes had a sort of rather suspicious look at the pitch then.
Yeah, he kisses the pitch, doesn't he? He just doesn't bang it in like McCurr or Ollie Robinson does for Sussex. He tends to just kiss the pitch.
Yes, I'm just looking here at the run rates. You're quite right. So if Leicestershire win today, just break off for a moment. Trickling in bowls to Haynes. Again, looks at the bottom of his bat. That sounded horrible, didn't it?
It did.
And fielded in the covers there by Ben Geddes. There is no run.
Yeah, I think it's winner takes all, that one.
Yeah, so if Leicestershire were to beat Gloucestershire, so the two clear and are going to win at the top of the group are going to be Glamorgan and Warwickshire. They will go through one of those two, will go straight to the semi-finals. Then it's really between Leicestershire, possibly Nottinghamshire.
Yeah.
But really looks like Leicestershire and Gloucestershire, to be honest. In comes Stuart Recklin, bowls, that was wide, and Tom Haynes can't believe he hasn't hit that for 4. It was wide outside the off stump. He was looking to carve it away and edge the ball through off the inside edge and taken by the keeper. There is no run.
Yeah, but Nottinghamshire actually can't, because Gloucestershire or Leicestershire will pick up the points.
That's very true.
So
yes,
yeah, they're both on 8 points, Nottinghamshire on 6. So it's just a straight shootout between Gloucestershire and Leicestershire, playing each other on Wednesday.
Stuart Recklin in, left arm bowler, bowls to Haynes, who plays at a backward point, and there is no run. The tidy over here from Stuart Recklin, young cricketer. So I don't know a huge amount about him, making his debut for Surrey today in List A cricket. Might as well a nice tidy over here. Got those 2 slips in place, never easy bowling in the power play.
It's a touch of the Cole Palmers about him, isn't there?
In comes Stuart Recklin in the bowls, wide of the off stump, and that's 4 runs. And just as I said, it was a decent over. That was a very poor delivery, wide outside the off stump, and that was really asking to be hit for 4 runs, which Tom Haynes duly obliged. So a boundary off the last ball. It was otherwise a decent over from Stuart Recklin. And at the end of the 3rd over, Sussex are 13 without loss, needing 243 to win. A required run rate of just shy of 5 and over.
That's often what you find with young bowlers. They just bowl that one bad one and over, don't they? And you know, Clark and Haynes have both been around the block.
Yep.
And they'll take advantage of anything loose. McCurr around the wicket. Clark pushes it into the offside. Geddes doing the fielding.
Just looking at that table, actually, if Nottinghamshire were to win today, they would have 8 points. They'd have one more game to play, and their net run rate is very good.
Ah, yes. And who have Nottinghamshire got?
I don't know. Let's have a little look and see. Away at Warwickshire at Rugby School. Warwickshire might have qualified by then, or they might need to win to top the group. So.
Oh, that's well bowled. McCurr just holding his fingers across the seam there, and held it back a little bit as well. Who've Nottinghamshire got in the week as well? Who knows?
So they've just got what? They'll have one game to play after this.
At Rugby School.
At Rugby School. Yeah.
And where are they today?
They're at home to Essex, who can't qualify.
Yeah.
Only made 208. So yeah.
Essex did or not?
Nottinghamshire did.
Oh, okay.
So it's good. This 50 over competition doesn't impact on Surrey and Sussex, neither of whom are going to qualify. But
that's caressed to the cover boundary there by Clark. Nice shot. Gets up on his toes and punches it I don't try and hit it too hard, it's just pure timing.
He's a good player, Tom Clark. He's a very talented player. Probably does, he just, what's the word I'm looking for? He should score more runs than he does, and I think he would admit to that as well. But he's such a stylish player.
Yeah, Ali Orr a big loss here.
Well,
Kerr. That's tickled round the corner. Majid's in here. Oh, direct hit.
direct hit. I think he was gone.
And Haynes would have been toast.
He would. That was a risky single, wasn't it? And it was Haynes's call. Was back good of square. And well, Ali Orr missed. Well, I think there was all a surprise when he left. But that being said, this season, with Daniel Hughes coming into the side and doing so well in T20 cricket, I know Ali and Sussex haven't missed him as much as maybe they thought. Is fair to say.
No. Oh, that's gorgeous. Haynes again times the pants off it. Wide half volley, but you still got to put them away.
Yeah, I mean that's a very strong area for Tom Haynes through that area, as you say, beautifully played. Yeah, I've been very unlucky since he's been at Hampshire. He's broken his arm. I think that was a game against Surrey, wasn't it, in the T20?
Yeah, I didn't cover that one.
And he hasn't. He's barely played. He made a good 100 in the championship. So we wish him well, but no, not as much as perhaps Sussex might have thought.
McCurr in. Is that no ball?
No.
No. Well, I heard the cry of no ball. Maybe it was some wag in the crowd. Anyway, 4 overs gone. Sussex having just the start they wanted, rattling along over 5 and over. Yeah, he played in the game. He played in the 4-dayer that we covered.
Yeah, I think it was the Surrey quick Spencer
Johnson.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think it was in the opening T20 also. Yeah. And I don't think he's played since. It sounded like a nasty injury. So he's been unlucky with injuries, Ali. So.
In fact, Orr didn't play in that one. He ricked his neck the night before the game.
Right. Stuart Reckling is in. Bowles. Clark defends into the offside. No run. Well, it did lead.
Which allowed Toby Albert to come in.
Right.
He scored 100.
Right.
And Hampshire beat Surrey by their record ever score of an innings and 278 runs this season.
Okay, that's interesting.
Yeah. Let's just
one door shuts, as they say.
Yeah, let's just say that before I was about to interview Gareth Batty at the end of the game, I was in somewhat a state of trepidation. But he was alright, he was fine.
Stuart Reckling in bowls to Clark, who plays slightly across the line and gets a single through square leg. He goes to 12, the total to 23 without loss. So Sussex have had Clark and Haynes. I personally think Clark is a better player playing down at sort of 4-5, but he's open, he's done a decent job for the county. Then he got injured as well. Tom injured his shoulder, but Daniel Hughes has been the big success.
Yeah.
For Sussex. Reckling in bowls to Haynes, who plays that one into the cover. There's a misfield, not a great misfield there by Ben Geddes. He gets some ironic cheers. He won't be pleased with himself for that.
Is he Hughes, is he from Adelaide?
He's Australian and he plays, I'm not sure, I thought he was from New South Wales. He certainly plays for either the Sixers or the...
Okay.
But he'd never played county cricket before. Stuart Reckling in bowls. Clark punches this into the onside. They've taken one, they'll think about 2. They come back for the second. Haynes will need to get a bit of move on as the throw comes in. But a comfortable 2 in the end. Clark goes to 14, Sussex to 26 without loss. But he so he played a couple of championship games, then he played the whole of the T20 Blast. He hasn't played in this. He played one game in the 100 because I think Hampshire were allowed, or whatever what they called, Southern Brave were allowed a batter replacement.
Hampshire.
Yeah, there you go. Stuart Reckling in bowls, let go outside the off stump by Clark. There is no run.
There's no carry, is there? There's no carry.
Because Finn Allen couldn't play, So I think Daniel played a game. He got 40 in about 30 balls or something, but that's all he's played. I think he's gone off for a bit of a break, but he will be back next week.
Okay.
For the game at Scarborough, and he will be here for the T20 quarter-final as well.
Well, that's a big bonus.
Yep, huge. Stuart Reckler runs away from us. Bowls to Clark, who clips this one away through mid-wicket, picks up a single to Clark. He goes to 15. And at the end of the 5th over, the Sussex Sharks are 27 without loss, with Haynes on 11, Clark on 15. I guess the crucial moment, having watched Sussex bowl, is when Cameron Steele bowls. And I guess Dominic Sibley won't leave it too long, because he'll want to put the check on, you know, no better way of slowing the run rate than picking up wickets.
No, exactly. And Cameron Steele has been coming into the attack quite late. He's been coming in at 25, maybe 27 overs. McCurr, as that's nurdled into the leg side by Tom Clark. Yusuf Majid will probably get a whirl, I should imagine, as soon as the power play's over. But I would get as many overs as you can out of Majid, Steele, and also I think Ryan Patel. Ryan Patel's just been used to fiddle a few overs for Surrey. Oh, that's well bowled. That's not where Clark was aiming it. So Ryan Patel's been used, you know, like he bowled 2 on Friday, where he went for 17, or he bowled he bowled at rugby school. He bowled 4 against Gloucestershire at the Oval. That's a little bit of use of the feet there by Clark. Comes and meets that on the full and drives it nicely past. Get his extra cover. Against Yorkshire, he bowled 3 overs, so they tend to use it just to sort of fiddle a few overs, and then someone's bowling badly, that you can hook them after 8 or whatever. But I think he, on this wicket, I thought Haynes bowled pretty well on it.
Yeah, just a little nibblers.
Yeah, and Ryan Patel's exactly the same. Connor McCurr. That's got to be close. No.
Do you know what? I thought the umpire went to put his finger up and then put it down again.
His hand was in the holster.
It definitely twitched, didn't it? It definitely twitched.
Yep.
I had a very good view of that. I mean, if I was Tom Clark, my heart would have been in my mouth, because he looked as he was moving his right hand. It was a decent shout as well.
It was a decent shout, yeah. It was a decent shout. It's strange in cricket, isn't it? I'll come to it after this ball from McCurr.
Shot.
That's 4 runs from the moment it left the bat. You can't bowl there to Clark. He'll just drive you through the covers. And that was very easy on the eye. Yeah, it's weird in cricket, isn't it? You can imagine in football, you know, having someone like, I don't know, Tony Adams refereeing an Arsenal game. I mean, it just would not happen. And yet, you know, Mark Newell standing out there for Sussex today, no one bats an eyelid. You know, it's that's the difference between the 2 games, isn't it? That's worked into the onside for the single. Sussex Sharks going along very nicely, and I think Dominic Sibley probably needs to change things up a little bit here.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, it's pointless. You probably want to get your spinner into the attack reasonably early here, don't you, to see what... because wickets...
Before it's too late.
Well, you sort of feel that the only way Surrey are going to win this game is if they bowl Sussex out. And so from that point, you'd want to get your spinners in.
Yeah, they're not going to contain them.
No, it would be surprising, wouldn't it? Anyway, we shall see. It is going to be Stuart Reckling. Just the one slip in place. He was coming in from the C end of the ground to bowl to the left-handed Tom Clark. Is it on bowls, and Clark defends into the offside. There is no run. This is the sort of innings where, from a Sussex point of view, I'd really like to see Tom Clark make a big score. You know, he's 24 not out. He's placed 26 balls. Sussex are in a good position. There's no pressure on time here. You can bat for a long time. Looks in good nick. Good pitch. This looks like the sort of day when I'd like to see him make a really big score. Stuart Reckling in bowls, and immediately he drags it on. Wide one outside the off stump, looking to thump it away through the covers, and he's dragged it on, and the first wicket goes down, and the Sharks are 36 without loss, and Tom Clark goes to 24, and that is really disappointing, and he will be bitterly disappointed to get out in that manner. But the first wicket, well bowled to the young Surrey man. Seb Stuart Reckling picks up his first list A wicket, and it is the wicket of Tom Clark.
Yeah, huge congratulations to Seb Stuart Reckling. Great to see him off the mark, and yeah, he's no doubt the first of many. He's bowled pretty well in the twos. He's picked up wickets sort of generally most games. He's bowled in white ball competitions and got 3 for 35 against Hampshire in a, well, is it 3? They play 4-day cricket in the seconds, don't they? It's 2 innings aside.
Yeah,
so.
yeah. Cricket, he went off to the 100 where he was, as the umpire just checks the size of his bat. Went to the Trent Rockets, hasn't played, came back and played last Sunday in the game against Leicestershire. He batted down the order, just suddenly didn't come in at 3, and made just 4. So he's a player who hasn't played a lot of cricket, and another player who Sussex will want to be, have played some cricket and be in some sort of decent nick as they go into the rest of the season.
Did you say the umpire checked the size of his bat?
Yes, as he walked out. Yeah, I'm sure he did.
Yeah.
Stuart Reckling in a game, bowls and draws all sort forward. The ball would have hit middle stump, and there is no run. Yeah, I think as he wandered out, I just saw he stopped. And
yeah.
When his little...
They normally put them through like a letterbox.
Yeah, that's what I think that's what he did.
Feroz Cushy at Essex, he got done for that, didn't he? Was it the beginning of this?
What, having too big a bat?
Yeah.
Right.
And Essex possibly going to get a points deduction.
Right, okay.
Which is looming over them. It hasn't been heard yet.
Stuart Reckling, left arm over the wicket and bowls, and also works that one down to third man for a single. He's on his way. The Sharks go to 37 for 1 in this, the 7th over, so Surrey will be buoyed by that, picking up a wicket, and but I think Tom Clark will be bitterly disappointed to have gone out, dragging a wide one on, because it was very wide. Stuart Reckling in again, bowls, and Tom Haynes just adjusts his shot there and clips the ball away through mid-wicket. It's a comfortable, in fact there's a misfield, sloppy bit of fielding out there by Nathan Barnwell. Doesn't cost a run. He redeemed himself with a very good throw into keeper Josh Blake. 2 more to Tom Haynes. He goes to 13. Sussex to 39 for 1. Tom Haynes, who missed the game down at Bristol last week, where Sussex were very convincingly beaten by 8 wickets. Back in the side today. And he waits as Stuart Reckling is in. Bowls driven away by Haynes. Good diving stop by Sibley at mid-off, and there is no run. So there we are. That's the end of the 7th over. A wicket taking over Well done to young Sebastian Stewart Reckling, accounting for Tom Clark, who has gone for 21 at the end of the 7th over. The Sharks are 39 for 1. For those of you who like some sort of a guide, Duckworth Lewis, slightly awkward from here because we can't quite see the second digit, but I think Duckworth Lewis is 30 something. But to be honest, that's pretty immaterial. It just shows that the Sussex are going along. Well, the required run rate is 4.7, the current run rate is 5.6, so Sussex will be pleased enough with their start.
Can Conor McCurr winkle out another one? Here he comes round the wicket to Allsop, who almost pushes that to short mid-wicket where Adam Thomas is lurking. Got a little bit early on that and went too hard at it, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. That was... Just wondered if they might have brought their mid-wicket a little closer.
Allsop with that very high backlift, baseball style. It's actually not that high when the bowler comes in, is it? But when the bowler's actually bowling the ball, Allsop's backlift isn't that high, but it's the first couple where he taps the ground where you think, like, if he hits it any harder, it's like he can probably look down to Australia.
I was just looking at this game at the Oval. You were saying about some of the Surrey players who are not playing in this game, playing in the 100. So both Curran brothers playing today.
Yeah.
Will Jacks playing as well.
Yep.
Spencer Johnson, who was there for T20, but he wouldn't have played in this.
Driven.
Ollie Pope playing for the London Spirit.
Yep.
But it's... and Dan Worrell as well. But there have been some games in the 100 that have been desperately low-scoring affairs. I mean, in this game, the London Spirit 74 for 6.
Yeah,
you know, I don't think it's set the world alight, the 100 this year, to be honest.
No, I mean, I just have not had a chance to watch it. I've been covering the Metro Bank One Day Cup, and
yeah, likewise.
You just can't, like, you know,
keep abreast of it all.
Yeah, he's Allsop smashing the ground, fracking. The Green Party MP Caroline Lucas won't like that round here.
Oh, hang on, we've got some. Thought we had a message. Well, Surrey will be buoyed by the fact they picked up a wicket.
Yeah, but they need, I could do with 2 or 3. That's played into the offside, and Ryan Patel goes sprawling across and keeps them to a single.
A message from Julian. Hi Julian, good to hear from you. I missed you at lunchtime. I don't know whether you were a little slow getting around. Yeah, he's taking off his cap. Can you see the hat waving up in the top of the Svenkarma Pavilion?
Oh, hello Julian.
Yeah, so I missed Julian. We were fairly sharpish round because I knew there was going to be a queue today.
Those who aren't next to Julian, sorry to interject, probably think he's completely mad, just waving his hat.
Well, he is mad. In comes bowls to Haynes, not even my delivery, bowled by Haynes. Haynes plays that to mid-off, completely distracted. End of the over, 40 for 1 at the end of the 8th over. So sorry I miss you, Julian. I bet it's hot up there. He says, phew, it's a hot one. What have we learnt from the 50 over campaign regarding our fringe players, question mark. And Julian reckons that Surrey are probably 30 runs light. Yeah, I don't think it's a 360 pitch like it was last week. What have Sussex learnt from this 50 over campaign? Well,
from what I've seen from the 2 games, I think that Lenham and Carson, you've got 2 fine young spinners coming through the ranks there, and tidy spinners. I think Simpson's captaincy's been excellent, and I've been impressed with Zach Leon Cachet as well.
Stuart Reckling comes in and bowls to Allsop, plays slightly across the line to mid-on, there is no run. Yeah, I mean, Jack Carson would be considered Sussex's frontline spinner and would play championship. Archie Lenham, I agree, has got better and better as the competition has gone on. Whether he's done enough to force himself into county championship reckoning, I don't know. And to the T20 side, he'd be on the fringes of that side. But they certainly prove that he's, you know, he can take wickets and bowl economically, Archie. Stuart Reckling in, bowls to Alsop, who drives down the ground and knocks out one of the stumps. Good job that Tom Haynes had his bat in the ground. Of course, that's... if Stuart Reckling doesn't touch it, then it doesn't matter, but it's a dot ball. So I would say certainly Archie Lenham, I think, has been a positive. I'm just trying to think who else has been positive. I think one or two, and if you listen to... I didn't go to Bristol on Wednesday, as you know, Julian, but listening to Paul Farbrace's interview, he was hinting that one or two of the fringe players have still maybe got a bit to do to force their way into first team reckoning. Reckling in bowls. Oh, I thought for a minute he played that on Tom Alsop. The ball dribbles down the onside of the track and there is no run. I guess the big thing is there anyone who's played in this competition who is really put their hand up and said, I expect to be playing in the game at Scarborough next week, or I expect now I've forced myself into the T20 semi-final, quarter-final side? And I would say probably there isn't anyone who's really forced themselves into Paul Farbrace's thoughts to play in those games. Stuart Reckling in, bowls wide outside the off stump. It's a very good stop. Ben Geddes, who misfielded a ball earlier on in the afternoon. That was a good stop away to his right-hand side. I think that illustrated as well, that shot from Alsop. He didn't quite time it. And the ball dribbles out into the covers. So, yeah, I think that would be my... There's been some decent performances, but I don't think anyone, with possible exception of Archie Lenham, who's really stuck their hand up. Stuart Reckling in, bowls. Also pulls through mid-wicket, 4 runs. Good shot. Very nearly hits those the Birds, who are having a little bit of a snooze on the outfield. But too short from Stuart Reckling, and Alsop's a good player and pulls that away through mid-wicket for 4 runs. Nice shot. He goes to 6.
That wasn't even that short.
44 for
He's
1.
latched onto it, hasn't he?
Yeah. And others have done well in parts, but not consistently, I would say.
Yep.
Lots of cricket to come. Every ball of every game, of course, on the BBC. As Stuart Reckling, final ball of his 5th over, is in and bowls, and also clips this away. He's going to get another boundary. It wasn't that far away from Conor McCurr in there at mid-wicket, but the ball races away for 4 more runs. There was a cry of catch and a good over for Sussex. 8 runs coming off of it. At the end of it, the Sharks are 48 for 1, with Alsop has gone on to 10, Tom Haynes on 13, the man out, Dom Clark, who was bowled by Stuart Reckling for 24. And I would imagine that Dominic Sibley is very much considering a bowling change, but I could see him chatting away to Cameron Steele, and I think that bowling change may be imminent as far as Surrey are concerned.
Yeah, I think you're right, because I think if these 2 Toms stay together for an hour, I think the game is done and dusted. Sussex with this triptych of Toms at the top of the order. Adrian Harms got the trifecta in.
Yeah.
The trinity of Toms.
Yeah.
Surrey just bolstering the cover region. That's Haynes. Ew, there's a flash at that, there's a waft. And they're going to keep it there to him, because with Haynes' strength is his weakness. He nicks off a lot as well, doesn't he? But
in reply to my response on who stuck their hands up, Julian says I'm talking utter nonsense, and what am I talking about? No, he doesn't really. He says, I agree with everything you said. Thank you, Julian.
give us a wave, Julian. There you go. Conor McCurr around the wicket, that's 4 runs. Straight away. Strays onto the pads. And Haynes smashes it over mid-wicket for 4.
Yeah, that was almost contemptuous, wasn't it, really? He just took a step down the wicket and clipped the ball away.
Sussex just twisting the knife here.
Yeah. I think we'll definitely see a change in the bowling.
McCurr. It's just played out to Barnwell. He gets his body behind it.
A little bit like Tom Clark, actually, with Tom Haynes. I wanted to see Clark go on and play a really big innings. There's an opportunity here for Tom Haynes. He did a couple of nice boundaries, 17 off 17, no pressure in terms of time. Sussex need less than 5 and over. Decent track, fast outfield, big innings, please. Set yourself up for, you know, the tough matches to come.
Here is Tom Haynes, Haynes with an I, as opposed to Desmond or Gavin or Jack, and that is gorgeous. Beautifully played. I mean, although I'm working as a Surrey commentator here, some of these shots are a pleasure to watch if you just appreciate good cricket.
I mean, I've watched Tom. Yeah, I've watched Tom Haynes a lot. You know, over the last few years, he could look $1 million. I mean, he really can look at. You know, he's gone around England lines. He's been spoken about in England terms, but too many times he gets this sort of start and then gets himself out.
Just getting squared up a little bit there.
And if those, I don't know if they're little lapses in concentration, but he's good enough to play. You know, he's already playing at a high level. He's playing county championship cricket, but I think he could go to the next level. Like
Play for England.
Well, I think you know, he's a way off that at the minute, Dan. You know, I think he's some way down the pecking order. But if you could, you know, if you could play like he plays lovely cover drives, you know, he likes to get on with it, so he fits the ethos of the way that England play.
McCurr again, driven handsomely, but only picking out mid-off. End of the power play. The hosts are 56 for 1.
But I would say, Dan, that he needs to get more 60s, 70s, 80s, more than nice 20s, 30s, 40s. I think if you're going to force yourself up into that next echelon, that's where you need to be, isn't it? You know, if you're going to be with the Ducketts and these sort of people, you've got to be scoring, you know, when you're playing in the championship. So he's a fine player, and working alongside the likes of Grant Flower, Ashley Wright. Now we have got that change.
If they're pretty 20s, though, I'm a sucker for it, Adrian.
Yeah, well, there you go.
Style over substance, me.
We've got a change in bowling, but not the one we foresaw. It's going to be Ben Geddes who's going to come on to bowl. He made 81. What did we see? A bit of off spin?
Yeah, a little bit of off spin. He picked up his maiden first-class wicket in the game at was it against Gloucestershire? Actually, I think it might have been last.
Well,
no, it was against Warwickshire Rugby School.
Okay. Well, after 10 overs. Surrey were 58 for 1, Sussex 56 for 1, so it's pretty much even Stevens. And Geddes is going to come around the wicket. The power play is over, or the first power play is over, I should say, as in comes Geddes to bowl wide outside the off stump, thumped away by Allsop, and that's going to race away for well fielded. Very well fielded out there. That's excellent, because it was a poor delivery from Geddes, and Allsop clubbed the ball away through the offside, but Adam Thomas very quickly round the cover boundary to field, and that's not easy, running down the hill, but he saved a couple of runs, a real loosener from Geddes. 58 for 1 are Sussex. Geddes waits again, bowls, and Allsop lets that one go outside of the off stump, and there is no run. Geddes again, bowls, and Allsop just eases that through the ring of 3 who are saving one on the offside, but only as far as the sweeper on the cover boundary. One more to Allsop. He goes to 13, 59 for 1. The 4 fielders outside of the circle are a cover, a long off, a long on, and a deep mid wicket. Tom Haynes retakes his guard. And waits for Geddes to come around the wicket. He's in and bowls, and Haynes eases that away through the covers. Another comfortable single for Tom Haynes. He goes to 22, 60 for 1. Sussex top of the Division 2 of the County Championship. Surrey top of the County Championship. 6 wins, far more than anybody else. Geddes in bowls and also again works that one away through the offside. Sussex don't need to do anything daft here. They've picked up 5 off the over pretty comfortably.
Yeah, I think I have a funny feeling. It's only a funny feeling.
Geddes in bowls and played to back. Well, point, good bit of fielding by McCurr. End of the over, tidy enough, but Sussex doing what they need to. 5 runs off the over, 61 for 1 after 11 overs.
Yeah, I have a funny feeling the next time that these two sides meet could be in the Vitality Blast final.
Ooh, that would be good, wouldn't it? That really would be exciting. I just look at the County Championship. I mean, Surrey are 30, no they're not, they're 23 points clear of Somerset. Of course, the strange thing with Division 1 of the County Championship is that not everybody plays everybody twice, which is so ridiculous.
Yeah.
And that can certainly favour, I don't know who Surrey got left to play, I'll have a look in a moment. But
Lancashire,
who are
Somerset, Durham, Essex.
Okay, well Somerset's interesting. I don't know who you won't have played twice. But can you
Durham.
Right, okay.
And Nottinghamshire.
Right. Got to change your bowling. It's not the bowling change we anticipate. Looks like Nathan Barnwell's coming into the attack.
Coming down the hill from the Cromwell Road end. Oh, that's well bowled. Loose shot there from Alsop. Goes thick inside edge and is...
I'll tell you what, there was 2 there as well. Tom Alsop called Tom Haynes, but Tom Haynes had decided he didn't want any of that.
Yeah, well fielded. Made quite a bit of ground there, Yusuf Majid.
He did.
Yeah. Yeah, he's a good bowler. I think he's got a big future ahead of him, Yusuf Majid. Barnwell, that's just tickled into the onside, no run. Yeah, Majid varies it. He's not scared to flight it either. And he's a very nice chap.
As most cricketers are.
Generally, yeah. Yeah, no, they are. Barnwell. That's going to be 4. Majid can't get to that. Haynes got that very fine. And Barnwell just straying onto his legs. He just helps it on its way.
Yeah, you can't really bowl there, can you?
No. And I mean, you can't bowl Haynes. You can't bowl him, give him any width outside the off stump because he'll nail it through the covers. Barnwell, like that. And that's going to be just the one. That's well fielded
Very
by
good.
Cameron Steele. Out under the Spen Karma Pavilion.
Yes, look at this.
Karma or Kama?
Karma.
Karma. Spen Karma Pavilion.
Yeah, Surrey have got to play Lancashire at the Oval, Nottinghamshire at Trent Bridge.
Somerset in Taunton, Durham at the Oval, Essex at Chelmsford.
Yeah.
Defended into the offside, and they'll probably be without Smith, Pope and Atkinson because of England commitments. But they will get the players back from the 100, so they'll get, you know, the guys have been so good in the county championship for them this season. People like Jordan Clark, who for me has been the unsung hero of this side in the county championship. Dan Lawrence will come back in. That's well bowled, nice and tight into the stumps. 67 for 1 at the end of the 12th.
Yeah, and Sussex just ticking along nicely here, aren't they? 6 and over. Don't have to take any undue risks. Need to score at 4.6 and over to win the game. And Dominic Sibley's just keeping Cameron still up his sleeve here. Or if he's just waiting for the ball maybe to get a little older. But you would thought that he would really be the key for Surrey. Ben Geddes around the wicket comes in and bowls to Haynes. Now that turned a bit. Tom Haynes looking to play his favourite shot, which is that cut shot through backward point. And the ball went through into the gloves of Josh Blake. Brings Haynes forward to do a little bit of gardening. He waits again. Geddes in bowls, and this time he does get it away, and this time it'll be 4 runs. Too much width from Geddes, and so Haynes is very, very strong in that area, cutting the ball away through backward point. Nice shot. Haynes goes to 31, and the Sharks to 71 for 1.
Yeah, the county championship side for Surrey is very different from this one.
Yeah.
Only 3 players feature in this game.
Geddes in bowls. Forward comes Haynes. Plays down the onside of the track. Geddes fields of his own bowling. There is no run.
And those 3 are Ryan Patel, who's been in and out the side, although scored a brilliant 100 against Essex. Dominic Sibley and Cameron Steele.
Geddes in bowls to Haynes. Plays out into the offside. There is no run. What about happened to Tom Laws? Is he in the 100 or?
Yeah, Laws has been playing. He's been around.
No.
He's
Geddes in bowls, and Haynes is going to pick up a couple more runs here. Well fielded out on the by Adam Thomas, who cut off a certain boundary, but it's a comfortable couple of runs, and Geddes stands hands on hips. I think he's a little disappointed. Just giving Tom Haynes far too much width on that occasion.
Yeah, the other one who's featuring in this game, who's been out on loan actually to Yorkshire, is Connor McCurr.
Okay.
So whether he comes back into the side or not, I don't know.
Geddes in bowls, hits Haynes on the pad. There's a stifled appeal, but I could see from here that was going down the leg side. It is the end of the over, the end of the 13th over, again 6 runs coming off of it, and Sussex going along to 73 for 1. I think Geddes is going to come out the attack here. I just see 1 or 2 sort of pats on the back. Maybe that was a bit of an experiment from Dominic Sibley. And I just wonder whether we might well now see, because he won't want to leave this too long. You know, if you've got a spinner who's capable, takes the amount of wickets that Steele takes, you want him to play a fundamental part in the game.
Yeah, he can't. He hasn't got enough runs on the ball either.
No, he hasn't. No.
You know, he's defending just 242, and Sussex Sharks were not far of a third off that. Chipped away a third of the total. Barnwell in, and that's... I'll give him the benefit of the doubt there and say that Mr. Alsop deliberately played that, steered it down there. Some might say it might be a thick outside edge, but I'll give him the benefit of the doubt and say that he deliberately steered it down there.
Well, someone's definitely on the Prosecco down there, and you can probably hear him in our effects microphone, so we might just have to keep an eye on that. Don't want too loud.
Barnwell defended. Yeah, there are a couple of ladies who lunch, let's say.
Well, they've had a thoroughly good time by the looks of it.
Yeah, enjoying themselves. That's Sean Paul, and almost down the throat of Yusuf Majid, but he's got away with it.
Well, again, that was an example, I think, Dan, of the ball not really coming onto the bat.
Yeah.
Was short, he was looking to pull that one away, and that could so easily have spooned to the fielder at mid-wicket. He's well set here, Tom Haynes, 34 off 33. Real opportunity to make a big score, which he did last week against Leicestershire, when he made 129.
Barnwell full, driven by Alsop.
Made 40. Sorry.
Geddes. Sorry.
44 against Leicestershire. 12 against Yorkshire. 38 against Warwickshire. So he has made runs in the competition, Tom Haynes. 14 in the opener at Notts. There was a good knock last week. Didn't travel to Gloucester on Wednesday.
Driven up to mid-on. Conor McCurr in that floppy hat.
But I think from a Sussex point of view, you know, really important to get Allsop in here, and it's a competitive match that you want to win, but it's important for Allsop to spend some time out in the middle, because it doesn't look like he's going to get a lot more time before the resumption of the county championship.
Driven again.
Nice line.
Sibley.
Nice line he's bowling here.
Yeah.
Good over as well. Just 2 runs coming off of it.
Yeah, I like him, Barnwell. I think he's got a little bit about him. And he's a wonderful fielder.
75 for 1. Now, are we going to see this change? No, it's Geddes is going to carry on. Now, I thought he got the pats on the back there to say, you know, thanks very much, you know, take a rest, but he's going to bowl 3rd over, is Ben Geddes, so I got that wrong. Geddes 2 overs, no wicket for 11, and he's going to be coming into bowl to the left-handed Tom Haynes. Around the wicket, bowls, and Haynes steps back and crunches out away through the offside. Fielded by Barnwell, who's down in front of the clock tower scoreboard. 1 more to the total. Sussex go to 76 for 1, Haynes to 35. And again, get his bowls driven beautifully by Allsop with a lovely straight bat. And again, it's Barnwell who has to do the fielding out on the cover boundary. Allsop goes to 17, 77 for 1. People bask in the sunshine, just enjoying the cricket. Geddes in again. Bowls, and again Haynes just helps himself to a comfortable single. Again, it's Barnwell, so 3 times in a row it's been a single out to the cover boundary. Sussex just needing to score 4.7 and over here.
Yeah, they're cruising here, Sussex.
Geddes in again, bowls, and this time Allsop is very studiously forward, plays it out into the offside, and there is no run. 3 men saving, 1 on the offside, 2 on the leg, 4 men outside of the circle. Geddes in bowls, always a poor ball down the leg, always very lucky to get away with that. Also was looking to pull that way on the leg side, and that's one that in a T20 might have gone over the stands for 6, but he mistimed it completely and the ball dribbled to mid-wicket, no run. Geddes in again, bowls, Allsop defends out into the offside. So having, with 3 runs taken, or 3 singles taken off the first 3 balls of the over, the last 3 balls are all dot balls. So Geddes's 3 overs have cost 14, and the Sharks are 78 for 1, with Haynes on 36, Allsop on 17. If you've just joined us, a very good afternoon. Welcome to Hove. Myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Dan Whiting. Surrey winning the toss here this morning. Bowled out for 243, losing the last 7 wickets for 57. After Ben Geddes have made 81 and Josh Blake 53. Those 2 sharing a partnership for the 4th wicket of 102. 3 wickets for Ollie Robinson, 2 for Archie Lenham, 2 for Jack Carson. And Sussex here 78 for 1 in reply.
Nathan Barnwell, and that's off. Deliberately run down to 3rd for singles. That moves Sussex into the 80s. At this stage, Surrey was 79 for 2, so even Stevens. Sorry, 79 for 1. So, yeah, even Stevens. But Surrey probably left a few runs out there. Driven with no timing. I think the key is when this ball gets, or these balls, because they use 1 from each end, when they both get to about 12 to 15 overs from each end, I think that's the key to this game, because I think they start to just do things, stick in the pitch a little bit, and it makes scoring runs a little bit tricky. Barnwell in, and that's got on to Allsop. He's a little bit too paced.
I thought I kept a bit low as well, actually.
Did it? Yeah. sort of obscured a little bit by Allsop.
He just looked like he was pulling it and he didn't quite come onto the bat.
No.
You never know in these games. You know, Surrey seemed to be going along very nicely, 180, 5 for 3. Then all of a sudden, a couple of wickets go down and everything changes.
Nathan Barnwell. Driven, no run. Yeah. Barnwell is none for 9 at the moment. Nathan Andre Barnwell played for England under-19s. Oh, that's
Well taken, actually.
gone through, yeah. Josh Blake makes that look easy.
I don't think this is easy on here, you know.
No.
Julian got in touch and was saying he felt that Surrey were maybe 13 runs short, and certainly last week this was a 350 pitch,
Yeah.
but I'm not sure it is today. There's nothing wrong with it, but it's perhaps not what we thought.
I think it's one of those wickets you can stay in on it all day long, but you...
Oh,
Where's that gone?
has he played on?
Where's that gone?
Well, it didn't go anywhere. He was looking to drive the ball the way through the offside. I think the ball virtually rolled back onto his stumps.
I was looking through the covers there to see it racing away down towards the indoor school.
Which is the one run off the over. He's bowled well here. It's Nathan Barnwell.
Yep.
So Sussex, who started off at a rate of knots, the run rate required is 4.8, which isn't a problem, but the current run rate is 4.9. And now we are going to get Cameron Steele coming into the attack. This is where this could be really interesting. Cameron Steele, who's bowled really well for Surrey this season. And it'll be interesting to see how he's going to bowl from the same end that Archie Lennon bowled, the leg spinner. And this could be the crucial stage of the match.
Yeah, I described him the other day as being like a sommelier with his towel hanging out the back of him.
Born in the States, is that right?
Born in California, grew up in Western Australia, played all his first class cricket in the UK.
Right, there we are. There's a story.
Yeah.
Well, presumably born in California. Were his parents American or? I don't know. Anyways,
I think one of each actually, because I think, yeah,
he's moved around the globe. That's the thing.
he's qualified to play for America.
Right. So he's going to bowl right arm. Overall kick comes in off. Well, just wait. He's tossing the ball. Leg spinners like to do this, don't they? You see them flicking the ball from hand to hand. Now the field.
Getting their fingers going.
Yeah, for the left-handed also. There's a fine leg, backward square leg, mid-wicket, cover, backward point, sweeper on the cover boundary, long off, long on, and a deep mid-wicket. So, Steele, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 paces, in and bowls, and also works onto the other side. Immediately, you can just see the bowler's arms go up in the air, and there's a bit of excitement around. But, sorry, it wasn't Allsop at all, it was Tom Haynes, my apologies. There is no run. Steele again, tossing the ball from hand to hand. Wants his fine leg just to go a little squarer, or his short fine leg. He's in again, bowls, and well, an attempted switch hit there by Tom Haynes. I didn't see exactly what happened because I was obscured by Tom Allsop at the non-striker's end. Needless to say, Haynes didn't make contact. And there is no run. Ambitious shot to play off the second ball that Steele has bowled. Steele in again, bowls. Forward comes Haynes very solidly down the offside of the track. And there is no run. Haynes surveys the field. The leg side field in particular. As Steele is in again. Bowls. Haynes drives firmly through the offside. Get all of that, Tom Haynes. He gets a single out to the sweeper on the cover boundary. Good throw comes in on the bounce from Adam Thomas. 80 for 1. Tom Allsop takes guard. First time he's faced Cameron Steele. Field says as it was. The two Toms, both left-handers. Stealing again, bowls, all sort of nudges forward and plays that back of the square on the leg side. Well, what you have to say is here that Steelers immediately dropped onto a good line and length. Just the one run off of the over so far. Bowls, well, that was a poor delivery. Well fielded. Well, he's lucky to get away with that. It was a good bit of fielding. His skipper rather got him out of jail there, Dominic Sibley. Big man, he was down very quickly. That was a horrible delivery. A full toss. Allsop couldn't make the most of it. He remains on 17. And at the end of the 17th over, Sussex are 80 for 1. At the same stage, Surrey were 89 for 3. So Sussex behind on run just. The required run rate is now up to 4.9 and over. The current run rate 4.7, but Sussex with all these wickets in hand will still feel they're very much in the box seat here.
Yeah, Dominic Sibley face down in the dirt in the repaired ends of the wicket. Probably not the most pleasant, but he saved 4 runs. Very good work. Nathan Barnwell in, and that's worked into the onside. Is Thomas going to get it? Yes, he does, brilliantly. Haynes moves into the 40s with that well-timed clip into the leg side. But Adam Thomas just saved his side 2 runs. Barnwell, top of his mark. 82 for 1, Allsop at 17. Haynes goes to 41 with that pleasant back foot punch into the offside. Surrey look a little bit despondent here. Can a wicket lift their spirits? That's driven, but
It's not easy to get away, is it?
no.
You know, that came off the bottom of the difficult to time for Tom Allsop.
Just starts to stick in the pitch about now, doesn't it?
Well, you know, Surrey might feel here, you know, if they could pick up a wicket or two and put a bit of pressure on Sussex, because it's...
Yeah, Sussex can't just sit there and wait for stuff to happen. They have to score runs.
Yeah.
Barnwell, and that's...
Well, Sussex have scored, sorry Dan, they've
Dot ball.
scored 24 off the last 7 overs. So, you know, there's no pressure here on Sussex in terms of the run rate required, although that's sneaked up to 5 and over. But it's not proving easy here.
No. Barnwell just keeping it tidy. A dot ball is a hot ball, as all kids are taught these days. Here is Barnwell. That's pulled with aplomb for 6. Tom Allsop latches onto that one really quickly, and you can't bowl there.
Well, you can't bowl there. Good shot from Tom Allsop, as you say. It was almost a long hot, wasn't it?
50 partnership up as well, 69 balls, 42 minutes. Yeah, you just can't bowl there, can you?
No.
That's Barnwell's got away with one there.
He did.
Allsop this time crunches a full toss, but only to Cameron Steele and the covers.
And that was Sussex all back on track, isn't it? You know, 9 off the over, helped by a 6, of course.
Yeah.
And I would imagine, and I'm only guessing here, that Cameron still bowls right through here, because that's Surrey's best chance of trying to win the game. A towel has been brought out for Tom Haynes. It must be hot work out there batting. Quite hot work being a spectator as well. The wind seems to have dropped a bit in that the flag on the clock tower scoreboard is limp to the mast. And Haynes maybe getting a new pair of gloves, or certainly a bit of a toweling off. Steele just having a conversation with his skipper, and it is going to be Haynes who's on strike. In comes Steele, bowls, and Haynes drives pleasantly down the ground, picks up a single. Down below us is fielded by Ollie Sykes. One more to the total. Haynes 242.
If they build a stand at that end of the ground, I presume there'll still be room for the net.
This end of the ground it would be, I think.
Oh,
Eaton Road end, I think. In comes, oh, driven away. That's a nice shot. Poor delivery by Steele. He's going to get away with that, actually. Well fielded down in front of us. Now, has the fielder hurt himself there? He'll take to recover. I think he has, you know.
Sibley. No, it's Conor McCurr.
He's gone down as if he's in quite a bit of discomfort.
And hurt his shoulder.
No, he's okay. That's good news. Don't see anyone get hurt. 91 for 1. Just read that release again. In comes, oh, well fielded. Very good by Sibley in there at short extra cover. That was drilled away by Haynes, and he stopped it one-handed. And there is no run. There is one run. Come on, I need to concentrate on the cricket. Sorry, 92 for 1. I can't multitask. Sorry.
Well, I find the same. I can't, but we are male, so there we go. Yeah, I thought it was the temporary stands at the top end of the ground. I thought that's where the stand was going. Steele.
Oh, that's a horrible delivery. He was going to go for 4 runs, but not at all where he intended. It was a full toss. Well, he's looked to club that one down the ground. He's got a big thick edge, and the ball's ended up down at third man. So it was a ball that deserved to go for 4. But I'm not entirely sure that, well, he didn't mean it to go there, did he? Also it goes to 28, and Sussex to 96 for 1.
Yeah, I don't know. I was just convinced that it was at the Cromwell Road end.
You're quite right. In comes Steele, bowls and clipped by Woolstock to mid-wicket. There is no run. The 2 newsstands either side of the bowling sight screen with storage beneath are described in the application as modernising the north end of the ground backing onto Cromwell Road. So you're quite right. A new bar, refreshment area, and more toilets are included to serve the newsstands. In comes Steele, bowls. Forward comes Alsop, who very obligingly picks the ball up.
So, if a new stand goes in, the nets can stay there still, the outdoor nets?
Yeah, you'd have thought so, yeah. So that planning application, we understand, has been passed this week by Brighton and Hove Council. Quite when that's all going to take place, I don't know. We'll have to talk to the Sussex Chief Exec, Pete Fitzboyden, and see when all that is going to happen. For the time being, Sussex going along very nicely here. 96 for 1. Haynes on 43. Also on 28. Would you like a cup of tea?
I'd love a coffee,
Right.
please. Thank you. Thank you, Adrian. Good old Brighton and Hove. I've nearly called them Albion now as well, Council. As that's played into the offside. Ryan Patel fielding the ball. Gorgeous outfield. Yeah, absolutely wonderful outfield. I think the best in the country. Maybe not the quickest. I'd say. Don't know, I think Bristol's probably the quickest. Worcester's pretty quick. That's driven into the ground by Haynes, who's more or less a runner ball here. Good to be in Brighton. Just that buzz amongst the spectators of the knowledge that their side are going well. That's drilled square the wicket. Good bit of work from Ryan Patel and this knowledgeable crowd here. That's, you know, applauding the good work that Surrey are doing, as well as the good work that their team Sussex are doing. Yeah, I thought that deserved a round of applause from Ryan Patel, for Ryan Patel there. Barnwell tucked into square leg for a single. .146 needed. Barnwell going into the pitch. I owe Adrian lots of cups of tea and coffee when he comes to the Oval, I tell you. I'll be pressing that machine button as often as I can.
You haven't tasted it yet. It looks a bit strong, sorry.
That's all right. Need something to wake me up. That's played out to mid-on. Early start for me this morning.
Yeah, what time were you away?
7 o'clock the alarm was set for.
Yeah, I was before that. I had to take the dog out for a run, so...
But I've got a couple of days off now.
Have you?
And I haven't had many of them recently.
No. 20 overs gone, 97 for 1 at the end of the 20th. By way of comparison, Surrey were 106 for 3, but Sussex with a strong-looking batting lineup. Zach Leon Cachet, Ollie Carter, John Simpson, Jack Carson coming in at 8. Sorry, Jack Carson coming in at 7, Archie Linamate, Daniel Ibrahim, Ollie Robinson and Henry Crocombe. So Sussex will feel well placed here. Cameron Steele, what can he do about it? The Surrey leg spinner is in over the wicket. Bowls down the leg side. Did he give the thigh pad off the bat? Let's wait for the umpire's signal.
Thigh pad.
Yeah, it was the thigh pad.
Yeah, it gives a pre-signal.
98 for 1. The score ticks over to Tom Haynes on 44, Tom Alsop on 28. These two coming together when Tom Clark played on for 24. Steele in, bowls drilled back by Alsop. Steele makes a good stop low to his left hand side, and there is no run. Wheeling around is Steele in bowls and drilled straight back down the track, and there is no run.
Just reading about this innings by Hugh Bartlett in 1938 on this ground.
Oh, you're reading the sign we've got in the...
Yeah.
In comes Steele, bowls. Also, I think he changed his shot then. I think he was looking to clipping that one away through square leg. He played it into the onside straight. There was no run.
So he got a century in 57 minutes, but in the first 14 he scored 4, so he got 96 in 43 minutes. Wow.
Steele bowls, full toss, and he get a little fortunate to get away with that. Also just drills it straight back to him, and there is no run. Cameron Steele, who's in his 3rd over.
He got 157 in less than 2 hours.
That takes some doing.
Yeah.
Steele in, bowls, also defends on the offside of the track, and there is no run. Tidy enough from Cameron Steele. What he really needs here is wickets. End of the over, 98 for 1 at the end of the 21st. So a maiden over from Cameron Steele. Haynes on 44, also on 28. Sussex needing another, I can't see it because there's an awkward white pillar and you just cannot quite see the final digit on the scoreboard. But I could tell you they need 145 to win in 29 overs, which then is at 5 and over.
Yeah, one of the 6 sixes scored by Hugh Bartlett in that game in 1938 against the Australians. As Barnwell comes in, and
Shot.
That's a gorgeous shot. Is that going to go for 4? Yes, it will. The ball slows up going up, but So does the human body, doesn't it? It's hard to run, hard to sprint up hills. Yeah, so one of the six sixes in the innings landed by the cricketer Pup, which is a huge hit. So that's out at long on. Is that where we come into the ground?
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
So the old pub has been demolished to make way for these
flats.
new flats, but the pub is still there. The pub has been rebuilt.
That's just worked with a hint of bottom hand by Haynes. That was the 100 up as well with that 4. That's a massive hit then, because that is the entrance on Eton Road, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Yeah.
Yeah.
A big hit. Yeah, the old pub was part of the redevelopment of that part of the ground with some very shishi apartments and flats, which have gone up over the last 2 to 3 years, and the pub is back.
Surprised you haven't bought one, Adrian.
Yeah, right. Yeah, right.
Well, that's a hoik.
That is a hoik. Yeah.
That's not a very pleasant shot there from Allsop.
Yeah, I might be able to afford sort of the hallway or something. Yeah, I think they cost a few quid.
And Hove's quite posh, isn't it? Isn't Hove the more desirable end of town?
Yes, I would say it is. I prefer Hove to Brighton City Centre. That's just me.
Hove, actually, I think you're supposed to call it, aren't you? Barnwell in, and that's thumping into the pad of Allsop.
Where else might Dominic Sibley turn here in terms of spin options?
Yusuf Majid.
Okay.
And then he's got Ryan Patel to bowl some dibbly dobblies, I think.
Well, I do need a wicket here, don't they? Sorry.
They certainly do. This game's just drifting to an inevitable conclusion here. That's very pleasantly played and well fielded out at mid-wicket. That's a sub-fielder on there.
I was going to say, I haven't got his number down. He's got number 3 on there.
5.
Right, okay.
3's Connor McCurr, who I think is off the pitch. Yeah, he is. I think he did his shoulder in.
We also thought he'd hurt his hand, didn't we? Talking of which, we'll have to find out how Jack Carson is. He didn't return to the field after hurting his hand. Now we've got a change in the field here. Dominic Sibley is conversing from mid-off with Nathan Barnwell, but they leave it as it is.
Barnwell to Haynes. Haynes has been starved of the strike here. He's been stuck on 49 for ages.
Yeah, 49 off 52 for Tom Haynes. In fact, Tom Allsop has faced more balls. He's 29 off 53. Very good afternoon. Welcome to Hove, a lovely sunny Hove, where Surrey were bowled out, if you've just joined us, for 242 in 47.4 overs. Ben Geddes with a stylish 81, and Josh Blake 53, the main contributors, a partnership of 102 for the 4th wicket. 3 wickets for Ollie Robinson, 2 for the impressive Archie Lenham and Jack Carson. Sussex rather losing Tom Clark for 24 with a score on 34. But since then, have been largely untroubled, as famous last words, as Allsop plays that into the offside and picks up a single. He goes to 30, 106 for 1. Sussex needing to score at just 5 and over with 9 wickets in the bank. They'll feel the game is theirs to lose. In comes Steele. Bowls and driven by Haynes down to long on, and that's a half century for Tom Haynes, and he gets a good round of applause. He's playing himself into a nice bit of form, is Tom Haynes, in this competition. 44 he made down at Neath, 129 last week, now 50 in 53 balls with 7 fours. And going into this very important last 6 weeks or so of the season, Haynes playing himself into form. Steele in, bowls to Allsop, who drills that down the ground to long off. Just a single, he goes to 31, 107 for 4. That's a slightly depressing thing to say, isn't it, the last 6 weeks of the season?
Yeah, it is, yeah.
But we're right. I mean, it's the 11th of August. So if you're at 7 6s of 42 days onto this, and you're not far off the end of September, unfortunately. Steele in bowls, and Haynes, with the air of confidence, works that one through point. Picks up a single, he goes to 51, 108 for 1.
Yeah, it won't be long before it's dark at this time, January.
Oh, don't.
All day.
Don't. I don't want to know. In comes Steele. Please don't. Steele in bowls to Alsop, who forward a little uncertainly. The ball ends up at short fine leg, and there is no run. Yeah, let's cling on to this. What have we got? Another 20 days of August. And 28 days of cricket in September, I think, before it all finishes. Steele in bowls to Alsop, who hasn't quite he hit that 6, but he hasn't quite got his timing, which is probably a good reason for him to be playing in this game, having been released from the 100. 4 off the over, 108 for 1. Well, hasn't quite had the effect I think his skipper would have liked. Cameron Steele.
I've just had it confirmed. It's Tommy Elam on as 12ers.
Oh, okay, Tom Elam, who's the son of
Mark.
Who is the son of
Alan. Yes.
So whereas you had a Linham destiny at Sussex, in fact, but both Mark and Alan played for Kent, yes?
Yeah, they did.
They did, yeah.
Thanks to the delightful Debbie Beasley.
I seem to remember Alan Elam getting a brilliant catch in a Gillette Cup final.
He was a wonderful fielder.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Yeah,
I'm sure he did.
Fielder. Yeah. I think that was.
Isn't Mark Elam something to do with Cradley Cricket Club, or don't know? Maybe not.
Okay.
I think so. Either way. Ah, now we've got a change. We've got some spin. We've got Geddes back into the attack.
Where's Yusuf Majid? Geddes. Full toss.
Oh, that was a bit of a misunderstanding, wasn't it? I
Yeah.
think Tom Alsop's very, very quick between the wickets. You know, he's like a hare. He really is. I think Tom Haynes played that a little too firmly and would have been running to the danger end.
There's one.
Yeah, that's a more comfortable single, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well played by Tom Haynes.
So, you're listening to Adrian Harms, Dan White in BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio London, live on the BBC Sport apps and live on the Sussex stream. Sussex Sharks 109 for 1 here, cruising to victory.
How quick Alsop is.
Yeah, thanks to this pair of toms.
Yeah. He's always looking to turn ones into twos, Tom Alsop. As soon as he played that shot, he's very, very quick. Tom Haynes will need to be on his starting blocks here at the non-striker's end.
Full, but on leg stump by Geddes. Out into the leg side where Adam Thomas does the fielding. Short and just sits up, and Haynes punches it out to deep cover where Nathan Barnwell is patrolling in front of the Spencama Pavilion. Short and just short of Adam Thomas. Is he all right there?
I think it hit him high up on the shoulder there.
Okay, I thought
when it was hit, I wondered if it was a chance. Was he a bit slow to pick it up? But end of the over, 114 for him. I mean, he just didn't get there, did he?
No. Well,
he was
hit. He was hit. Went like an exorcist.
Yes. I read a very interesting article talking general cricket, talking about the 100 in one of the national papers over the weekend, saying how the 100 this year has not had the crowds it's had in previous years. It's had some low-scoring matches, and Moeen Ali talking about the ball that they're using perhaps not being conducive to good scores. They got this game at the Oval, London Spirit all out for 96. The Oval Invincibles 44 for 1 in 35. Now that doesn't sound like a cliffhanger of a game, does it?
Not really, no. No, I wonder. Quite a few Surrey members might have turned up because there's a members forum.
Right.
Which was rather controversial when the main county are playing away down here, and a lot of fans will be down here.
Yeah. Now we have got a change of bowling, and we are going to see Majid coming into the attack. Yusuf Majid. Cameron Still, 4 overs in that spell. 1 maiden, no wicket for 12. Sussex going along very nicely here. 114 without loss, 26 overs remaining. They need to score at 5 and over to win their first match in this season's competition. Allsop and Haynes have steadied the ship after Tom Clark was out when the score was on just 36. So 64. This partnership is worth 64 plus 14, 78. In comes Majid, left arm around the wicket, bowls to Allsop, who punches that into the onside, fielded at square leg. There is no run. Sibley trying to keep the pressure on here. He's got 6 men inside the circle. He only needs 5, but he's trying to keep the pressure on as Majid bowls, and also just works that between the fielder at mid-wicket and square leg, and it's a comfortable single fielded by Barnwell. Out in the deep, 1 more to Allsop. He goes to 36, 115 for 1. Majid again. Allsop defends down the onside of the track. Nice and tidy from Yusuf Majid with his first 3 balls. Tall man. Left arm around the wicket, number 68 on the back of his shirt. He's in and bowls. And he beats Haynes outside the off stump. And there is no run. Not taken cleanly by keeper Blake. He has to replace the bails. Majid in again. Bowls. Haynes drives to it off. There wasn't a single there. It was hit too firmly. But very quickly in was Ollie Sykes from mid-off. Prevents a single being taken. And now Majid is saying, right, I would like a mid-off to come back to long-off. And now there are the maximum amount allowed on the boundary, as in comes Majid again, bowls, and again it's just worked by Haynes onto the onside for a comfortable single. So a very tidy over from Yusuf Majid. Just a couple of runs coming off of it. And Sussex at the halfway point, and as the drinks are brought out, are 116 for 1. And I think Sussex from here, Dan, will feel with what have got? Haynes on 53, Allsop on 37. I think Sussex will feel that it's theirs to lose, really.
They'll be disappointed if they don't win it.
Yeah.
It's I mean, it's a walk in the park from here. What is it, 127 off 25? I mean, it's fairly comfortable. But you never know. Couple of wickets.
Well, the run rate isn't a problem, is it? You know, Sussex need to score at 5 and over. Let's have a quick look through the other scores. There's people around the ground stretching their legs. So, elsewhere in this competition, Nottinghamshire against Essex. Nottinghamshire making 218. Essex 87 for 2 after 20 overs. Who's going along nicely there? Robin Darcy's 39 not out.
Yeah, see they've opened with Benkenstein as well.
Good young player.
Yeah.
At Rugby School, could be a good finishing prospect there. Warwickshire 242 for 9, unbeaten in the competition so far. They're tied at the top with Glamorgan. Yorkshire 133 for 4 after 23 overs. Who's in the runs there? Will Luxton, 41 not out.
Yeah, he got 83 against Surrey.
Harry Duke made 60. And the final game in this group is the game at Grace Road, which is, when you think Leicestershire were 50 odd for 5, they made 271 for 8 in the end, with Peter Hanscom making a century. Glamorgan are 84 for 3 in the 20th over. So Glamorgan are, well, they've got 2 experienced campaigners in the middle in Sam North East and Colin Ingram, but if Leicestershire were to win that, that's going to be a terrific battle down at Bristol on Wednesday, is it? Where Gloucestershire play Leicestershire, because if Nottinghamshire lose to Essex, I think they'll be out of it. Neither of these two sides can qualify for the latter stages of this competition, as the drinks are dispensed and various paraphernalia brought out for the batters, probably a change of gloves. I think it'll get a bit sweaty. There was a story I was hearing about Ross Taylor, who spent a couple of seasons here for Sussex, in a game where he made might have been a triple hundred, and didn't change his gloves because he thought it would change his luck. I'd be a bit like that, you know. Because nowadays in Test match, I mean, it is ludicrous in Test match cricket, isn't it? The amount of times that gloves are brought out. Anyway, I think it's ridiculous amount of overs that they get bowled.
I remember Brendan Taylor, the Zimbabwean, when he was at Nottinghamshire, having a sleep in some bloke's car one night
Really?
down the road from Trent Bridge, which led to all sorts of jokes and japes on social media, things like, you know, Stuart Bed and Broad and Summit Hotel.
Very good. Cameron Steele's going to change ends. Is he going to go bowl down the slope now from the Cromwell Road end? 25 overs to go. Sussex well in control here, but maybe things will change.
Here is Steele. Googly to start off with. Blows into his hand to try and dry it before every ball. You watch Steele, he goes through the same routine and he'll blow into his hand in a minute. There he goes.
Yeah.
That's played out to mid-wicket. Sykes, the man. $118 for 1. Pulled, and that bisects
Well placed.
the two 18-year-olds, Sykes and Thomas, boundary riding on the leg side. And as you said, Adrian, very well placed. Those Surrey fans who don't know what the Sussex badge is about, that's just played out to Sykes. The martlet is a mythical bird, isn't it? It's a footless, flightless bird, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, and I think if you are a second team player, I don't know if this is still the case, you had 6 of them, or no, you had 1, that could be 4 runs.
I feel it is.
Well done, Thomas, down at deep backward square. Great throw as well. Yes, second team players just have 1, and the first team players had 6, or was it the other way round?
Other way round.
So second team players had 6.
No, sorry. No,
Yeah.
you're right first time.
Yeah.
And capped players, it's different.
Oh, that's got to be close.
I think that was probably going over the top.
Yeah, or maybe even did too much and turned down the leg side, but Mr. Allsop probably had his heart in his mouth for a while there before Mark Newell said no thank you, and that concludes the 26th over. 20, is it 26?
Yeah, 26 gone, 125 for 1.
Yep.
Haynes 60. Allsop on 39. The sun is shining directly on the scoreboard. It's not making it easy to see, but this partnership between these two is now worth 89. And the runs required for Sussex, they need to score 4.9 and over. Tom Haynes is going to be facing Yousef Majid, who's coming in from the C end of the ground. 5 men inside the circle as Majid is in bowls. Haynes looking to get down the wicket and just plays it with soft hands onto the onside. Tom Haynes 129 here last Sunday against Leicestershire. That was a run fest, but Sussex just fell short. Majid in again, bowls. Haynes flicks this away through mid-wicket and picks up a comfortable single as Nathan Barnwell emerges from the Spen Pavilion, which is very slowly disappearing into shade. Where Julian is sitting, he'll be in the shade soon. He'll be pleased about that. Majid in again, bowls and driven. That's a lovely shot by Tom Alsop. Didn't quite come out middle of the bat, but it was enough. The ball ran away down the hill from the boundary to Alsop. He goes to 43, and Sussex not cantering towards victory, but I think they'll feel that this is they shouldn't let this one slip. A chance to build some confidence as in comes Majid and bowls. Also back in his stumps, plays onto the onside. There is no run. Tom Haynes, who is in good form, as I say. Tom Alsop hasn't played a lot of cricket because of his involvement with the Trent Rockets, but good to see him back in the runs here today. Majid in again, bowls. Alsop plays onto the onside, and there is no run. 130 for one. That's Conor McCurr, who's warming up at short fine leg, tall man. Majid in bowls and helps off a hit by Alsop, wide of the fielder at square leg, and picks up a comfortable single. That is the end of the over from Yousef Majid, an over that cost 6 runs. It's all Sussex need to tick along at. They were 131 for one at the end of the 27th over, needing another 112 to win in 23 overs at a rate of 4.9 and over.
Yeah, James, the strength and conditioning man, just having a walk past us from Surrey with Amar Verdi, who's in the squad every time in this tournament but hasn't featured yet. Surrey missing obviously a number of players, but the one that they're really missing today, I think, is somebody who's played quite a lot of games in this tournament, but maybe they're looking at him for the 4-day stuff, and that's James Taylor. That's well bowled by Steele, who's a real jack in the box. Politest, one of the politest guys in cricket. That's just turned round the corner. Stuart Reckling doing the fielding. Who's the politest man at Sussex, Adrian?
The politest man?
Yeah.
Oh my word.
Well bowled, bit of flight there from Steele.
Well, they're all pretty polite, to be honest. Tom Alsop is especially polite.
Yeah. Dot ball. Game punctuated by the cries of goals. That's just defended back to Cameron Steele. Giving himself a little bit of room, and the ball goes out into deep cover where Barnwell fills into the over. 133 for one at the end of the 28th. It's always nice to come down here. I had a privilege of doing some after-dinner speaking.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, with John Philby.
Okay.
Last year for, I think it was the North Gloucestershire and Cotswold Cricket Society.
Right. Here?
No,
in Bristol, or?
it was in the Royal Agricultural College in Cirencester.
Oh, right, okay, sorry, that's a nice place, Cirencester.
Yeah, it was very
An old Roman city.
It might be.
Yeah.
I was next to Lord Bathurst.
Very nice.
Yeah.
Here comes Yusuf Majid, comes in and bowls to Tom Haynes, who eases that ball through the covers. A Seagull has to take evasive action and does so successfully. Tom Haynes moves on to 63, 134 for one.
Yeah, Lord Bathurst owns about 30,000 acres, including the source of the River Thames.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
In comes Majid, bowls, also defends down the onside of the track, no run. I hope you watched your P's and Q's, did you?
You know me, Adrian, boy from Wood Green,
Yeah.
North London.
Yeah.
It's funny where the game of cricket takes you, isn't it?
It is, yeah. Majid in and bowls, ticked away onto the onside, picks up a single, does also he goes to 46, 135. Did you have to dress him as Lord? Or did he sort of give you his Christian name?
I can't remember. You know me, I just called him mate.
Yeah, yeah. In comes Majid, bowls, tucked away onto the onside for a single, 136 for one. And there we are. That's the 100 partnership. 134 minutes. Sorry, 134 balls, 79 minutes. And they've been largely untroubled, if the truth be known.
Yeah, batted very well.
Majid in bowls. Oh, Sop, having said that, then plays a shot in the air to mid-wicket, and there is no run. Tom Alsop on 46. Majid waits. In and bowls, and also gives himself a bit of a tangle there. It was well bowled. He's looking to play their way through the offside. Good over. I mean, these young Surrey spinners are bowling pretty well. I mean, that's a decent over from Majid. He's only conceded the 3 runs. The problem is the Surrey just haven't got enough runs to play with here.
Yeah.
And Sussex are able to pick up the 1s and 2s and get towards the finishing line without taking undue risks.
Yusuf Majid just pushing that one through a little quicker. He's quite difficult to pick because I think when he bowls his slower ball, his arm comes through at the same speed and he just holds it back in the hand a little bit. I've been really impressed with him during this tournament. Cameron Steele from the Cromwell Road end, and that's just played with a smidge in the bottom hand out to deep square where Adam Thomas is doing the fielding. Yeah, so John had had dinner with John, his wife, and Lord Bathurst.
Very nice too.
Yeah.
Ooh, that turned.
That's down the leg side, and why is that not wide? Oh, it's flicked the trousers. It's good work from Josh Blake though. Fast hands.
What was on the menu? A bit of venison or something? That sounds like that sort of a dinner.
I think it was a saddle of lamb actually.
Was it? Oh,
Yeah.
right, okay.
Yeah. I actually asked Lord Bathurst if he could spare a couple of pheasants off his estate, but yeah.
So what was John talking about?
John spoke very well about TV deals, and I spoke about streaming.
Right.
And John followed that up with, the 100 and trying to cram games into the season. I thought he spoke very well. Let's turn around the corner to Stuart Reckling, no run.
You're only saying that because he's probably listening.
No, he did. Thought he did speak well.
When was that? Last winter?
It was, I think it was about last October.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe November.
Oh.
Full bunger from Steele and gets what it deserves, and that is 50. And nice way to get to it. All stop there. 78 balls, 5 4s, 1 6.
Yeah.
And proper player, isn't he?
He is, and I just felt it was a really important innings for Tom Alsop because as he hasn't played any cricket. So he'd just be glad to be out in the middle, hitting some balls. It's all very well being in the nets, but can't beat being out in the middle.
Oh, that's
Oh,
the
bowled.
googly. That's a beaut.
Yes, that didn't miss the off stump by very much.
No. Allsop there. Going down the Bakerloo as the ball went down the Piccadilly.
Yeah. 30 overs, 141 for one. At the same stage, Surrey were 155 for three, but they really didn't kick on from that. So they're ahead on runs scored, but behind on wickets are Surrey. It's going to be Yusuf Majid who's going to carry on. Let me just give you his figures because I think he's bowled quite nicely. Young left arm spinner has bowled 3 overs, 0 for 11. He's in and bowls to Tom Haynes, who plays this straight to mid-wicket. There is no run, fielded by Sibley. 3 men saving one on the onside. Now 3 on the off as well. He just tries to apply a bit of pressure here, is Sibley. Majid in again, bowls. Oh, well, that's a confident shot from Tom Haynes. So playing a reverse, what would you call that? Reverse dab down towards what would have been third man and picking up a single. He goes to 66, 142 for one. 101 needed to win. Majid in, bowls. Allsop just leans back and punches the ball away through the offside and picks up another single. Exactly 100 to win needed for Sussex now. Allsop 51, Haynes 66. Majid in again, bowls, and Haynes forces that one to mid-wicket. There is no run.
It should be an absolute cakewalk, this.
Should be. 5.2 and over needed by Sussex. Majid is in, bowls, and Haynes. In fact, the fielder didn't pick that ball up. Went out to the fielder at point. He didn't see it at all. Throw comes in. That's
Sykes.
is it out there?
Yeah. Yeah, I think the ball sort of snaked.
He certainly went the wrong way initially.
Played it with a bit of slice, bit of fade.
144 for one. In comes Majid, bowls to Allsop. Allsop clips the ball through square leg. They pick up a comfortable single. Does Tom Allsop? He goes to 52. 4 off the over. Very tidy enough again by Yusuf Majid, who's got a good spell here. He's certainly putting the brakes on, but Sussex picking up 4 off the over. 145 for one, needing to score these remaining 98 runs at a rate of 5.2 and over.
All going very nicely for the Sharks. Easy peasy.
Oh no, is this the opening bowler coming on?
Yeah,
It
Seb
is.
Stewart Rackley.
Now this may not be easy because if you've ever played at this ground, running down the hill from the Cromwell Road end can cause problems. So it'll be interesting to see how he goes here.
Why? Because you overstep.
Yeah, and just getting used to the slope. You know, if you,
Yeah.
if you haven't ever bowled here before, it can take, I'm sure he'll be fine, but it can just take a little bit of getting used to.
Here he comes, left arm over the wicket and gets drilled for 4. Almost taking out a seagull.
So it happens, and that's a half volley, isn't it?
Yeah, leg stump
And-
half volley.
And Allsop just thinks very much and just punches the ball down the ground.
Yeah, they love any professional. Loves it around middle and leg stump. They rarely miss. Stuart Reckling, and that's going to be 4 runs as well, I think. Thomas is after it, but can't cut it off. And that brings up the 150. Didn't try and hit that too hard, also just placed the ball, let it come to him and played it under his head. Very nice shot. Stuart Reckling. That's driven back into the stumps. Should have brought your bottom hand in, Tom. got it square up.
Yeah.
It's been an absolutely gorgeous day here. Good old Sussex by the sea. Stuart Reckling. Oh,
Hit
that's
that hard.
nailed, but only to Dominic Sibley.
Just to bring you up to date with that game of the Oval today, the Oval Invincibles 100 for 1 have beaten the London Spirit by 9 wickets. So you got shortchanged a bit there in 63 balls. People went to that game today.
Just work backward of square on the offside.
There was a game between the Oval Invincibles women and the London Spirit women. London Spirit women made 120 for 8. And the Oval Invincibles got there 121 for 2 in 91 balls. So 2 very comfortable victories there for the side who play at the Oval.
Stuart Reckling full toss. That is just going to be 1 this time. They settle for 1. They could have possibly pushed that, but they've retaken 10 off the over. Why risk it?
Yeah, totally.
Sharks 155 for 1 and
88 needed to win. Needed to score at 4.9 and over. And unsurprisingly, I think the Surrey lads, Dominic Sibley looking a little dejected, the skipper at mid-off. And well, they certainly won't give up, but it's Sussex who seem to be cantering pretty much towards victory here. Defeat for Middlesex at Lords today against Somerset. Not much of a game there either. Middlesex 135 all out, Somerset 138 for 2 in 27 overs.
oh,
Going nicely in this competition, I believe, Somerset.
they are maybe.
On all fronts, actually. In comes Majid over the wicket. Bowls hit on the pad is Tom Haynes. The ball ends up at point, looking to reverse sweep, and it is a leg by.
Maybe it's not a second 11 competition as their fans you like to cry.
Well, let's just have a look at I'll look at the league table for it in a minute, because they're going well in the championship. They're in the T20 quarterfinals. In comes Majid bowls. That turned a little bit, slow turn, and also plays to mid-wicket, no run.
They probably got, on paper anyway, which looks like the best draw, which is Northants.
Well, they finished top of the group.
Yeah.
And they will finish top. I think. In comes Majid again. Also looking to reverse sweep. The ball ends up with Conor O'Kerr, who fields at short fine leg. Yeah, so Somerset straight through to the semi-finals of the One Day Cup, then the quarter-finals of the T20, and they're second in the championship. Is that right?
Yeah, they are.
In comes Majid bowls and also just works this one with the spin out to deep mid-wicket. On Walsall, he goes to 62, 157 for 1.
I mean, it's amazing to think Somerset have never won the county championship.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, with some of the great players they've had, not least Garner and Richards. Majid in bowls, that turned a little bit as well, and Haynes just caresses that into the offside, fielded by Geddes, who gets in the throw, but not before Haynes had comfortably gone through for his 69th run, 158 for 1. Just the 3 runs conceded in this over, one of them being a leg by. Majid in again, bowls. Get a little bit of slow turn there, and also very respectively back to Youssef Majid, who's been very impressive here. It's been a nice tidy spell that he's bowled. 158 for 1 at the end of the 33rd. By way of a comparison, then of the 33rd over, Surrey were 176 for 3. But that's when things started to go wrong, because in the 34th over, it's when Ben Geddes was out, and that's when Surrey then lost 7 for 57.
Yeah, and they unravelled quickly as well, didn't they?
Yeah. in 15 overs. Very quickly.
Seb Stewart Reckling in, and that's driven only to find. Let's get his point, backward point. Let's get his.
Shot.
That's a nice shot. Barnwell will cut that off though on the deep.
He's going to move on it.
Come back for two. It's a good throw.
Good running actually. I think for a minute probably Tom Haynes thought he might have been in trouble there.
Yeah.
Well, he's looking for back-to-back hundreds here. Tom Haynes, having made a big 100 last week.
Yeah, it's probably last call for emails as well, isn't it?
Yep, Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Often on a Sunday we find we don't get that many emails.
Oh, that's just pushed in the air, but finds the gap between Geddes and Steele. Why is that?
I don't know.
Is Brighton and Hove a bastion of Christianity? In
No,
church?
I think what we find is a lot of people in the week are at work and are listening to us. We get a lot of people sending in emails. You know, I'm at work listening to the cricket, so we do get a lot of that.
Yeah, it's work from home, hopefully.
Yes.
And you're not actually across from your boss. That's driven. I need to find Cameron Steele. Yeah, because I mean, you can only get away with. Not many people I know, not many Sussex fans, would be going yes at an Excel spreadsheet as opposed to an Ollie Robinson wicket.
Yeah, no, totally.
And you know, it's all right for the likes of Adrian and I. We don't use Excel. Oh, that's miles down. That's a great take from Blake.
Very good take, wasn't it? But that's miles down the leg side.
Yeah, Adrian and I don't use Excel. We're more about V Richards and V Marks as opposed to V lookups.
That's true. Yeah, I wouldn't be very good at that.
Stuart Reckling. That's in the air, but safe. And goes out to Nathan Barnwell under the Spenkarma Pavilion.
Playing that leg side boundary, isn't he, Tom Haynes? I think he fancies his chance of back-to-back hundreds here. No reason why not.
Yeah. Full and driven. Only to Cameron Steele. 163 for one. Haynes 72. Allsop 63. And these two have put on 137, 127. 27.
Yes, sorry, 36 for one, wasn't it? More drinks being brought out, more gloves, etc. here. There's a few more seagulls make their way onto the outfield. Thank you for listening to our coverage today here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio London. Neither of these two sides, as we've said several times today, can make it through to the latter stages of the competition. But for all of that, there's pride to play for. There are players who will be playing a big part for Sussex and Surrey over the next few weeks of the season, with 5 more championship matches to go, and both these counties involved in, well, certainly a quarter-final in the T20 Blast, and who knows, possibly a final as well, which somewhat ludicrously is halfway through September, isn't it? And sandwiched between, as we say, a couple of England T20s against Australia. Doesn't seem great planning. Anyway, in comes Majid. Bowls forward comes Allsop. I'm really impressed by Yusuf Majid. I'll give you his bowling figures in a moment's time. The left arm spinner.
Me too. All tournament actually.
He's in and bowls to wide outside the off stump, and also looking to drive. The ball ends up in the gloves of Blake, and there is no run. His bowling figures so far: 5 overs, 0 for 17.
Yeah, he's been very good.
He has. He's off very tidily. He's in again. Bowls, and again just a bit of slow turn, but also just waits and doesn't need to do anything else but just play the ball down the ground and pick up a single down to long on. Allsop goes 264, 164 for 1. Majid in again. Bowls. Oh, well, that was interesting. I thought for a moment that was going to hit Tom Haynes on the pad, but he got a big thick outside leading edge, and the ball ballooned towards the covers. It didn't quite reach Ben Geddes, who's fielding there in the covers, but a full shot nonetheless from Haynes. Majid in again. Bowls and drives as Haynes, not convincingly, to backward point, and there is no run. Just a 1 run off the over. The run rate just sneaking up a little to 5.2. Majid in again. Bowls and defended again by Haynes down the track. That's nice tidy bowling. Just the 1 over. It's the 1 ball, 1 run coming off the over. 164 for 1 at the end of the 35th over. By comparison, at this stage, Surrey were 188 for 4, but that's when it really started to unravel as wickets fell at pretty regular intervals. So 15 overs to go. Sussex needing exactly 79 to win, I reckon. Yeah.
Very good. Very good, Adrian. That's into the pads of Allsop, who crashes it over the top, and it lands about a foot short of the boundary over underneath the clock tower scoreboard. Sussex Sharks look like they're going to get off the mark now in this Metro Bank One Day Cup, playing for a bit of pride, as that's crunched square of the wicket in the offside, and Geddes does the fielding. Allsop on 68, Haynes 72, even though Haynes has faced slightly less balls. 88 compared to Allsop's 97. Stuart Reckling, that is going to be 6. No, it's not, it's going to be 4. Again, it lands about a foot short of the boundary, out underneath the clock tower scoreboard. And Tom Allsop if he was playing club cricket, the cry of "get down the gym" would be crying out. Stuart Reckling, slower ball, well bowled. Lovely part of the world here, down on the south coast. I think I'll pick up some fish and chips on the way home. Always got to have a bit of fish and chips here. As that's played into the offside and can't get it past Cameron Steele. Just 1 ball left in the over, but Stuart Reckling has taken a bit of tap.
Yeah, he has, hasn't he? Started off quite tidily. I did say it's not easy bowling down that hill.
No.
You know, it takes a little bit of getting used to. And he just dropped too short, hasn't he, on a couple of occasions, and Tom Allsop has punished him.
There's more punishment as that goes up towards the Cromwell Road end, over, long off, and despite Dominic Sibley chasing it.
That's an expensive over, isn't it?
Yeah, the ball runs away. 12 off the over, and I think Tom Alsop wants to go down the pub.
What does he go to? 76. Tom Alsop. Look at Tom's one-day statistics. Actually, he's always way off. His highest list A score is 189, so we won't need to bother about that. Not sure if that came for Sussex. We'll have to have a little look through the record books. These two, good partnership between the pair now, of exactly 140.
Both can get their hundreds.
Yeah, and neither will be in any hurry to get out. Runs required, or a rate required of 4.8 and over. Majid, who's escaped punishment, really, coming into bowl to Tom Haynes. He's in and bowls, and Haynes defends into the offside, and from behind to the stumps, Josh Blake comes and collects. Well, Julian, our correspondent over in the Spencumber Pavilion, asked which Sussex players have sort of pushed their claims to get into during this competition. Majid in and bowls, and Haynes clips onto the onside no run.
Hello, Julian.
Yeah, I mean, you know, this young man. You know, you said Majid. I'm not saying he's you know going to play first class cricket, but he looks this season. But he looks a good player. He's bowled with good control.
Yeah, I think he'll play first class cricket.
Majid in bowls. Oh, and has he picked up a wicket? No, he hasn't. I don't know quite where that struck Tom Haynes. Maybe around about the thigh pad. Dan was giving it out.
No, I think it possibly did a little bit too much.
Yeah, I think it probably did. I'm sure he will play first class cricket, and he's bowled with good control and admirable, because it's not easy in a situation like this.
Yeah.
Bowled very nicely.
Very sensible lad as well. Very mature.
Comes Majid with the good bowls, and reverse swept by Tom Alsop. Well, he's starting to find all his confidence here, is Tom Alsop. That's a lovely shot. Reverse swept down to what would have been third man, but becomes fine leg with the reverse for a boundary. He goes to 80, and Sussex to 181 for one.
Yeah, Tommy Elam diving across there. Can't quite get to the ball.
Yusuf again. Yusuf Majid in bowls. Oh, that turn. That's a good shout. There has been a little bit of help here for the spinners, Dan, today.
Yeah. I bet Tommy's grandfather, Alan Elam, would have got that diving across. Although he is 80 now.
In comes Majid, and he's at it again, but this time it's well fielded by Elam. Backward point comes short, fine leg off the reverse. End of the over. Just the 4 runs coming off of it. Sussex 181 for 1-5 if you count the leg by. And Sussex honing in on victory here, needing another 62 to win, with 13 overs remaining. And in truth, since these two came together, there's barely I don't think there has been a chance been given.
Cam Steele back in, about to bowl his 8th over. See if he can. I mean, the game's done as a contest, but there's a little bit of personal pride, and Cam Steele will want to remain top of the wicket-taking charts in this competition. Can he grab number 17? That's down the leg side. Starts off with a wide. Can he grab number 17? Maybe even number 18. Just with that towel on him. Defended, no run.
Just looking, the record second wicket partnership for Sussex in 50 over cricket is between Ben Brown and Tom Haynes against Middlesex at Hove in 2021. That was 219.
That's been hoisted for 6 over square leg, and I said Alsop's wants to go down the pub. Maybe Haynes has got a party to go to as well, and that's the 150 partnership between these two off 186 balls, and it's been really good work from both of them.
It certainly has.
Another one to the score.
Well, Surrey will clearly keep trying, but really the game's up, isn't it, here?
Yeah.
And has been, in truth, for a little while.
Driven to Dominic Sibley.
But I think both of these two will want to be there at the end, you know.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Another game to come on Wednesday against Essex in this competition here.
Still. It's just defended.
Tom Walsop has 5 List A hundreds to his name, just so that we know if the moment comes. I'll check Tom Haynes in a moment. Oh, that's out.
A big shot. Big shout, sorry.
Oh, that looked like it was very close.
Mark Newell
Finger in pocket.
didn't fancy it. He's the one that matters. 189 for one. Cameron Steele now, he's
Tom Haynes at 3. Well, it'll be his 3rd.
8 overs, 1 maiden, none for 35. Yusuf Majid, none for 22. Off 7. Barnwell, none for 25 off 6. Geddes, none for 20 off 4. McCurr, none for 29 off 5. And Seb Stewart Reckling taking the only wicket to fall. 1 for 53 off 8. This was Dan Whiting, Adrian Harms here live from the First Central County Ground.
And Yusuf Majid is going to bowl the 39th over of the Sussex innings. Comes in and bowls to also wears a horrible hoik across the line and gets bowled. Sorry, Tom Haynes, I do apologise, and gets bowled. Well, reward for Yusuf Majid, who's bowled really nicely here today. And Tom Haynes will be disappointed not to get back-to-back hundreds in this competition. He's gone for 79, 189 for 2. A partnership between these two of 133. 79, 95 balls, 136 minutes, 8 fours and a 6. Let's listen to the applause for Tom Haynes. Well batted.
Yeah, deserves that. He batted really well, 79 off 95 balls.
Sorry, partnership of 153 between the two.
Yeah. But Yusuf Majid has plugged away.
I think he's bowled really nicely.
Yeah, I think he's got a big future ahead of him, this boy.
Yeah. No, I agree completely. So who's this coming out? Oh, Zach Leon-Cachet, so a young cricketer. Now an opportunity for him to get some time in the middle and press the coach and see Sussex over the line.
Yeah.
79, Tom Haynes, yeah.
Let's see what Yusuf Majid can do.
Well, he was looking to hit that one towards the sea, wasn't he, Tom Haynes? I think probably feeling in a position here where, you know, perhaps a couple of hearty blows.
Maybe he's trying to do what Hugh Bartlett did in 1938.
Well, maybe.
Cricketers.
Yeah, maybe. In comes Majid, bowls. Forward comes Leon-Cachet, placed a backward point, no run. Nigel Ashton in the Wirral has been in touch. Hello, Nigel.
Ah.
I've never been to the Wirral. I understand it's very nice.
I have covered games of cricket up there in the Disability Premier League at Neston Cricket Club, which is beautiful. You look out over the River Dee towards North Wales and the mountains, Snowdonia.
Majid in, bowls to Leon-Cachet, plays in the offside,
Yeah,
no
very,
run.
very pleasant.
Nigel says, good afternoon chaps, just heard you say you're not getting many emails on a Sunday, so here's one written while listening to you and watching Lancashire. In comes Majid bowls, and Lancashire, I'm not sure that's the best shot to play, to be honest, when you just come out to the middle.
Yeah.
A reverse sweep. I think I'd just be inclined just to work the ball around and finish 20 not out.
Get
And,
yourself a little red ink.
well, yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Always good for the average,
Yeah, I don't think it's, yeah, and just press the boss. In comes Majid. Lancashire punches that short extra cover, and there is no run. This could be a wicket maiden.
Yeah, Nigel, I did get put up by the ECB.
In comes Majid again. Bowls. Lancashire clips to mid-wicket, and that's a maiden over. A wicket maiden for Yusuf Majid, who I think has bowled really nicely here. And full credit to him. 189 for 2 at the end of the 39th over.
Yeah, I did get put up by the ECB on the not so posh side. The Wirral's got like the posh side and the not so posh side, and I ended up in a hotel just outside Birkenhead with my sleep interrupted by a fight at 2 o'clock in the morning in the car park of this hotel. But you're inquiring about Mark Church, and Mark's, you know, he's haven't covered many. Well, he's only covered one game this year due to personal issues, and that's just defended. So, unfortunately, Surrey fans have been lumbered with me all season. But we'll send Churchy on your best wishes. Still. Oh, that's well bowled. I think that might be the googly. I didn't pick that one.
No.
Score moves into the 190s.
Just looking at you, sir, yeah, thank you for your email, by the way. Where are we here? Nigel, much appreciated. The Wirral, isn't that where a lot of sort of footballers live?
No, they tend to live. It was in the old days when like they weren't paid as well.
Right, okay.
But I mean, Wirral's still nice. There's some lovely, you know, Hoylake,
Old goals, yeah.
where Ian Botham was born. Sir Ian Botham. I think he was born on the Wirral.
Sir who?
Oh, Heswall. Heswall.
Heswall.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Ooh, that's a particularly unpleasant shot.
Yeah, that. He was looking to hammer that one away, wasn't he? But it looked like a bit of a smear across the line.
Yeah. Tossed up by Cameron Steele.
You'll feel better for that, getting on the way.
Yeah. Exactly on cachet.
Yes.
Fourth appearance, or fifth appearance actually.
Ooh, someone's making a bit of a noise.
Yeah.
Bit unnecessary.
Yeah. Tossed up and
You slip over then.
no, I think the ball sort of zigzagged across the outfield as it often does with a spinner.
A ballsy run up there by Cameron, still got halfway to his mark and decided he couldn't carry on.
Still.
Might turned a bit.
Yeah, a little bit of rip. That's 9 overs now for Cameron Steele. And conceded 37.
Well, yeah, a bit of credit here to Surrey. It's been a tough day, hasn't it? But they've never given up in the field. They've kept battling away. I'm sure that the Surrey coaching staff will take a lot of pleasure in the performance of Yusuf Majid. His 8 overs, accounting for the wicket of Tom Haynes as well. 8 overs, 1 for 22 with 1 maiden. He's bowled very tidily, but we're now into the final power play of the innings, where Surrey are allowed to have 5 fielders on the boundary edge if they so desire. They're actually keeping 6 fielders in the circle at the minute because, in fact, maybe 7. I think Dominic Sibley is going into slip. Notice 6, the long on, the mid on is now coming out to long on. And look at the amount of seagulls that are on the field. I reckon there must be 50 seagulls on the field.
Yeah, we had this in Bristol the other week. We suddenly just got attacked and it was Flying Ant Day, and that's
Right.
what they were after.
Okay. Well, there's, well, at least 50 seagulls on the outfield. In comes Yusuf Majid, running in around the wicket to bowl to Zach Leon Cachet, who works this one away through point.
Think of yourself as lucky. At the Oval, we just get pigeons.
Leon Cachet goes to 2, 192 for 2 for the purposes of run rates required. Sussex still needing a score of 5.2 and over, but 8 wickets in hand. Tom Alsop on 81 not out of 111 balls. And he wants another change here, does Yusuf Majid. How old did you say he was?
Don't
I'll look it up. I'll look, he's
He's
bowled with very good control here.
20.
Well, there you go.
21 in September.
He's in with the wicket bowls, and a little reverse by Tom Alsop, who's playing with a lot of confidence. Scatters the seagulls down towards the Cromwell Road end of the ground. I think they'll look to come back for a third. No, they don't. That's a good call by Leon Cachet. A little reverse sweep from Tom Alsop takes him to 83. The chance to 194 for 2. As the seagulls continue to swoop around the ground. We hear them in our effects microphone. Majid in again, bowls a short, and Alsop just eases that down the ground as Tom Alsop picks up a comfortable single. He goes to 84, 195 for 2, 4 off the over so far. Brings Zach Leon Cachet on strike. He's 2 not out if you just joined us. Partnership of 153 between Tom Haynes and Tom Alsop, really the key for Sussex in this innings. Majid in bowls, and Leon Cachet is going to be caught. No, he's not. He rather gets away with that. In fact, he's going to get 4 runs. But it wasn't the most convincing shot in the world. In fact, it was in the air for quite a while, looking to drive the ball through extra cover. And all of a sudden, the birds have, look at those birds, Dan, flying across the ground.
Yeah.
I reckon 50 is conservative. I reckon it's probably nearer 100
yeah, it's
that are on the ground. I think I've ever, well, not for a while have I seen this many. Leon Cachet goes to 6, 199 for 2, comes in and bowls, and Leon Cachet defends into the offside, and there is no run. 8 off the over, the most expensive over that Yusuf Majid has bowled so far. But I think we can forgive him that. Comes in around the wicket, slip in place, bowls to Leon Cachet, who cuts nicely away through backward point. They've taken 1, they'll think about 2, but the second run really isn't there. End of the over, and that's the end of Majid's spell. It also signals the 200 up for Sussex, 200 for 2 at the end of the 41st over. So Sussex needing another 43 to win in 9 overs with 8 wickets remaining. They need to score 4.8 and over. And despite Surrey having stuck to their task, it very much looks as if Sussex are, famous last words, on their way to what ought to be a comfortable win.
Yeah, it's an absolute breeze. And they batted very well. Steele, can he take one with him? As Leon Cachet just nurdles that one into the leg side. Still very hot here on the south coast.
Yeah, going to be hotter tomorrow, I think.
Yeah. It's going to be even hotter in London, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, that's well bowled. That's the googly.
That's going to be
And
4
it's
runs.
going to be 4. No luck for Cameron Steele today. Runs away for 4 runs. Right, I'm trying to, all the ollies here in cricket, I'm trying to work out a team of ollies, and I'm struggling somewhat. got?
We could have 2 Ollie Robinsons.
I've got them in.
Right.
So I've got, at the moment I've got 8. And Steele comes in, and that's worked backward a square to one of the Ollies in my Ollie 11, Ollie Sykes.
Ollie Stone.
Oh, forgot him. Yeah, I've got 9 then. Right, I've got Ollie Price, Ollie Carter, Ollie Sykes, Oliver Hannon Dolby, Ollie Robinson, Ollie Pope, Ollie Stone, and Colin Milburn. Because his nickname was Ollie.
Ooh.
That's just offended. Oliver Reed liked his cricket.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
Steele. That's reverse, and Steele picks up his 17th wicket of this campaign with the penultimate ball of his spell. And Leon Cachet departs for 8.
Never looked totally comfortable, did he?
No, he didn't.
In truth.
No, he didn't. Is there a twist in the tail, Adrian Harms?
Well,
Probably not.
Well, I'll have egg on my face if that is the case. I mean, surely Sussex can't throw this away. Who's coming out now? Looks like Ollie Carter, I would imagine. Yes, it is. Yep, probably been a disappointing tournament for Zach Leon Cachet, in truth. He's been given a few opportunities, but hasn't really taken them. I felt there was an opportunity today to, you know, coming in 50 odd need, he just play nice and straight, finished 20-25 not out.
Yeah, I thought he did all right at Bristol the other day in difficult conditions. He ground it out for 27.
Yeah, well, against good bowling.
Yeah, when he thought he showed the heart of a Leon.
Oh dear, Grome.
I'll get my coat. I'm off. I'm out of here. 206 for 3. And Steele just has 1 ball left of this spell.
Les Woodburn has been in touch. He says, Adrian, thanks to you and your Surrey commentator for an excellent day's coverage of this match. Watching on the stream too. I hope to get to Scarborough to watch the championship game in a couple of weeks. Living about 20 miles from Scarborough in the Yorkshire Wolds is an easy 30-minute journey to the ground. Here's hoping that promotion to Division 1 occurs this season. Again, many thanks, Les Woodburn. Thank you, Les. Lovely to hear from you. I'll tell you what, accommodation's expensive in Scarborough at this time of year. Oh, yeah.
Ooh.
Peak holiday season, and I think they're expecting good crowds, Yorkshire against Sussex, for that championship game. Let's hope the weather plays ball and we could be in for a cracking game of cricket.
Cameron Steele, last ball of what's been a very good tournament for him. And he comes, that's the googly, and almost Carter read it like I read Dostoevsky.
Yeah.
Well bowled.
Wasn't far away, was it?
No. So, Steele finishes with
10 overs.
1 maiden, 1 for 44. And Yusuf Majid as well. Is his 10 overs up?
He will be in a minute. He's bowled 9 overs, 1 for 31 so far.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, for Surrey to have a chance in this game, they needed Steele to pick up some early wickets, didn't they? That partnership between Alsop and Haynes. So 206 for 3. Sussex needed to get 243 to win this game. They need to score at 4.6 and over. 8 overs remaining. Tom Alsop surveying the leg side field. And Yusuf Majid comes in around the wicket, bowls to Tom Alsop, who works this one away through the onside. They've taken 1. They'll think about 2. There isn't 2 there. Good bit of fielding by Nathan Barnwell, who was very quickly in and got in the throw. 1 more to the total. Alsop goes to 90, within sight of what will be his 6th list day 100. Comes down, does a little bit of gardening. The Seagulls are still on the ground in their numbers, maybe not quite as many as before, but I reckon still about 50 or so. And Majid taking care with his field, and why wouldn't you? Bowling to the new Sussex batter, who is Ollie Carter. Now another fielder's come up inside the ring. So there's 3 men saving one on the onside, 4 on the off, and a slip 5. There's only 1 fielder out, as in comes Majid bowls. So just the 1 fielder out as far as Surrey are concerned, and that's at deep mid-wicket, which just shows you that Surrey are trying to apply the pressure here. Good captaincy by Sibley. In comes Majid bowls. Carter works this to Barnwell at point, and there is no run. Majid waits. Around the wicket bowls to Carter, who drives to the offside. Nice looking shot by Ollie Carter. Scatters the seagulls. Nathan Barnwell's very quickly back, but not before Carter comes back for a couple of runs. The fielders just shielding their eyes against the sun, which is moving around towards the west.
Yeah, it sets behind the Spen Karma, doesn't it?
Yep.
Over there, I seem to remember from the T20 game here.
Yeah, there, that's the west. Yeah, and at the minute it's probably shining over to roughly about the southwest corner of the ground. The ground bathed in sunshine. Majid in bowls to Carter, who just nudges that to backward point, and there is no one. So 1 ball to come in this very good spell of bowling by Yusuf Majid. Good control he showed throughout. He's just rustling his shirt as he's in again. Bowls Carter with a attempted sweep. He's hit on the pad. There's an appeal. That looked to me like it was going down the leg side. Also very quick to call his partner through for a leg by. End of the over, 210 for 3. Sussex needing 33 to win in 7 overs. They need to score 4.7 an over. And Majid is now bowled out, and a very good spell of bowling as well. 10 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 34. And I think that's excellent bowling. Dot balls, 37 dot balls. Out of the 60 that he's bowled, and I think that's been an excellent spell of bowling, and I'm sure that will please the Surrey coaching staff, Gareth Batty et al.
Yeah, it will, and he's not just today either. He's been excellent all tournament at Chelmsford on Friday. He opened the bowling. He's bowled in the power play a lot as well.
Yeah, it's not easy.
And he's went 1 for 47 off 10 on, well, a pitch that Essex were under par with 217 all out. But I think he's been fantastic, and I think he's got a big future ahead of him, Yusuf Majid.
Well, we've been impressed here at Hove today. So it looks like Nathan Barnwell's coming back into the attack for Surrey. 6 overs, 0 for 25.
Yeah, he's could do with taking one with him. Bowling to Carter. Just pushed into the offside. Are they going to run through a single? Carter fancies it. Oh, it's all going off here, and they scramble a buzzer. So 2 to Carter. 212 or 214? 212. He'll be way within the cut-off. Again, Surrey. Generally bowling Majid and Steele. They bowl their overs reasonably quickly. Barnwell. Short and pulled, but only out to Steele. Kept calling him the Essex guys the other day. Kept calling him Remington Steele.
Very good.
So, crowd soaking up the August sun. Happy with a Sussex likely victory. Just one of those venues which is quintessentially English. Beautiful day, beautiful part of the world, and life is good, and even better if you're Tom Alsop, because he smashed that one into the scoreboard for 6.
Well, super shot, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So he could go to his 100 here with the boundary.
Yeah, nice pick up.
Yeah, it was.
You've got a very small margin, haven't you, with Allsop? Too full and he'll nail you through the covers like that, or through mid-wicket, and too short and he'll pick you up and pull. He's very quick to pick up the length, isn't he?
It just took a while to settle in, didn't he, Tom Allsop? You know, I think that's a feature really of not playing very much cricket, but he's been excellent, Tom Allsop, since he moved from Hampshire 3 or 4 seasons ago now. I think this is his 3rd, maybe his 4th season, I like to know. But he's been really very good. Totally unflappable, plays all formats of the game.
Was it at the same time as Ben Brown went the other way?
No, I don't think they played together. No, so this must be Tom's 3rd season, I think.
Barnwell. Down the leg side, going to be a wide. 23 needed.
Yeah, because this is Ben Brown's 3rd season that he's been gone. Let's have a quick look. That's a good question, actually.
There's been some good keepers here over the years, I tell you. I think Ben Brown, Michael Burgess at Warwickshire, he's a good keeper.
Well, Jim Parks, going back in the day.
He wasn't too bad. Played into the offside, no run. Matt Pryor was pretty decent.
Made his Sussex debut in 2022. This is his 3rd season, so he wouldn't have played with Ben Brown. Ben Brown then moved to. This is his 3rd year at Hampshire.
Okay.
He's a very popular figure.
Yeah.
Good team man.
That's driven up and only to mid-off. No run. I did ask Mark Elaine, actually. I interviewed Mark Elaine, and he's got a story involving Sussex because he played in a game against Sussex in 1986 where he became Gloucestershire's youngest ever centurion, age 17, and he had an older brother, Stephen Elaine, who's no longer with us, unfortunately, and Stephen, being the older brother, would always be West Indies or England in the back garden in backyard cricket, so he was always left with Pakistan, so he'd always try and pretend to be Imran Khan. And when he got his 100, he was actually applauded off the pitch by Imran Khan. He found it quite bizarre. So,
Nice.
yeah. Conor McCur's back into the attack.
He is. He's going to bowl to Ollie Carter. So Sussex needing 23 to win in 6 overs, which ought to be a formality. But of course, you never know. In comes Conor McCur. Bowls full toss. Carter drives down the ground and should have found a gap, but he didn't. He drove it straight to Dominic Sibley, the Surrey captain, who fields, and there is no run.
Yes, some interesting scores around the country. Should we get them in before the end of play here?
Yeah.
I'll come on to it after.
In comes McCur again, bowls, and Carter. What he was trying to do there, the ball ended up going down the leg side and fielded by Josh Blake behind the stumps.
Right, Leicestershire v Glamorgan in this group. Leicestershire 271 for 8, Glamorgan 172 for 6, so they need 100 runs in 78 balls with 4 wickets in hand.
That's a big ask, that.
Looks a good game of cricket.
Yeah.
Nottinghamshire 218, Essex 187 for 2, they need 32 and 59 balls with 8 wickets in hand.
Well, that'll
They
put
should
knots
walk
out.
it. Yeah.
McCur in bowls to Carter, who nudges that one down to 3rd man. They've taken 1, they're thinking about 2, there really isn't a second run there. Carter goes to 6, 221 for 3.
However, Yorkshire look as if they are going to go and beat Warwickshire.
So it means both Warwickshire and Glamorgan would have the same amount of points, 11 at the top of the table. So I think they've both got 11 now. So if Glamorgan and Yorkshire both lose,
Yeah.
then I think it means if Leicestershire won at Bristol, they could top the group. I'm not sure. No, Warwickshire. Anyway, it's all lots of, but it's quite exciting. You know, if you can win some games in this, it's a good competition. McCurr in bowls. Allsop pulls down towards fine leg. They've taken one. Allsop goes to 97, 222 for 3.
As Adrian mentioned earlier, Somerset beat Middlesex at Lords by 8 wickets. Lancashire 240 for 9. Northants 190 for 6. They need 50 runs in 43 balls. And Worcestershire beat Hampshire by 8 wickets at the Visit Worcestershire New Road, as it's now known.
McCurr coming to bowl to Ollie Carter. He's in on bowls, and Carter pulls down. He's going to be caught. Should be caught. He is caught by Nathan Barnwell at mid-on. Well, that wasn't a particularly good shot by Ollie Carter. Patel, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Ryan Patel takes the catch over his right shoulder. Conor McCurr picks up a wicket, and that wasn't a great shot. It was short. He was looking to pull the ball. He didn't time it at all. It came off the top of the bat and went to Patel, who caught the catch him in on. So one or two Sussex players who had a chance to come in and just show what they can do to the boss, maybe slightly fluffing their lines. Carter is on his way for 6, and the 4th wicket goes down.
Yeah, Will Luxton closing in on a century for Yorkshire. So that throws the cat amongst the pigeons a little bit. If Nottinghamshire go out, then Gloucestershire, who host Leicestershire at Bristol on Wednesday, that is a straight shootout for 3rd place.
Well, here comes the reassuring sign for Sussex of John Simpson, making his way out to the middle.
Yeah, so Nottinghamshire look like they are about to exit, and Sussex, I don't know what this is going to do. Well,
Sussex,
going to win.
No, Sussex are out. I mean, it doesn't matter what Sussex
No,
do.
they can, whether they can finish 2nd from bottom at least for a bit of personal pride, but I don't think it's going to happen.
No. I think from a Sussex point of view, they'll be pleased to go into the final. If they could beat Essex here on Wednesday, they'll feel they're going into the sort of final few weeks of the season in a bit of decent form. Nothing worse than going into your last few matches, maybe having lost 8 on the spin, something like that. I know it's a completely different side and all the rest of it, but there will be players who will be playing in the championship game up at Scarborough, like Allsop, Haynes, Simpson, Robinson, Carson. You know, you want to go into that competition, I think, feeling you've had a couple of decent wins under your belt.
Yeah. Score at 40 overs. I'm just looking at your
40 overs, 191 for 2. Here goes McCurr coming around the wicket to bowl to John Simpson. He's in on bowls, and Simpson very nearly nudges that one behind. McCurr's got his hands on his head as if to say that didn't miss by much, and indeed it didn't. 222 for 4. Do you mind if I just pick up the microphone while, in case Tom Allsop gets his 100?
Yeah, you go for it. You go for it.
90, I hope I don't put the mockers on him. 97 of 121 balls. It would be Tom Allsop's 6th first-class 100. Not even first-class, 6th list A 100. Well, credit here to Surrey, because there's always professional pride at stake, and they could have chucked the towel in here an hour ago, but I think when you've probably got Alex Stewart and Gareth Batty and Adam Hollyoak peering over the balcony, you don't want to do that. And I think they've showed, you know, it was always going to be a big ask, and they've kept manfully to their task, and they've taken it to Sussex. 5 overs to go.
Yeah, Gareth Batty always speaks about, you know, high standards at the club.
Yeah, totally. And you know, if you suddenly find everyone's head goes down and you get beaten here by 9 wickets with 15 overs left, that never looks good. So I think they've shown that there's a bit of fight about them. Plenty of young players.
Bit of mongrel.
Well, that will please. I'm sure that will please those that Surrey coaching staff up on the balcony. In the meantime, it's going to be Nathan Barnwell who's going to come in down the hill from the Cromwell Road in, bowling to Tom Allsop, who's 97 not out. He's in and bowls, and also rather reaches for one outside the off stump, fielded at Backward point by Ryan Patel, and there is no run. And certainly it looked a little earlier on when Haynes and Allsop were together, as if Sussex were really sort of cantering towards victory, and it's, you know, it's still it ought to be a comfortable win for Sussex, but as they say, Surrey have fought all the way, and they deserve a lot of credit for that. Barnwell around the wicket, bowls to Allsop, who clips this away through mid-wicket. They've taken one. Allsop goes to 98. And Sussex now needing 20 to win. You take over, Dan, because John Simpson's on strike.
Yeah, Simpson had, as we mentioned earlier, double 100 century against his old county Middlesex, and another 100. Can't remember who that was against.
He made double 100 against. He's made hundreds in both games here, both games against Leicestershire as well.
Right.
He made 100. He made a double 100 at Grace Road. He made 100 at Lords.
Barnwell around the wicket to Simpson, who gets that down to third, and Stuart Reckling can't cut that off. Popular signing here. Don't know how you cope with these seagulls.
Sorry?
Don't know how you cope with all these seagulls.
I know there are. This is quite unusual, to be honest, to see this many. Yeah, he made 183 not out here against Leicestershire. John Simpson made a double 100 at Grace Road.
Barnwell around the wicket. Simpson pulls. And
well fielded.
Brilliant work. Adam Thomas keeps it to 1. And
Well done.
what a fine bit of work. And that's professional pride there in a
Totally.
nutshell.
Sorry, he made 167, John Simpson at
Yeah.
Lords against Middlesex. Yeah, totally.
I
That's
still think his best knock though, he got 7, I think he got an 80 odd down at Somerset in the year Middlesex won the title in 2016, and without that 80 that won the game, there'd have been no Toby Rowland Jones hat trick at the end of that season, which snatched the title from Yorkshire. Anyway, you take over.
Barnwell coming into bowl to Tom Allsop. He's 98 not out. He's in and bowls. Allsop drives that through the offside, and he's just going to get a single. Will they come back for 2? No, they don't. John Simpson and Tom Allsop, I would say, the quickest runners between the wickets for Sussex. 229 for 4. Simpson on 5. Tom Allsop on 99. So Sussex needing
13
to win.
14.
14, yeah. Come on, Adrian. Maths. You go.
You don't need an Excel spreadsheet. That's driven by Simpson, picks out his captaincy counterpart, Dominic Sibley, and that completes the over for Nathan Barnwell. So Surrey having no spin options left. There are only 4 overs left. Sussex, I mean, they should walk it, but a couple of tight ones here. You never know.
No.
I'm trying to pick it up.
Well, we might keep some listeners, which is good.
Try and create a, bit of
Last minute
theatre.
tension.
Bit of theatre.
Well, Tom Allsop is looking to make his own theatre here. A couple of other messages have come in. I'll read that for you in a minute. In comes Conor McCurd to bowl to Tom Allsop. He's 99 not out, 229 for 4. He's in and bowls. Allsop nudges that onto the onside. There is no run. Peter's been in touch, and you were explaining earlier that Mark Church has got some personal issues at the moment and just wishing Mark all the very best. Peter goes on to say, I'm emailing from Paris. My partner just got back from a cricket tour in England and Wales, seeing matches at Worcester, Neath, Taunton and Southampton. Don't follow a particular team, but I'd like to see a match or two when I can. I was in Paris yesterday, Peter.
Zoot Lord.
It was incredibly hot. McCurr around the wicket, bowls to Tom Allsop, who defends onto the onside and goes through for a single, and that is an excellent 100 from Tom Allsop, his 6th list A 100. He takes off his helmet, raises his bat towards the dressing room. The Sussex players all applauding. 100 and 126 balls, 12 fours, 2 sixes. He's barely played any cricket, Tom Alsop, over the last few weeks, having been away in the 100 with the Trent Rockets. He didn't get a game there. He's got one at Sussex, and he's scored 100.
Yeah, wonderful innings. Really good innings. And he has been the catalyst for this Sussex victory.
Kerr ran the wicket bowls, and Simpson clips this one through square leg. They've picked up one, and that's all they'll pick up. 231 for 4, 12 needed to win. Thank you very much, Peter, for your email, and I'm sure Dan will pass on your good wishes.
Yeah, much appreciated. Thank you.
So I was lucky enough to be in the Paris for the Olympics, Pete, over the last few days, and it was fabulous. And I thought the French have done an amazing job. I thought it was great. So I'm missing Paris today, but I'm enjoying Hove. In comes McCurr around the wicket, bowls to Tom Alsop, short, pulled away by Alsop down towards fine leg. They've taken one, they'll think about 2, but Barnwell is there very quickly and gets in the throw. Good throw as well into Josh Blake. Interesting Josh Blake behind the stumps today, because often they say if you don't mention the wicket keeper, you haven't noticed him. He's probably had a good game, and we've barely mentioned him actually.
No, he's been fantastic throughout this tournament. He's been really good. Just going back, it's not often that you know, the French are complimented, especially in this neck of the woods, for having done a good job after a French bloke landed on these shores in 1066.
No, I thought they did a brilliant job. I thought the organisation was top notch. McCurr running around the wicket, bowling to John Simpson. Simpson pulls away on the leg side, and that's going to be 4 runs, scattering the Seagulls, who get out of the way. Good shot by the skipper, as you say. He's no nonsense, John Simpson, and just any sort of vague thoughts of any sort of an upset short ball, and he just smashes that one away through mid-wicket. 236 for 4, 7 off the over, and Sussex now just needing 7 runs to win.
Yeah, experienced pro, John Simpson. Been around the block, just knows what to do.
He does. McCurr on his way. Around the wicket bowls to Simpson, who plays that slightly across the line, fielded by Sibley at mid-off, who throws at the stumps. End of McCurr's over. Did I pitch your ball there? I'm sorry. 236 for 4. Alsop is 101. Simpson is 10. 3 overs remaining. Sussex needing 7 to win. And well, the crowd have been entertained, haven't they? You know, a few have drifted away, but you know, it's in 97 overs in the day. We've seen a very nice innings from Ben Geddes, who showed what a good player he is. Yeah. Making 85, I'm sorry. I'm talking rubbish, aren't I? I'm looking at last week's 81.
Yeah.
Talking nonsense, Adrian. Yeah, no, and 53 from Josh Blake. And Sussex in reply, losing Tom Clark early, but a very fine knock of 79 from Tom Clark, and now an undefeated century from Tom Alsop, who's 101 not out.
Yeah, he's about to face Nathan Barnwell, who is about to bowl his 9th over. Short, and that's hit.
Did that hit him in the helmet? Or?
No, I think it was sort of in the shoulder. I think he actually got through his shot too early. We spoke about the ball just sticking in the pitch a little bit, and that was a classic example. As it gets older, the ball here, it becomes a little bit harder to score. But I think this has been, the crowd have had a lovely day. They've got 500 runs.
Yeah.
They've seen 14 wickets so far. That's 6 runs. And scores a level.
Well, that's some way to bring the scores level, isn't it?
Yeah, Alsop wakes up the hospitality guests down there.
Yeah. There we are, 1 to win.
Yeah.
Would be Sussex's first win in the competition. And he can't bowl short there to Tom Alsop.
I reckon he'll try and finish it with another 6. I reckon he'll just take the 1.
I reckon he'll just push the 1, and then they'll be done.
Barnwell, That's down the leg side. It's going to be a wide, and that's going to be victory. So Sussex win by 6 wickets, and it's been a fantastic day. It's been a fantastic game of cricket, and Sussex deserved their victory.
Yes, they did. I think